Amidst the thick white clouds, where divine birds spread their wings and soar through the blue sky, a magnificent palace appears. This place does not belong to the mortal realm, it is the sanctuary for thousands of disciples. Tion Ling Palace is a desolate, remote area located in the far north of the Tion Ling Empire, built upon a snow-capped mountain, possessing a legacy of 100 years. Within the palace, there are thousands of disciples, the majority of whom are female. Whenever they practice, they always stand out, each one as beautiful as a flower. At that moment, on a high rock ledge, a figure silently practices. This is a corner of Tion Ling Palace. The spear's tip flies swiftly, its speed like a lightning bolt tearing through the air. Tion Ling tightly grips the lance, his hands trembling violently, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. He sighs, without blood chi, is it impossible to cultivate? Without hesitation, he lifts the spear and strikes with a powerful technique, the tip slicing through the air. Tion Ling, unwilling to accept defeat, shouts in agitation, "No!" With a leap, Tion Ling propels himself into the air, the lance in his hand descending with great force. He blames himself, "It must be because I am not working hard enough." He strives to concentrate on the strike. After a while of practicing, Tion Ling was exhausted, his breath quick and heavy rhythms echoed. Without saying a word, Tion Ling planted the lance into the ground, his breath still unstable, his hand gripping the lance shaking slightly. He bowed his head, using the spear as a drum, letting each weary breath fall into the silence. Trying to speak in a stutter, "I." Under the blinding sunlight, Tion Ling staggered and swayed, as if every ray of light was heavy on his shoulders. "I can't stand anymore." Finally, he let go, the lance fell hard against the cold stone floor. Tion Ling knelt between heaven and earth, coughing a few times, making his body even more fatigued. Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded from behind, "Young master." Shaol Yan stepped closer, her expression worried. She hurriedly asked with concern, "Why did you go outside to practice again? You'll hurt yourself like this." Immediately, Shaol Yan draped a cloak over him. Beneath the fabric, his body still trembled from cold and exhaustion, but Tion Ling still made an effort to reassure her, "Shaol Yan, I'm fine. I just want to move my bones a little." Shaol Yan adjusted the hem of her dress and gently replied, "You are the young master of our Tion Ling Palace, how can you neglect your health?" She supported Tion Ling and they walked forward together, her words carrying a hint of reproach. "The palace master told me to bring you to the main hall. If she sees you like this, she will worry again. How many times do I have to tell you to take care?" Tion Ling remained silent, his gaze lowered, listening to every word. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he weakly called out, "Shaol Yan." Seeing this, Shaol Yan turned and looked at him puzzled. Without delay, his gaze was unusually determined. Tion Ling wanted her to confirm something, "Without blood chi, will I die if I continue practicing? But even so, I won't easily give up." As soon as Tion Ling finished speaking, she lowered her head, her expression sorrowful, not daring to meet his gaze, her eyes lost in thought, "Young master." When the two stood before the steps of the main hall, he raised his hand to urge her, "We should hurry, the palace master is still waiting for us in the main hall." As they stepped into the hall, a series of gazes from the female disciples immediately turned towards Tion Ling. "It's him. What is he doing here?" As soon as he appeared, harsh and venomous words rang out, showing no restraint whatsoever. "I really don't understand why the master allows this useless person to stay. Isn't it all because of his aunt? If not, this useless person would have been thrown out of the Tion Ling Palace long ago." Tion Ling remained silent, continuing to walk alone, his shoulders weighed down by the slanderous remarks behind him. Men only know how to hide behind women. Useless person. Useless person. Useless person. The prying eyes made him feel extremely inferior. They hate and resent me. Aside from being a useless martial artist who could die at any moment, there's one more point: I am the son of the previous master. The Tion Ling Palace has a clear rule that the current palace master absolutely cannot marry or have children. He pondered, his eyes filled with sorrow. My mother went against the rules, after giving birth to me, she ran off with a man. Tion Yun's hands tightened into fists, yet they trembled as if trying to suppress all the swirling emotions. His mother's whereabouts were still unknown to this day. Lost in thought, a voice rang out, shattering the silence. Tion Yun, you have finally arrived. Shaol Yan bowed her head respectfully. Palace Master. Lei Yun questioned, are you sneaking off to train again? The newcomer was the Palace Master of Tianxian Palace, Lei Yun. A soft light spread, reflecting her pure and powerful inner self. Tion Yun called out to her in a warm voice, Auntie. Lei Yun looked at him and noticed his disheveled appearance. She hurriedly asked, Tion Yun, you don't look well. Are you okay? Tion Yun gently glanced at her, his gaze tender, then slowly replied, I'm fine. Suddenly, Tion Yun recalled past memories. Lei Yun would gently comfort him whenever he cried. When Tion Yun felt insecure, it was she who provided him a support to lean on. He thought to himself, this aunt is not related by blood, she is the mother of the host's home who entrusted her son to her. In the memories of the host's home, Lei Yun was like his older sister, always growing up alongside him. Normally when practicing, I always keep myself close, so that no one can bully me. Lei Yun's eyes sparkled as she saw Tion Yun in a daze, and she asked him, Tion Yun, why are you distracted? Lei Yun lightly tapped his head, her words were reproachful but carried a deep concern. You're practicing, I'm not blaming you, but you must not overexert yourself. Otherwise, you'll know the consequences. She slowly took out a box and placed it in front of Tion Yun. By the way, I have something I want to give you. He focused on the box, his face clearly showing confusion. What is this? When the box was opened, a pill appeared before his eyes. It was the Long Blood God pill. Upon seeing what was inside, everyone knew. The Long Blood God pill is quite precious, it can replenish a lot of blood qi. This must have cost a great price. Lei Yun's eyes dimmed, carrying a hint of hesitation. That's right, this Long Blood God pill, you should take it. It might improve and increase the changes in the blood qi within your body. She lovingly reached out to gently touch Tion Yun's cheek. He started to speak, but, before he could finish, Lei Yun cut him off. No buts, recovering your body well is the greatest repayment you can give to me. Do you understand? The female disciple ran over in surprise, hurriedly reporting, Master, the people from the Tion Ling sect have arrived. Tion Yun's eyes narrowed, a cold and sharp hatred gradually becoming evident. 3 words screamed in his mind, Tion Ling sect. Tion Yun was once again engulfed by thoughts, silently organizing everything in his head by levels. In this mainland realm, power is divided into 5 ranks. The 5th rank is the Divine Kingdom, the 4th rank is the Empire, the 3rd rank is the Mansion, the 2nd rank is the Sect, and the 1st rank is the Palace. The Tion Ling sect is a force 1 rank above the Tianxian Palace. Lei Yun wasted no time, immediately turning to leave, but not forgetting to express her concern, reminding him, Tion Yun, I will handle a few matters first, you just take a good rest. Then she commanded, all disciples, follow me. Tion Yun stood still, his gaze following her figure as it faded away. He also understood part of the reason for the Tion Ling sect's presence here. The arrival of the Tion Ling sect here is meant to threaten the Tianxian Palace, to compete for the quota to enter the ancient ruins. Tion Yun blamed himself, it's all because I am too weak, unable to help with anything. Thinking of himself is useless, he suddenly felt truly small. A wave of sadness rose up. I wonder if the Long Blood God pill, so precious, can help me recover some blood qi. Tion Yun bowed his head, closed his eyes, and let out a sigh full of helplessness. At that moment, a shadow stepped in front of him and coughed slightly, startling Tion Yun. He slowly raised his head, his gaze still hazy as he looked at the person in front of him. Before Tion Yun stood Fang Shen, an outside sect disciple of Tianxian Palace, along with a few others blocking his path. He smiled and said, I say young master, could you give us that Long Blood God pill? Recently we've been a bit short, and perhaps we'll be able to break through. Anyway, it won't do you any good, so why not hand it over to us? Anger surged within him, Tion Yun gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on him, full of fury. He silently cursed them in his heart, these bastards were all forced into Tianxian Palace by Tion Ling's sect, coming here to look for doubt partners. Tion Yin decisively replied, Fang Shen, what if I say I won't give it to you? He stepped forward, advancing close to Tion Yun's face, a smug demeanor evident, the distance between them almost suffocating. Fang Shen gritted his teeth, each word hissing through clenched jaws, not giving it. Don't think you can celebrate and then refuse to take punishment. Do you really feel capable just because you think you have the palace master backing you? He scoffed, mocking Tion Yun, aren't you just a useless person, a bastard, daring to act so arrogantly in front of us? Fearless of his opponent, Tion Yun met his gaze with fierce, sharp eyes, his voice icy, do you want to die? Fang Shen clenched his fist tightly, raising his arm high, preparing to strike him, I think you're just tired of living. The fist shot forward, landing squarely on Tion Yun's face. He cried out in pain. Before he could react, Tion Yun was struck, his body losing all balance as he collapsed to the ground, dust flying everywhere. Suddenly, the box fell to the ground, bursting open, and the long blood god pill rolled out. Seeing this, the eyes of Fang Shen's companion widened, and he exclaimed joyfully, hey! It's a pill. Despite being beaten to the extent that his body was covered with numerous large and small wounds, Tion Yun remained alert, his inner self in turmoil, not good. Fang Shen laughed loudly, his laughter echoing in the air, the ultimate long blood god pill. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly reached out to grab it, shouting, it's mine. Without any hesitation, Tion Yun lunged forward, gripping his wrist tightly, promptly halting this blatant act of robbery, his voice slightly threatening, take your dirty hands off it. At that moment, he immediately bent down, opening his mouth towards the divine pill on the ground. Just like that, the long blood god pill settled comfortably in Tion Yun's mouth. Seeing this, Fang Shen and the others gaped in astonishment. He grimaced, shouting angrily and losing control, did you really just eat my long blood god pill? You want to die? Kill him for me. Just as he was trying to swallow the divine pill, Fang Shen lunged towards him. At that moment, a dazzling beam of light suddenly erupted, enveloping him in a glorious aura. Tion Yun resolutely said, even if I die, I won't give you the divine pill. As his words echoed, immediately, the system displayed a message that made Tion Yun widen his eyes. Congratulations to player Tion Yun for successfully activating the crazy level up system. Everything before him seemed to be in chaos. Tion Yun was completely stunned, not understanding what was happening. He wondered, what is that sound? What has happened? Tion Yun placed his hands on the ground and slowly stood up, suddenly realizing, it seems time has stopped. A notification panel from the system unexpectedly appeared before him, leaving Tion Yun dumbfounded. A question mark appeared in his mind, player Tion Yun has gained 1000 experience points. Next, the system suddenly activated, and his body's performance emitted a kind of light that enveloped the entire space. Congratulations echoed, congratulations to player Tion Yun for leveling up, reaching the first level of the refined body stage. Congratulations to player Tion Yun for leveling up, reaching the second level of the refined body stage. Congratulations to player Tion Yun for leveling up, reaching the fifth level of the refined body stage. He could hardly believe his eyes. Tion Yun questioned, crazy level up system? Player, a transparent system panel suddenly appeared, showing the status, loading, in the loading world. He clenched his fists, a surge of power wanting to erupt within Tion Yun's body. He exclaimed, this feeling of power. Harnessing this strength, Tion Yun charged forward and delivered a fatal punch to Fang Shen. He commanded them, get away from me. Seeing him easily defeated, the accomplice turned pale, his eyes wide, shouting loudly in panic, Fang Shen. A wealth of energy surged within him. He stood still, focusing intently on his hands. Tion Yun's eyes blazed with a determined fire, unshakable. He smiled, the power I hold, is this the madness of the leveling system? After swallowing the blood dragon divine pill and inadvertently activating the leveling system, Tion Yun could finally fight back against the outside sect disciples, especially Fang Shen. Clutching his injured spot, Fang Shen incredulously said, you are at the fifth level of the refined body stage. Impossible. In this realm, levels are divided into 9 stages, refined body, spirit tempering, core condensation, nascent spirit, core transformation, pills, spirit king, saint king, and finally divine king. Tion Ling looked down at him, answered coldly, is it possible or not? You just need to come and confirm it yourself. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel astonished. I never expected a dragon blood pill would help me level up this much. Hearing this, Fang Shen was very perceptive and bowed his head. Please spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare ask for your pill again. Tion Ling, with a disdainful expression, stated his terms. One is to leave, and the other is to lie there. I will give you a chance. He trembled, remaining silent. Seeing this, Tion Ling turned and walked away. Suddenly, he drew a dagger from his body, reflecting his cowardly expression. Fang Shen rushed in, seething with resentment, shouting, then go die for me. However, before he could touch Tion Ling keenly turned around, grabbed his neck, and slammed him hard into the ground. Still want to ambush me? Tion Ling tightly gripped the dagger in his hand and forced him to stab himself. After that, he added a kick, sending him flying far away. Finally, Fang Shen lost consciousness. A disciple nearby exclaimed, Fang Shen. At this moment, Tion Ling realized that the dagger was laced with deadly poison. The system screen displayed a notification, congratulating him for defeating a disciple of the Tion Ling sect. In addition, there are skills and pills as rewards. Tion Ling was astonished. Can treasures explode out? Killing monsters can cause treasures to explode. The system displayed the information and current stats of Tion Ling on the screen. He quickly realized, this is exactly the attributes of the game. For a gaming addict like me, this is as easy as flipping my hand over. Tion Ling exclaimed joyfully. The system sent another notification, congratulations player Tion Ling for successfully activating the character, obtaining a new reward, would you like to open it? Of course, Tion Ling chose to open it. The reward included a 10x experience card, 2 recovery pills, and a gift for new players. He happily said, great. Crossed over to this body with no abilities, unexpectedly I have this leveling system. As long as I level up crazily, my attributes will also become crazily strong. Suddenly a choice line caught his attention, huh? So many crazy options. Tion Ling curiously clicked on it. The system revealed information about the skill, specifically that using it would double the usage times of everything. Tion Ling joyfully shouted, everything doubles, and it's at level 1 effectiveness. This is truly a divine skill. He couldn't control himself and smirked. The effectiveness of the cultivation could level up twice, and there was also a double usage effect. This meant that eating 1 pill was equivalent to eating 2. Suddenly, he noticed something. Wait a minute, note that the crazy consumption of 1 point of crazy value every minute. Crazy value, 5 points. The joy was interrupted, and he sighed, damn. Consuming 1 point every minute. Now I only have 5 points, it will be consumed in an instant. What use is that? This is just from killing Fang Shen to get such a reward. This seems a bit too little. While he was focusing on the system information, outside, frantic calls kept ringing out. Fang Shen. Fang Shen. Fang Shen is gone. This caught his attention. The outside sect disciple turned to look at him and accused, you killed Fang Shen. Hearing this, he turned cold, mocked, did I kill him? If he hadn't wanted to kill me, I wouldn't have done that either. Just then, Shaol Yan's voice rang out, what happened? The female disciple of Tianxian Palace exclaimed in shock, oh my god, someone died. Then a voice rose up, Sure Palace Master, what happened? The person who arrived was a disciple of the Tion Ling sect, Fang Yun along with the second elder of the Tion Ling sect, Zhao Long, and other disciples. Lei Yun turned around and softly greeted, Zhao Elder. Fang Yun's face turned pale when he saw the scene before him, and he hurriedly ran to the corpse of his younger brother. After examining closely, he shouted angrily, younger brother, my younger brother is dead. He looked at Tion Yun with a furious gaze and questioned, you killed my younger brother, didn't you? He coldly and frankly replied, they wanted to rob my long blood god pill. I didn't allow it, so they attacked me, I was just retaliating. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple from Fang Shen's faction pointed at him and loudly accused, "We didn't rob his long blood god pill, he's slandering us. We just came here to stroll around, and he attacked us instead." Another disciple chimed in to embellish the story, "That's right, we really just came here to take a walk. Who knew he'd say this is his territory and then launch an attack on us? We didn't even have time to react before being counterattacked. How could our people rob the long blood god pill?" After hearing, Hua Long let out a sigh and spoke, "Sure Palace Master, you owe us an explanation. We allowed our outstanding disciples to join Tion Ling Palace for training." He accused, originally intending to build a good relationship between our two families, "We never expected that after such a trivial matter, we would be punished like this. Does Sure Palace Master want to ruin the relationship between our two families?" Lei Yun crossed his arms and calmly asked, "What do you want then?" Fang Yun stood up, pointed at Tian Yun, and loudly challenged, "You killed my younger brother, I want to engage in a life-and-death duel with you." Hua Long immediately agreed, saying, "That's right, our two families have cooperated and clarified things before. As long as we don't enter the forbidden area, there will be no punishment. Now you've injured our disciple and even killed Fang Shen." He stroked his beard and shamelessly stated, "If we overlook this, it cannot be. We will choose to have a fair duel, selecting him to represent us in a combat sparring match, and regardless of winning or losing, we will let it go." Lei Yun spread his arms, stood in front of his brother, and said, "He is not among the eligible choices. Please choose another disciple." He immediately retaliated, "Palace Master, this is not about whether he falls within the range or not, but he is challenging the authority of the Tion Ling sect. It seems you want to provoke the relationship between the two houses, don't you?" Lei Yun stood her ground, "No, except for him, everyone else can be chosen." As soon as she finished speaking, mocking remarks emerged from the female disciples of Tion Ling Palace behind Tian Yun. "That useless person Tian Yun has insufficient blood qi, if he goes into battle, he will definitely die and let Tion Ling Palace lose as well. That's right, this useless person has caused a big scene again, isn't he just adding more trouble for Tion Ling Palace?" He said nothing, just closed his eyes and accepted it. Hua Long continued to mock, "If I remember correctly, he may be the son born to the previous palace master. It is rumored outside that his blood qi is insufficient and he could die at any time. No wonder Palace Master sure doesn't want him to participate. Thinking about it, allowing a useless person with insufficient blood qi to participate in the competition has no hope at all." He spoke condescendingly, not allowing any refusal. However, now he is challenging the authority of the Tion Ling sect, even if he is a useless person. You must go up to the platform. If not, it is an insult to our Tion Ling sect. His words made Tian Yun clench his fists to suppress his anger. Suddenly, Lei Yun straightforwardly slapped him across the face. Hua Long was supported by his disciple, and in disbelief said, "Sure Palace Master, what do you mean by this? Are you provoking the conflict between our two houses over a useless person?" Lei Yun sarcastically replied, "Say what should be said and leave unsaid what shouldn't. Has Zhao Elder not heard? And if he is a useless person, then what are you lying on the ground? Trash." Hearing this, he stopped his disciple from hitting anyone and spoke up, "Sure Palace Master slapped me, this is clearly an insult to me. This is no longer a simple statement to end everything. If I am not mistaken, why not let him onto the platform?" Hua Long unleashed his imposing pressure, "I am not making it difficult for him, it is him who injured our disciple, and I must have an explanation." Lei Yun also wouldn't back down, radiating remarkable suppressive force, responding, "I will say it one more time, I believe Tian Yun will not hit people recklessly like that. There are those who want to seize his long blood god pill. Are they really so stubborn as to blame all the faults on the people of Tian Yun? Don't hope that I will be polite." Tian Yun looked at the oppressive atmosphere and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the aura of the strong core condensation stage." The female disciples of Tion Ling Palace and the disciples of Tion Ling sect were already holding their weapons, waiting for the order to charge into battle. At this moment, Tian Yun, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "I accept this challenge. I will represent Tion Ling Palace to participate in the match." The female disciples were shocked as they were well aware of his infamous reputation. The system simultaneously issued a mission. Tion Ling frowned, thinking to himself, letting Tian Xian Palace achieve victory, the mission to defeat is exactly in line with my intentions. The system immediately awarded Tion Ling 10,000 experience points, 200 gold coins, and a piece of divine armor. He marveled at the richness of the rewards. Tion Ling contemplated, as long as I can complete this, the rewards will be substantial, especially the experience points. It's just that the quality of the acquired treasure seems a bit low. He calculated, in this world, whether weapons or treasures, they are divided into several tiers, similar to mortal iron, holy weapon, soul artifact, spiritual energy, divine weapon. But it's just a basic task. Even though it's mortal iron, Tion Ling wouldn't bother to pay attention to it. Hua Long didn't realize he had encountered a fierce beast and kept smiling smugly. The party involved has agreed, so the palace master has nothing more to say, right? Lei Yun, anxious, warned Tion Ling, don't talk nonsense, this isn't a joke. He exhaled, if I don't participate in the battle, will I still be considered a man? Tion Ling had made up his mind, no one could stop him, for he believed that a coward who runs away doesn't deserve her protection. Between the two sects, Tion Ling loudly declared his agreement to the duel. She sighed, going along with it, all right, then. Lei Yun confirmed the challenge. He scoffed, okay, we meet on the arena in half a month, and then we will fight to the death, disregarding life and death. He added another condition, the duels of other participants cannot be counted for me. Hua Long contemptuously replied, the wound on his cheek still red and painful, this is a grudge between you two, of course, it can be done. He turned sharply and brought his disciples back. Fang Yun was angry and struck Tion Ling on the head. He gritted his teeth and insisted that he needed to prepare a coffin. Once they were out of sight, Lei Yun ordered the dispersal, and the disciples all bowed and obeyed. They whispered and chatted without care. That useless person has really caused trouble, this time, winning or losing could relate to our sect's quota. Exactly, they dared to agree to the challenge without any ability. Those words clearly reached both of them. Although he was lucky to have killed Fang Shen, Fang Yun is not comparable to Fang Shen at all. She gently reassured, when the time comes, don't force yourself, it's okay to lose, as long as you keep your life, everything will be easy to discuss. Tion Ling smiled confidently, do you believe in me, auntie? Lei Yun was slightly surprised by this question, but quickly nodded firmly, I believe. She affectionately stroked him, worried about his special physique. Tion Ling affirmed that he would win. He smiled and suggested, moreover, even if it means standing to die, I would not be willing to kneel to live. Let me be serious this time. Tion Ling expressed, I don't want you to be gossiped about anymore, and I don't want you to suffer any grievances. Lei Yun was both surprised and touched, momentarily speechless. She tried to hold back a few tears, what are you saying, silly child? He wiped Lei Yun's tears. What silly child? You're not much older than I am, Tion Ling half joked, calling me little brother would be more appropriate. She gave him a strong tap on the head, how rude. At Tion Yun's residence, Tion Ling fumbled, I received the level 5 reward earlier but haven't opened it yet. He wanted to see if there was anything good. The system awarded several items. Congratulations. You have unlocked the lottery function, received 3 recovery pills, the absorption skill, the divine skill from the north, and a gift that has leveled up to level 11. Tion Ling was astonished to receive both the absorption skill and the divine skill from the north. He was extremely excited, I just leveled up to 5 and I've already obtained divine level martial arts. What else can I receive in the future? When checking the lottery, Tion Ling pressed to open it. It appeared with rewards such as, consumables, decorations, equipment, assets, skills, abilities, materials, and even types of magic. He exclaimed excitedly. Tion Ling examined it, consumables occupy almost half, skills and abilities are quite rare, and divine skills are the least. If we go by the ratio, just a 10,000th rate means it's rigged against me. The system asked, because you have successfully activated the draw function of the lottery, we gift you an additional free draw. Would you like to start the draw now? He didn't think twice, it's a free gift anyway. It immediately started up, the clattering sound began to ring out, and Tion Ling trembled with excitement, hoping for a divine skill. He stared intensely at the star icon, gripping his hands tightly to hold back his anticipation. The spinning slowed down, and the result was about to be revealed. Tion Ling was filled with excitement. It must stop at a divine skill. And just as he hoped, the star icon lit up, and he jumped up in celebration. Oh yeah, it's a weapon. The system produced the item. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Ice Power Staff, Tion Ling exclaimed. The Ice Power Staff? It is an ice attribute attack, which reduces movement speed. He calculated, reducing speed is that godly skill. What a pity, this staff is only at the mortal iron level, the lowest rank. But everything can be upgraded, as long as there are conditions to gradually level up. Tion Ling scrolled through a few other items and checked his information panel. The value to upgrade starts at 1000 mastery points. What are these? As long as I gain experience, it should be fine. Tion Ling recalled, but this maddening value actually requires 100,000 points. It's really driving me crazy. The current maddening value is 5 points, all obtained from killing Feng Shen. Is it only possible to gain points by killing monsters? He sighed in frustration. That sounds too terrifying. It's basically asking for a life. Tion Ling was curious. I wonder what the condition for winning the lottery is. It then gave a hint. The lottery system requires 1000 maddening points for one draw. He was astonished. 1000 maddening points. Tion Ling was alert and thoughtful. Forget it, it's better not to interfere with this for now. He knew what to prioritize. His cultivation was currently at the 5th level of the refined body stage. Feng Yun was at least twice as strong as him. It seemed the only thing he could do at the moment was to level up rapidly. Tion Ling was determined. I need to level up my cultivation if I want to win this duel. The night quickly fell, and he was still meditating. Tion Ling felt it was time. He easily slipped out of Tianxian Palace, maneuvering past the female disciples on patrol. Time was of the essence, and Tion Ling dashed quickly, reaching his destination in the blink of an eye. Tion Ling looked around and couldn't help but smile. I've arrived. A pack of white wolves surrounded him. This is truly a tremendous value. Tion Ling was encircled by a pack of snow wolves. He calmly said, it's been a while since I've seen this. His gaze sharpened as he assessed the situation and recalled some memories. Indeed, in my memories, this isn't the first time I've come here. The host's body wanted to take the snow wolf's inner Dan to alter the blood chi within, and as a result, I almost lost my life. At that moment, a large wolf approached. Revealing its sharp fangs, it fiercely charged towards Tion Ling, its blood-red eyes making it even more ferocious. He silently told himself, but now I have. Tion Ling held the lance tightly in his hand, his gaze showing clear determination and high resolve. He struck the snow wolf with a spear, then shouted, I've transformed. Next, Tion Ling was attacked by the entire pack of wolves, eager to devour him alive. Tion Ling gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse, just in time. He lifted the spear to fend off 2 fierce wolves, channeling his internal energy and charging forward without hesitation. With a smug expression, he said, Eagle Claw Technique. Then, he grabbed one wolf and lifted it high. Tion Ling chuckled with delight. The strength of this Eagle Claw Technique is indeed exceptional. Let me try this. Instantly, his eyes gleamed with a golden light, and he shouted excitedly, Great Spirit Absorption Technique. The unfortunate wolf was drained of its strength, and the system displayed a notification, gained 1 experience point, 2 experience points, 3 experience points. He choked the snow wolf's neck, and the Great Spirit Absorption Technique flowed through Tion Ling's arms. The reminder system continuously announced, 12 experience points, 13 experience points. Large veins bulged under the skin, as if there were an overlapping movement between the acupoints. His experience points were increasing day by day, 36 experience points, 37 experience points. The wolf was crushed to death by Tion Ling in a fit of rage, and finally, the notification came through, congratulations on successfully killing the snow wolf, earning 50 experience points and 3 madness points. Afraid of dirtying his hands, he quickly threw the wolf to the ground, marveling at his current strength. no wonder it's called the essence absorbing great art, it devours the energy of others while also enhancing experience. Tion Ling felt as if he had been recharged, his face beaming with excitement. This is really not bad, let's keep going. The entire pack of wolves was mercilessly sent flying, with notifications and madness points appearing. Congratulations on successfully killing the snow wolf, earning 50 experience points and 3 madness points. Congratulations on successfully killing the snow wolf, earning 50 experience points and 3 madness points. Tion Ling also felt a noticeable change in his body. The blood qi in my body is surging, full of inner strength. Each meridian, the steps were agile and graceful like never seen before. He silently rejoiced, his lips unconsciously curling into a smile. From now on, I am a cultivator. Tion Ling took out his new equipment and then took the opportunity to grind experience points. He smiled confidently as he struck repeatedly at the air. The snow wolves fell like they were cut down. There are many more snow wolves, I cannot waste this. It's just the right time to test my equipment. Tion Ling used the new equipment, moving forward, his strength radiating with immense power, shouting, "Frost strike." Immediately, the pack of snow wolves was sent flying, electrical charges bursting forth with a bright glow. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully slain 5 snow wolves, earning 250 experience points and 15 frenzy points." Looking at the equipment in his hand as well as having just witnessed the power of the frost strike, Tion Ling felt quite pleased. The power of this technique is indeed strong. He checked the items in the system inventory and felt excited beyond measure. The experience for a snow wolf is 50 points, with such an effective weapon, it must be used in conjunction with this. Using the experience card 10 times, Tion Ling beckoned provocatively to the pack of snow wolves and confidently said, "You all come together at once." Then, Tion Ling leaped into the air. Seeing this, the pack of wolves charged forward, wanting to tear him apart. Tion Ling could be heard shouting continuously for a long time. After a while, the system repeatedly displayed notifications as if celebrating a victory. "Congratulations, you have successfully killed 7 snow wolves, gaining 3,500 experience points and 21 frenzy points. Congratulations, you have successfully killed 9 snow wolves, gaining 4,500 experience points and 27 frenzy points. Congratulations, you have successfully killed 5 snow wolves, gaining 2,500 experience points." Tion Ling struggled for a time with the wolves, panting heavily and exhausted. The equipment in his hand still radiated a strong evil energy. He stood amidst the bodies of the wolves, powerful energy continued to emanate from Tion Ling's body. The system kept ringing out, "Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to the 6th tier of the refined body stage. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to the 7th tier of the refined body stage." His eyes suddenly became sharp. Under the night sky, the stars shimmered like a galaxy. The space was filled only with the sound of machinery. Congratulations on successfully leveling up to the 8th stage of the refined body stage. His breath was still unsteady, but Tion Ling immediately felt something strange. He quickly turned and focused his gaze in one direction. On the high peak, a wolf was watching Tion Ling, its eyes glowing red, looking at him as if it wanted to tear him apart. He recognized it, it was the Snow Wolf King. Tion Ling looked up and thought to himself, the Snow Wolf King, even its name is golden, it must be a boss. This wolf is truly different from those minions. Suddenly, its eyes blazed with yellow fire, danger radiating from every breath. The system also reminded him, successfully received the mission to kill the Snow Wolf King and eliminate the threat. The reward for completion is 5,000 experience points, summon the Snow Wolf King as a mount. Tion Ling was stunned, a huge question mark appearing in his mind. The reward for this mission is indeed astonishing. Tion Ling smiled, determined to achieve victory. Under normal circumstances, the Snow Wolf King would rather die than become a mount. But I must get the reward for this mission. The Snow Wolf King bared its sharp fangs. It roared with a thundering sound, its eyes gleaming with evil energy. Tion Ling was not to be outdone and charged forward. "Come here, let's settle this once and for all." The two rushed at each other, a burst of light illuminating the sky. The dust from the battle gradually began to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At Tion Ling Palace, a crowd was gathering, their shouts echoing as they searched for his presence. "Where is Tion Yun?" Zhao Hualong pointed directly at Lei Yun and scolded, "Sure, Palace Master, has he been let go by you all?" He glared, visibly upset. "Today you must give me an answer." Fang Yun also angrily chimed in, "If that useless person has run away, what should my brother's vendetta be resolved?" Shi Lei Yun stood there confidently and said, "Tian Yun has stated he will not run, his word is as firm as iron. Please don't be anxious, everyone." Hearing this, Zhao Hualong openly showed disdain. A useless person, what difference does it make if he comes here? Tion Ling Palace killed my disciple first and then broke the promise of a duel. A sect like that does not deserve to enter the Tion Chen legend. Shi Lei Yun listened to the tone and guessed, indeed, it's still to compete for the rankings. He acted righteous and said, if the murderer has already run away, the Tion Ling Palace must. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Why should I run?" It was Tian Yun standing on the roof of the pavilion, opposing what I have agreed to. He looked down, full of confidence, "I will definitely accomplish." When they saw Tian Yun return to this place, everyone showed a skeptical attitude because they all firmly believed he had to have run away a long time ago. There was even a young lady who looked at Tian Yun with a sidelong glance, speculating that he had been hiding in the forest these past days. Moreover, she could feel the change in Tion Yun. In front of those present, he appeared with a slightly bruised figure, but his face was filled with confidence and strength. Seeing this, Fang Yun showed disdain and immediately sarcastically praised, "Still here? It seems you do have some spirit." Just then, from behind, Zhao Hualong couldn't wait any longer and urged, "Since you are here, has the archery competition started yet?" Returning only leads to entanglement. Shi Lei Yun's gaze remained steadfast, with trust in Tian Yun. She silently thought, Tian Yun has finally arrived. From a distance, Zhao Hualong wore a sly smile, secretly pleased as he muttered to himself, with this entanglement, victory is assured. An announcement rang out, 5 rounds. Win 3 rounds, the winner may earn a spot in the fairy tale. Zhao Hualong arrogantly asked, 5 rounds. Win 3 rounds, who will be your representative? In response to this question, Tian Yun merely smirked and replied, "Of course, it will be me." At that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed him. Shi Lei Yun worriedly reminded, "Tian Yun, don't push yourself. Remember, even in a life-and-death duel, you can concede defeat." Hearing this, Tian Yun gently responded, "If I concede defeat, wouldn't that mean I don't deserve your protection?" With that, he walked towards the stage, leaving Shi Lei Yun feeling extremely anxious. Meanwhile, Zhao Hualong ordered, "Fang Yun, you go up for this match." Beside him, Fang Yun replied, "Understood, second elder." With a thought, his younger brother just died at the hands of Tian Yun, he will definitely not hold back. This time that bastard is sure to die. Zhao Hualong smirked cunningly. In this round, life and death don't matter, I can admit defeat, but unless I jump down from this stage, admitting defeat would be meaningless. Now, both sides were filled with intense evil energy. In the face of this closely matched contest, everyone was eager to see the outcome of the battle. Without further hesitation, Fang Yun charged madly to attack. He confidently said, "Useless person, you have no chance of leaving this stage. I will kill you to show you the consequence of killing my younger brother." At this, Tian Yun coldly provoked, "Is that so? Then let me see, go ahead. I'm ready." At these words, Fang Yun became even more furious and rushed forward. He shouted, "Then let me see how much power you have." In an instant, Fang Yun used the demon claw technique, transforming his arms into sharp claws to attack directly at Tian Yun. Seeing this, Shi Lei Yun encouraged him with all his might. "Rest assured, Tian Yun, even if you admit defeat, I will still save you." Hearing this, Zhao Hualong let out a savage laugh and replied, "Do you think you still have a chance?" At that moment, Fang Yun's claw was poised dangerously close to Tian Yun's neck. While he was shouting, "Go die," Tian Yun remained completely still. Then, in an instant, with breathtaking speed, he forcefully grabbed Fang Yun's arm. Using the Great Spirit Absorption technique, Tian Yun, with overwhelming momentum, did not hesitate to absorb Fang Yun's power, causing him to crumble in pain and exclaim, "What?" Outside, Zhao Hualong immediately lost his earlier disdain and wondered in shock, "What kind of skill is that?" Amidst the pain groans, "My spiritual energy," of Fang Yun. Continuous notifications appeared, gained 1 experience point, 2 experience points, 3 experience points. Another notification popped up, 16 experience points, 17 experience points. Yet, Fang Yun was now loudly commanding, "Let me go." The notifications about experience points continued to ring out, with the numbers climbing higher and higher. Moreover, Fang Yun's body had begun to show bulging veins from the depletion of spiritual energy. In a critical situation, Fang Yun had to muster the strength to pull out a small poison dagger. As soon as Shaol Yan saw the trick, she immediately recognized it and rushed over, reminding, "It's poison. Tion Yun is in danger." Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking her way. Zhao Hualong, with a twisted expression, warned, "Sure, Palace Master, don't break the rules." Just when Shaol Yan was exuding her power and commanding, "Get out of the way," a scream suddenly echoed. Fang Yun, trembling, looked at the poison dagger lodged in her chest and whimpered in fear. Without giving the man a moment to recover, Tion Yun swiftly finished the confrontation with a powerful kick to his face, commenting, "More poison, truly like brother, like brother." Seeing her people being beaten mercilessly, Zhao Hualong rushed over, exclaiming, "Fang Yun." He stood dumbfounded, looking at Fang Yun who was gasping for breath. After Fang Yun had passed away, Zhao Hualong sorrowfully called, "Fang Yun." Hearing the announcements ringing out, "Congratulations on successfully killing Fang Yun, disciple of Tion Ling sect. Gained 700 experience points and 20 madness points. Congratulations, you have obtained a loot, a recovery pill." Tion Yun only glanced at the scene of their defeat inside. After following this match, everyone around was buzzing. Is this really Tion Yun? Isn't he a useless person? How can he be so powerful? Even Shaol Yan was puzzled. "Tion Yun, what is going on? The strength you are showing now is no less than that of a 7th or 8th level disciple." With evil energy and a surge of resentment, Zhao Hualong spoke up, "Be ruthless. So your cultivation is actually this high, no wonder you could kill Fang Shen." Hearing this, Tion Yun simply replied, "Their brothers all died under their poisonous sword." He believed, in a life-and-death battle without counterattack, "If you die, it will be me." This statement left Zhao Hualong stunned, exclaiming, "You." He thought to himself, "This brat absolutely cannot be spared." Finally, the announcement sounded, "In the first match, Tion Yun from Tianxian Palace wins." Seeing this, Shaol Yan breathed a sigh of relief and suggested, "Tion Yun, you can come down now." As soon as he finished his sentence, Zhao Hualong forcefully threw Fang Yun aside and continued, "Wait a moment, who said he can come down? Killing a disciple of the Tion Ling sect and still wanting to escape?" He stated the rule, "Since you've already won, you must fight the next few rounds." Upon hearing this, Shaol Yan remarked, "Zhao Elder, you want to kill Tion Yun, but won't let us concede." Seeing Tion Yun win and wanting a rotation, is this how the honorable sect of Tion Ling behaves? She also stepped forward to advise, "Tion Yun, don't force yourself." But suddenly, Tion Yun just called out, "Palace Master." He gritted his teeth and asked, "I'm fine. Do you want me to continue being the useless person they expect me to be?" This left Shaol Yun speechless. Looking at Tion Yun's figure before her, Shaol Yun thought to herself, "Tion Yun has never defied my wishes before, what on earth has happened to him? How could he change so much in such a short time?" Immediately after, Zhao Hualong spoke up, "As long as you remain on the stage, you will soon become a useless person. Mo Cheng, you are up next." As soon as he finished his sentence, the outstanding disciple of the Tion Ling sect, Mo Cheng, replied, "Yes, Zhao Elder." The moment he stepped onto the stage, whispers started to spread, "Mo Cheng, is it him again? This time, he might not fare well. Can Tion Yun still win? He is at the 9th level of cultivation." Facing Tion Yun, Mo Cheng, with a gentle demeanor, suddenly made an observation, "You are indeed very formidable, but your movements are too rigid, your burst of power is too weak, and your speed is too slow. This made Tion Ling a bit wary as he looked up with an innocent expression. Mo Qing proposed, if you can withstand 3 of my moves, I will acknowledge my defeat. In response to his words, Tion Ling confidently affirmed, thank you, Mo senior brother, for your guidance. If 3 moves can defeat me, then you are truly very naive. Hearing this, Mo Cheng's expression immediately hardened. Outside, Zhao Hualong remained self-satisfied, commenting, this kid has some cultivation but is truly delusional, overly arrogant. Without keeping everyone waiting, Mo Qing said, first move. He used the cloud-walking technique and rushed forward, creating illusions to distract Tion Ling. Mo Qing gleefully challenged, can you see my position clearly? Upon seeing the formation, Shaol Yan quickly recognized, this is the remarkable cloud-walking technique of the Tion Ling sect. But facing this move, Tion Ling merely smirked in disdain. Then he forcefully struck Mo Qing, disfiguring his face, along with a mocking remark, is that all you have? At that moment, Tion Ling realized, didn't I hit him? Why has he disappeared? Seeing this, Mo Qing gleefully replied, you think you can touch me with just that? He explained, the cloud-walking technique I used is the unique skill of the Tion Ling sect. What you hit was merely my afterimage. Hearing this, Tion Yun's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, that's a really fast body movement. He angrily cursed, shut up. Go die for me. Then he attacked vigorously, but eventually Tion Yun understood, damn it, another afterimage, I can't hit him at all. Just then, Mo Qing had quietly approached behind him and said, useless person, you can go die now. Tion Yun was caught off guard. Just as he turned around, a sharp claw technique of the eagle claw appeared. The maidens were continuously exclaiming, quickly dodge, young master. It's too late. This time the young master will definitely, but just as Zhao Hualong was smugly judging, not bad. With this move, that useless person won't be left with anything. This is the consequence of offending the Tion Ling sect. Suddenly, a strong beam of light shone down. As the dust gradually cleared, Tion Yun had summoned his claws and captured Mo Qing, causing him to exclaim, what? Tion Yun replied, I was just waiting for this strike to catch you. Seeing this scene, even Zhao Hualong was shouting in shock, Tion Yun also knows the eagle claw technique of my Tion Ling sect. In this situation, Mo Qing frowned and said, you. Then he got furious and forcefully pinned Tion Yun down, creating thousands of large cracks while cursing, you thief, learning the eagle claw technique of my sect. Lifting Tion Yun up, Mo Qing thought, then I will show you what real eagle claw technique is. Even when being controlled by Mo Qing, Tion Yun simply replied, I have no interest in this eagle claw technique at all. All that matters now is that I catch you. As soon as he finished speaking, he executed the spirit absorption technique, causing Mo Qing to immediately turn pale and exclaim, not good. At that moment, the onlookers realized, how strange, just a moment ago, Mo Qing's aura was very intimidating, how could he seem so helpless after encountering the young master? At the same time, Zhao Hualong felt uneasy, it was that evil sect skill again. He ordered, Mo Qing, quickly shake off that useless person. But at that time, Tion Yun was draining Mo Qing's spiritual energy, leaving him more and more exhausted. He mocked, you want to escape from me? At this point, he doesn't even have the strength to stand up anymore. Tion Yun taunted, why are you kneeling on the ground, Mo Qing, you're in a desperate situation this time. In front of him, Mo Qing kept screaming in pain, let go of me. Damn it! Am I really being forced into this state by a useless person like you? At this point, he trembled and decided, why do I not have the strength to fight back? I have lost all faith to live in this world anymore. If that's the case. As soon as he finished his sentence, Mo Qing took out a small marble from his hand. Without hesitation, he said, let's die together. He immediately activated the marble, causing bolts of lightning to suddenly appear. Soon after, the entire space was engulfed in a blinding light. In the face of this scene, Shaol Yan couldn't hide his anxiety and called out, Tion Yun. As the mist gradually faded away, seeing the empty stage with not a single person, Zhao Hualong sighed heavily and concluded, it's all over. Just because that useless person sacrificed a talent like Mo Cheng in vain. What a pity. At that moment, Tion Ling crawled up from a small hole and said, Mo Cheng indeed died in vain, but I am still alive. This made Zhao Hualong's eyes widen in shock as he exclaimed, what? Immediately after, notifications started appearing, congratulations, you have successfully killed Mo Cheng. You have earned 800 experience points, 35 madness value points. Acquired the body movement flying cloud technique, and a recovery pill. Happily stepping out from the ashes, Tion Ling told himself. Fortunately, at the critical moment, I had taken a pill to recover. Floating through the clouds, this time the harvest wasn't bad, it was quite rewarding. The announcement rang out, in the second match, Tion Ling of Tianxian Palace wins. Upon hearing this result, the young ladies from the Heavenly Palace rejoiced and shouted, he won, he really won. The young master is amazing. Young master, you are truly strong. After a prolonged period of anxiety, hearing the news of Tion Ling's victory made Shaol Yan look at him with much relief. Seeing this, Tion Ling gently smiled. Just then, a shout rang out, Tion Ling. Zhao Hualong, with a group of disciples behind him, started causing trouble. In martial arts, one must know when to stop. You practice demonic arts, act ruthlessly, and continuously kill 2 of my disciples. Today, you must give a clear account to my Tion Ling sect. In response to his questioning, Tion Ling coldly countered, your memory is indeed poor. Fang Yun from the first match died from his own poison. He added, and that foolish Mo Cheng from earlier, who caused himself to explode and die, is now laying all the blame on me. The advantage for you is in the life and death duel, is it? The advantage for me is that I know when to end it, right? If you can't bear to lose, then don't challenge me. Tion Yun's words immediately left Zhao Hualong speechless. He stammered, you. Seeing this, Tion Yun provoked, stop talking so much, just send your last person up. I'm in it to win it. Beside them, Shaol Yan quickly interjected, Tion Yun, that's enough, leave the rest to me. At that moment, Zhao Hualong suddenly unleashed his power to assert himself, stating, no. He agreed to the duel, the final match must continue. Shaol Yan was not backing down either, she swiftly used her ice and snow powers to respond, continuing, Zhao Elder, Tion Yun has fought 2 matches in a row, letting someone else compete in the final match shouldn't be considered breaking the rules, right? As the powers of both gradually dissipated, Zhao Hualong persisted, sure Palace Master, this is his own choice. If he wins the final match, then I will give him an additional pill. Everyone around immediately buzzed, pills. It can allow users to directly break through from refined body stage to spirit tempering stage. This really is a big investment. At that moment, Tion Ling scoffed and remarked, oh, a pill. I didn't expect to have such luck, I accept this match. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hualong instantly showed confidence and urged, if that's the case, let's quickly proceed to the next match. He thought to himself, as long as this kid agrees, I will have the chance to finish him off. At that time, Shaol Yan anxiously called out, Tion Yun. Without much talk, Tion Yun reassured her, don't worry, I won't let the time drag on. Zhao Hualong ordered, Zhao Feng, you will fight the final match. Don't hold back, cripple him. He made a suggestion, I will help you solve your problem, as long as you win against him. Hearing this, Zhao Feng, with his muscular build, spiritedly replied, no problem. This time, Tion Yun would have to face an opponent who was significantly larger, the elite disciple of the Tion Ling sect. Zhao Feng stepped onto the arena, boasting loudly, you killed our people, and I will make you pay for it. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his staff onto the ground. With a fierce, bloodthirsty demeanor, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, look at Zhao Feng's long lance, it must weigh at least 300 to 400 kilograms. Can someone at the 7th level of the refined body stage really handle such a heavy weapon? Shaol Yan also thought to himself, it seems Elder Zhao has already planned everything. Since it's impossible to win in close combat against Tion Yun, he has begun to let his disciples use weapons. A shorter distance brings more power. This time, it won't be easy for Tion Ling to fight up close. This kind of miraculous skill will likely be difficult to execute. With eyes filled with evil energy, Zhao Feng disdainfully proposed, "I won't fight you barehanded, I'll give you a chance to get a weapon." Hearing this, Tion Ling sighed, "Your long lance has quite a considerable might." Shaol Yan from below the arena spoke up, "Tion Ling, do you need a weapon?" But with a gaze full of confidence, Tion Ling affirmed, "No, I don't need it. Cousin, I already have a weapon." Tion Ling coldly looked at Zhao Hualong from the arena, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. He spoke to him with a tone of disdain, "What's the difference whether I use a weapon or not?" Shaol Yan watched Tion Ling from below, unable to hide her worry. She urged him, "Tion Ling, how can your weapon compete with him?" Shaol Yan understood well that his body movement was not strong, even dodging attacks took a lot of energy, let alone engaging in close combat. Zhao Feng did not hesitate long and immediately unleashed his power, transforming into a gigantic, muscular figure. "You reckless fool, since you seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Compared to Zhao Feng now, Tion Ling was just a small figure, but his spirit was very resilient. He calmly replied, "Please." As soon as he finished speaking, several powerful spears shot straight up from the ground, catching Tion Ling completely by surprise. Zhao Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He shouted loudly to summon the spears to attack him, "Harmless dragon." Noticing the abnormality in Zhao Feng's eyes, Shaol Yan realized that Zhao Hualong had used a pill, acting with excessive frenzy. In this situation, she hurriedly shouted, informing Tion Ling, "Quickly leave the arena." The spears that had previously been firmly planted in the ground surrounded him. The man used his massive lance, heading straight towards him. The spectators shouted loudly, "He's being hit again. How brutal." However, Tion Ling showed no signs of worry and smiled confidently. Tion Ling quickly executed the floating cloud technique. He split into several different Tion Lings to distract Zhao Feng. The man was completely astonished by his ability and shouted, "You know the floating cloud technique?" Zhao Feng was determined to attack, slicing through as many clones as he could. Gradually, he lowered his body to the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he was quickly frozen. Zhao Feng shouted in panic as the ice covered most of his muscular body. Everything happened too quickly for him to counterattack. "What is this?" With that, his body became locked as a massive chunk of ice. The sound of ice shattering rang out in the midst of the battle, and Zhao Feng's body split into hundreds of pieces. Tion Ling's gaze was full of satisfaction, his lips curling into a victorious smile. After that attack, he was panting heavily but was very cheerful, "We have won." In the face of his victory, all the disciples were completely surprised. In the face of his disciples' defeat, Zhao Hualong was entirely furious, his teeth clenched. "What is going on? Not only does he know the eagle claw technique, but he also knows the cloud step. Furthermore, he possesses many evil sect skills like that." The announcement rang out, Tion Ling of Tianxian Palace wins. Everyone in the sect was overjoyed, "We won. Our young master has won." Shaol Yan breathed a sigh of relief, "It's finally over." Tion Ling was happy, and the system sent out an announcement, "Congratulations to player Tion Ling for successfully killing disciple Zhao Feng of Tion Ling sect. Earned 700 experience points, 30 madness points." He looked up, focusing on the system announcements, "Congratulations to player Tion Ling for completing the side quest, receiving 1000 experience points, receiving angel's armor, 200 gold pieces." He was satisfied with the items received after this victory. "Congratulations to player Tion Ling for leveling up, reaching the first level of the spirit tempering stage." Tion Ling intently looked at his information panel. Player Tion Ling, level 11, first floor of the spirit tempering stage. Experience points, 1573/300,000, frenzy value, 698 points. He was very satisfied. "I've obtained an angelic armor and received 200 taels of gold, enough to last for a while." After this victory, Tion Ling leveled up. Along with that, he received a skill gift pack, with proficiency in the Absorbing Spirit Great Method at 378/1000. The skill Eagle Claw technique has a proficiency level of 378/1000. Protective equipment, Snow Wolf boots, skills, Floating Cloud movement. Swordsmanship skill, Falling Dance. He felt content. I am qualified to open the level 11 gift pack now. At the duel venue, Shaol Yan stepped forward and said, Zhao Elder, our Tion Ling Palace has won this match, so leave the items and go. The disciples of the Tion Ling sect vehemently disagreed, arguing fiercely, he is not a disciple of Tion Ling Palace. Tion Ling Palace has never accepted male disciples, this does not count. That's right. He can only be considered an outside sect disciple at most, so how could he represent Tion Ling Palace? Tion Yun looked at Zhao Hualong and reminded him, Zhao Elder, your disciple is still slapping your face. His face wrinkled, his brows furrowed in discomfort as he asked, how do you know the unique martial arts of my Tion Ling sect? The young man shyly rubbed his head and smiled brightly, such a simple skill, just one look and I know. So this is the secret that has been passed down in your faction. Is that all there is to it? At Tion Yun's words, Zhao Hualong was furious, you. Shaol Yan stepped forward, and Tion Yun tactfully spoke to him, Zhao Elder, you have lost, and you must acknowledge it. It's time to leave a bit of dignity for Tion Ling sect. Zhao Hualong was so enraged he couldn't say a word, he threw the item back and turned to leave, back to the sect. The velvet box fell to the ground, and the spirit orb could not withstand the impact and rolled out, slowly tumbling towards Tion Yun and Shaol Yan. He sighed helplessly, it seems I've made enemies with them again. He watched the people of Tion Ling sect leave, paying special attention to Zhao Hualong. In his heart, there was a slight anticipation, he really wanted a detonating punch for him. This guy was a boss-level character, he wondered what would explode from this. Both of them returned to the sect together. Shaol Yan asked curiously, having continuously defeated 3 disciples of the Tion Ling sect, your cultivation, Tion Yun, must have broken through to the peak of the refined body stage, right? Tion Yun turned to explain, well, it's a bit higher than that. She looked at him, her face slightly worried, and asked, the first level of the spirit tempering stage. Tion Yun, you clearly couldn't cultivate before. You have to tell me what happened, how did you, who couldn't cultivate at all, break through to the spirit tempering stage? Tion Yun blushed from the compliment. He rubbed his nose, feeling pleased, actually, in the past few days, a mysterious strong person came here to help me, allowing me to cultivate. My cultivation can also break through a lot. Tion Yun thought to himself, is this excuse a bit too far-fetched? But I don't really want to say that I crossed over here. She was perplexed, a mysterious strong person. Could it be someone your father sent to help you? Tion Yun felt embarrassed, that is quite possible. The mysterious powerful figure did not reveal any information at all, only saying that I must diligently cultivate. Shaol Yan sighed lightly, her tone a bit reproachful. Honestly, that appearance of yours lacking any energy has deceived even me. Tion Yun forced a smile, well, I just wanted to give you a surprise. He thought to himself, it really is impossible to pretend like that. As night fell, it enveloped the entire sect. In his room, Tion Yun sat by the window, quietly reflecting. Tion Yun was eager, finally, I have some free time to open the level 11 gift package. He opened his eyes and called out, system. Instantly, the system appeared, and he quickly searched for the item package he had just obtained. Tion Yun clicked on the gift package, unable to help but feel anticipation. I wonder what will come out of this gift package, I'm a bit excited. The system announced, congratulations, you have obtained primary mastery of all professions. Countless items appeared before him, primary refined pill technique, primary forging, and primary divine text. The next items Tion Yun could receive were a level 10 gift package lottery draw. He quickly collected all the items. For Tion Yun, every item is an important means. Even if it's just a basic skill, these things have been very useful to me. Moreover, they are equivalent to the existence of third grade in this world. In this world, regardless of the profession, there are divisions, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, great master, grandmaster, and creator. He thought of the hierarchical diagram in cultivation. The existence of third grade, no matter the field, represents a decent level, at least it is not the level of someone who has just accessed a sect. Tion Yun analyzed the information provided by the system. Tian Xian Palace has always entrusted outsiders to refine pills and forge weapons. But from now on, there is no need to rely on others anymore. Although it is just a basic level, practicing more will allow for corresponding level upgrades. He looked forward to the lottery opportunity. Now there's an additional chance to win a prize, this cannot be wasted. Tion Yun was excited, smiling with delight, this really makes one look forward to it. As he opened the lottery system, someone's voice echoed, divine skill, I want divine skill. The system displayed countless lines of text in white on a blue background. Divine skill. Congratulations to player Tion Yun for obtaining the divine skill, the lucky halo. Hearing this, he couldn't contain his sparkling eyes. He really had obtained the divine skill. He picked up the book and flipped through a few pages. The system continued to announce, the lucky halo, luck increased significantly by 5 times, consuming 1 value point per second. He was slightly surprised, luck increased significantly by 5 times. He squinted a bit. Could it be that after opening it, he would find money everywhere? Saying this, he walked towards the door to check it out. As soon as he stepped outside, the system displayed continuous announcements, consuming 1 value point madly, consuming 1 value point madly, consuming 1 value point madly. He pouted, scoffing, indeed a divine skill, even the consumption is so divine. Shaol Yan saw him and raised her hand to signal, young master. He looked up, Shaol Yan. A warm smile appeared on her face, the palace master told me to inform you, tomorrow morning go to the discussion hall. Suddenly, her legs bumped into each other, and she fell against him. The two people shyly clung to each other to maintain their balance. Lips touching lips, eyes meeting eyes, both blushed with embarrassment. She suddenly jumped away, still blushing. Sorry, young master, I didn't mean to. She ran off, and he stood there as if someone had captivated him. Having a lucky romantic fate is still considered a blessing, isn't it? In another room, someone spoke up, Palace Master, this absolutely cannot happen. This fundamentally does not comply with the rules and will ruin our reputation. Tion Yun slowly walked in, and the voice continued, indeed, Tion Yun's cultivation level is too low, how can he represent Tian Xian Palace to enter the Tian Chen ruins? When everyone saw him enter, they stopped discussing. Tion Yun, you're just in time. Shaol Yan stood up and declared emphatically, I want to announce 2 things. First, I want to make Tion Yun an official disciple of Tian Xian Palace. Second, the quota for the Tian Chen ruins will be his, so he will take it all. The face darkened and remained speechless, the second elder frowned, clearly displeased, I do not agree. Even if he goes in there, he won't gain any advantage. It is clear that losing one's life is a waste of the quota. The second elder of Tian Xian Palace, her gaze sharp as iron, said, there is more than half a year until the ruins open, and now Tion Yun has already broken through to the second stage of the spirit tempering stage. He meets the qualifications to enter the ruins, so what's the problem? She turned her head, what? He has broken through to the spirit tempering stage. Her eyes drooped. Second elder, I know exactly what you are thinking. You want to give this quota to your direct disciple. This quota is something Tion Yun earned by winning 3 consecutive battles, and it is what he deserves. She felt a bit soft-hearted and was no longer irritable. As she walked, she said, this quota for the Tian Chen ruins will belong to Tion Yun. Shaol Yun did not turn her head, but her eyes did. Did the other elders have any objections? The girls did not say a word, no. She stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, Tion Yun, you must work hard in your cultivation. When the time comes to enter the Tian Chen ruins, it will be a fortuitous opportunity for you. He smiled, I won't let everyone down. The system panel reappeared, success received the main clue, completed the task of conquering the fairy tale Tian Chen. The reward obtained is the control over the fairy tale Tian Chen, 100,000 experience points, 10,000 madness points, and an infinite sword. Wow! The main quest has been unlocked. His expression showed no emotion. The control over the fairy tale Tion Ling. Can this fairy tale be controlled? But from this reward, one can discern the difficulty of the task, which is definitely not low. Shaol Yan looked directly at the door. Everyone was also looking towards the main entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now preparing to start forging weapons. I wonder if the invited blacksmith, the great master Kong, has arrived. The Grand Elder gently reported, he is resting in the palace now, I will invite him in. Grand Elder of Tion Ling Palace, she sat down beside him. I will let the great master Kong forge a weapon specifically for you. That set looks decent, but you need to choose either a sword or a spear, it will be very beneficial for your combat. Tion Ling placed his hand on his forehead and smiled lightly, well, that's fine then. I feel that the opponent will not be able to craft any good weapons. Although Bang Swang holds the rank of Mortal Iron, its effectiveness is quite disappointing. Someone shouted loudly, Kong Great Master is here. A man walked in with confidence. Great Master, please take a seat. He sat down on a chair, his hand gripping a string of beads. This person's cultivation level was not low, at least at the 4th or 5th level of the spirit tempering stage. Kong Great Master's cultivation was even lower than the elders here, yet everyone still called him Great Master. The reason is simple, he is a 3rd grade artisan and can craft weapons of spiritual energy level. Once he sat down, she slowly discussed, Kong Great Master, I would like to trouble you to create 3 spiritual energy weapons for me. The price is negotiable. Kong Great Master sighed, spiritual energy is not easy to craft, of course, the price won't be low either. He fiddled with the beads, his eyes moving, alright, I can create 3 pieces of spiritual energy, but I have 3 conditions. If they are not satisfied, I won't be in the mood to craft anything. She and he began to negotiate. Firstly, it is for my disciples to join Tion Ling Palace and become outer sect disciples. That's fine, he lifted the tea cup, blowing on the hot tea as he spoke. The second condition is the materials for the 3 pieces of spiritual energy, or money, you must provide the funds for me to purchase them myself. She felt this condition was acceptable, this is not a problem, I just need to know how much it costs. He whispered, not high, just 10,000 taels of gold will suffice. Shaol Yan felt a bit anxious after hearing this, 10,000 taels of gold. That's a heavenly grade, that's equivalent to 3,000 taels of gold. Only then can one buy a piece of spiritual energy. She hesitated slightly and wanted to negotiate a bit, can the price be lowered a bit? He showed clear disdain, his mouth curling up, this price is already very low. Sure Palace Master, I believe you understand the price of spiritual energy. If it were outside, it would be at least 50,000 taels for 1 piece, my place is considered low in comparison. She found herself powerless, alright then, are there any other conditions? The sect of Tion Ling Palace is not considered large, it has already suffered quite a bit of loss in a short time. Later, transportation will be a bit difficult again. But he did not immediately state the 3rd condition, remaining silent for a long time while continuing to twist the prayer beads. In fact, it's not a difficult matter, the truth is that I have my eyes set on a disciple here. If you can allow me to form a Tao partner, I will give you these 3 pieces of spiritual energy. Someone asked curiously, who is it? He pointed to Shaol Yan, it is her. Shaol Yan was startled and ran to Tion Ling's side, young master. He frowned slightly but remained calm, if Shaol Yan agrees, it is no problem, however, if she does not agree and is forced, then I will absolutely not agree. The second elder made a mocking gesture, adding a hint of sarcasm. Shaol Yan, being favored by Kong Great Master is your fortune, so hurry over here. Shaol Yan's talent isn't high, marrying her off for 3 pieces of spiritual energy would still be a bargain. She clutched his sleeve tightly, I don't want to get married off. He became furious, tightening the prayer beads in anger, I am a 3rd grade formation master. After following me, you will enjoy many resources. Even later, we will rise to the great master level 4 and 5. Don't you want to join me? She still firmly refused. Thank you for your kind offer, calm great master, but I temporarily do not wish to find a Tao partner. I hope you can understand. Calm great master shouted in anger, damn it, aren't you just a maid? How dare you refuse me? If you don't agree to become my Tao partner, then you can go invite someone else for this spiritual energy cultivation mission. Silence was long enough. Lei Yun spoke up, then just get out. He gaped, what? She gave him a disdainful look, I call you calm great master out of respect, but I didn't expect you to be unable to propose and yet insult my disciple. With this level, no one cares. He made a monkey face, pointing, is this the way you treat guests at Tion Ling Palace? You will regret it. Second elder grabbed her wrist, Shaol Yan, what are you thinking? This is calm great master. She snapped, if you can marry him. The sparrow has transformed into a phoenix, getting whatever it desires. Tion Yun stood in front of her, blocking the way, and shouted back, a sparrow turned into a phoenix? Shaol Yan has always been a phoenix, how could she be a sparrow? It seems that Kong the Great Master has done this kind of thing more than once. Suddenly, his face showed a hint of cunning, his tone indifferent, isn't it just about creating spiritual energy? I know that too. The unique architecture of Tion Ling Palace has a distinctive style that cannot be found anywhere else. Lei Yun was still hesitating, Tion Yun, I don't think you are being polite to Kong the Great Master. Becoming a master of the Tao is definitely not something that can be achieved overnight. Even if Tion Yun has a fortuitous encounter, it can't happen. Kong the Great Master opened his mouth to disdain others. With your virtue, do you think you could create spiritual energy? Without hesitation, he loudly criticized Tion Yun, I've heard that you are a useless person without blood qi. Are all the members of Tion Ling's sect just disabled? Even you can win. He was not afraid at all and remained extremely calm. If I could create a piece of spiritual energy, what would you say? Unexpectedly, Kong the Great Master turned out to be such a generous person. If you can create a spiritual energy item, then I will give this spiritual energy to you. He is making things difficult for himself just for a moment of pride. From now on, I will use my head to move forward. Unexpectedly, after being rejected by the maid, he was insulted by a crippled man. In the mind of Kong Great Master, a plot had been brewing for a long time. If you can't create it, then you have to marry her to me, how about that? I have shown respect but you refuse. Now, even if this little girl agrees to marry me, I will only treat her as a maid. Tion Yun, who has never feared heaven or earth, loudly defended her. Shaol Yan is not merchandise, I will not gamble with her. If I can't produce the spiritual energy, I will self-harm and cut off one of my arms. It seems he is determined to compete with Tion Yun. Good, you have spirit. If you cut off an arm, then you won't even be better than a useless person. If you regret it later and Tion Ling Palace does not provide me with a clear explanation, don't blame me for being rude. Tion Yun was fully confident in response to his challenge, no problem. He immediately went to meet Lei Yun. Palace Master, please provide me with the materials to craft spiritual energy, Tion Yun stated confidently. Right now, I want to create a piece of spiritual energy. A message was sent from the system, and the player Tion Yun accepted the task to craft a piece of spiritual energy. The reward for the task was 5,000 experience points, the immortal fire skill, and an everlasting effect. This skill could be used to craft higher-level treasures, refine pills, or for offensive use. It was of ordinary grade. The second elder scolded him, fearing that this matter would implicate others in the sect. Are you insane? You dare to speak about this? Quickly apologize to Kong the Great Master. Tion Yun's argument was sharper than a knife. Shaol Yan is not an object for you to exchange for spiritual energy. If Kong the Great Master is so exceptional, why don't you marry him? She was so angry that she was at a loss for words. You. Shaol Yan was touched by his sincerity. Young master. Because of this, Lei Yun trusted Tion Yun even more. You were indeed right before, now I will take you to the forging room to craft a spiritual energy for them to see. He still felt a bit worried. Cousin, do you believe in me? She looked at Tion Yun with a warm gaze. We are all family, if you don't believe me, then who else would? The second elder briefly introduced the refining room. This is the material to create spiritual energy, but we have only prepared 5 sets to guard against several failures. It was unclear where he got his confidence, but he boldly asserted, "That's enough, I cannot afford to fail." Great Master Kong was very annoyed but couldn't do anything about it. At the current level, the success rate for creating spiritual energy is only 50%, yet this kid dares to talk so arrogantly. He then turned to ask Lei Yun for advice. "Do you know how to forge weapons?" Lei Yun picked out a familiar item for him, a long sword. The Tion Ling Palace mainly uses long swords. To everyone's surprise, Tion Yin readily agreed. He took the materials for creating spiritual energy and pondered carefully. The flames in this furnace are all ordinary, therefore, igniting them will be a little more difficult. Great Master Kong remained as arrogant as ever. Pretending, let's see how long you can endure. This kid only knows how to flaunt his power, either deliberately trying to lower the prices with me or trying to buy time. She immediately advised Lei Yun, "Palace Master, you can't do this. I know you are indulging him, but if we fail and offend Master Kong, how will we enter the Tianqin Fair without weapons?" She placed all her hopes on Tion Yun's shoulders. "I will take on all the consequences." It seems the second elder was very dissatisfied with this. "If we fail, we will report to the old ancestors, and then everything will be decided by them." Lei Yun did not care and replied, "Whatever. You actually have the mindset to sacrifice your own happiness." "Palace Master, should I agree with Master Kong?" Lei Yun kept his eyes on him. "Trust Tion Yun." Tion Yun's breath had become heavy without him realizing, and he randomly picked up a material to show. Who would have thought that Tion Yun would mix all the materials together in one burn? The loud explosion in the furnace could not harm him. Seeing this, he was very pleased, so it turns out he is a fool, throwing all the materials in at once. This is the behavior of a fool. Kong Great Master believed that Tion Yun was salvaging his own image. Even if you want to put on an act, there's no need to pretend like this. His smugness was evident on his face. It's a pity that such good material has been wasted. If it were me, at least I would have a success rate of 50%. Originally, it could have produced a spiritual energy, but now it has become a heap of uselessness. Suddenly, Kong Great Master jumped in surprise. Witnessing Tion Yun personally crafting, he could not believe his eyes. He is controlling the essence of the material and condensing it together. This is impossible. Doing so requires a very strong control. The Grand Elder squinted closely. Could it really be successful? She began to speculate. This kid not only has impressive cultivation but also knows how to refine qi. Could it be that Lei Yun ordered him to hide his talents? The sword he personally forged was different from ordinary weapons. This was as easy as pie for Tion Yun. It's almost ready to come out. The weapon forge was about to explode due to him. Things were better since the sword had basically been controlled. The system sent a notification, "Congratulations to player Tion Yun for completing the mission, earning 5,000 experience points, and acquiring the Eternal Flame skill." He felt a sense of relief. Very good, the skill is now in hand. Another message was sent, "Basic forging technique, proficiency 10 out of 1,000. He couldn't help but be astonished when Tion Yun tested his knowledge. "Kong Great Master, can you confirm if this is spiritual energy or not?" Lei Yun was eager to help him verify. "This is indeed a spirit sword. Does Kong Great Master want to try it?" Kong Great Master had no choice but to accept the truth. "No need." He turned his face, quicker than flipping a pancake. "I see that your Tion Ling Palace is intentionally trying to let this kid pretend not to know how to refine qi to bully me." He didn't want to waste valuable time, so he gently reminded Kong Great Master, "I told you before I don't know how to refine qi, right? Since we're playing, we must accept it. Give me the spiritual energy, and use your head next time." He remained stubborn and refused to admit his mistake. "Don't bully me too much. I lost this round because you set a trap to harm me. You simply don't genuinely want to invite me to forge weapons, do you?" Tion Yun did not want to spar with him. "Ridiculous. If it weren't for your unreasonable pressure, why would I step out here?" He was unashamedly speaking on behalf of everyone. Although we in the Tion Ling Palace are all women, it is the women here who are truly in charge, not you. Indeed, Tion Yun was not only progressive in her thinking but also one who would repay grievances. Women also have their own choices, and they are not commodities. I hope in the future, when you speak, you will show some respect to women. You can leave now, just don't forget to use your head on the way out. Kong the Great Master relied on his status as an elder and shamelessly broke his promise. You want me to use my head to leave? You have no right to say that. Don't let Lei Yun get angry, or even porridge would turn into rice. So do I have the right or not, Kong the Great Master? Once an agreement is made, shouldn't it be honored? She would absolutely not allow anyone to bully him. Earlier, Tion Yun had bet by cutting off one of her own arms. Kong the Great Master thought leaving behind a bit of spiritual energy would count as an end. He quickly left to avoid any gossip. Alright, I won't argue with you today. We still have spiritual energy that has not been fully cultivated. I will remember all of you. This matter will not end so easily. How could Tion Yun spare Kong Great Master after he insulted Shaol Yan? Do you want to threaten others and leave? He kicked Kong Great Master straight in the back. Get lost. He flew out of the Tion Ling Palace, accompanied by a sky-piercing scream. The second elder was afraid that the powerful figures behind Kong Great Master would take revenge. Palace Master, this is too much. Kong Great Master holds a significant position in Tian Noyet City. If he really brings someone to suppress us, what should we do? Tion Yun was indeed a noble man, standing tall and firm. I will bear the full responsibility for this. I am just an outsider disciple, and what has been done has nothing to do with Tion Ling Palace. She only wanted immediate benefits without considering the long-term consequences. You do know how to create spiritual energy, but overall, you are not much higher than Kong Great Master. This cannot form any significant advantage. Moreover, without any connections, the future of Tion Ling Palace seems very concerning. He gathered more materials to prove his strength. What you mean is, if my level improves a bit, they will dare not say anything anymore, right? If that's the case, then I will refine a few more pieces of spiritual energy, and the elders will realize it soon enough. The second elder was extremely shocked. What? Tion Yun seriously gathered his energy before crafting the spiritual energy. The green flame in his hand was shaped into a sphere. The power displayed earlier had left the two present elders in awe. What kind of flame is this? It was also the first time Lei Yun had witnessed such a phenomenon. I didn't expect Tion Yun to be able to control such a special flame. It means that before, when facing Kong the Great Master, he hadn't revealed his full strength. Just a glance and she guessed, this is undying fire, truly something good. The system immediately updated the information. Congratulations, player Tion Yun has gained 50 proficiency points. The second elder was also amazed, that's mid-grade spiritual energy. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes as they watched Tion Yun forge the weapon. Elders, how do you think my level compares to Kong the Great Master? The Grand Elder had no further comments. I am fully convinced. She had to accept the reality. Palace Master, if there's nothing else, I will return now. From now on, I will follow all your orders. Tion Yun wanted to help everyone with his small actions. Then I will take the remaining materials to continue crafting, so that all the elder sisters will have spirit swords. Let's see if anyone dares to bully Tion Ling Palace anymore. A message was sent from the system. Congratulations to player Tion Yun for accepting the refined chi task arranged by Lei Yun. The reward is 5,000 experience points, and Lei Yun's favorability has increased by 10 points. He was so used to this that he was not surprised. Received a mission again, this time with favorability. Tion Yun was curious about the new feature. Can I see my aunt's favorability towards me? Lei Yun was confused when she saw him questioning the number above her head. What does 330 points mean? Finally, the system explained. Favorability levels, titles. 0 points, a chance meeting. 10 points, casual acquaintances. 100 points, good friends. 200 points, family, lovers. 300 points, inseparable in life and death. Just thinking about it, Tion Yun didn't dare to imagine. Live or die, we won't part. He blushed shyly, both cheeks turning red. Turns out Shaol Yan's affection for him was that strong. Even the system was surprised by what he had achieved. Congratulations, player Tion Ling, for completing the mission. You've received 5,000 experience points and gained 10 affection points from Shaol Yan. Congratulations on successfully leveling up to the second layer of the spirit tempering stage. Primary forging technique, proficiency 310/1000. Tion Ling felt a bit disappointed. Out of materials already, she touched the weapon in disbelief, as if it were a dream. We're out for now, but I really can't believe it actually succeeded. These are all mid-grade weapons. At this point, he had already mastered the necessary skills in the palm of his hand. As long as you let me keep forging, I can make as many as you want. By the way, do you have any elixirs? I can also refine pills. Lei Yun seemed reassured. Is that so? Then Tian Xian Palace won't have to rely on anyone else anymore. It's just that we don't have any elixirs at the moment. I'll send someone right away to purchase some, including materials for refining qi. Go out and buy them. Auntie, why don't we just go buy them? Let's sell these spiritual energies for materials, we will refine many better things. You can go, consider it a training opportunity. It's a pity I can't go down the mountain with you, I'll send 2 people to accompany you. They are both teammates who entered the Tian Chen fairy tale this time. Take this opportunity to get to know them a bit, it will help with coordination when you enter together. Greetings, young master. Hello, young master. I hope both of you senior sisters will take good care of me. This level of friendliness is a bit better than our first meeting, but even if it's just a little, perhaps it's due to this time's creation of new spiritual energy, which has changed their perception. Tion Ling, take this storage ring, it contains some gold and the spirit sword that you made before. Thank you, Auntie. This is really convenient, I can store quite a few items. Carrying many things around is quite cumbersome. When we return, we'll definitely fill it up before heading back. Accept the mission, buy materials, and return to Tian Xian Palace. The reward for completion is 10,000 experience points and 1,000 gold. A lottery chance, promotion, 20 favorite points. We have to go to Tianfeng City, right? That's right, young master. Tianfeng City is the most bustling trading city around here. Calm Great Master was chased back before, it seems he has some connections with several major families in the city. I hope I don't run into them, I'm still not over my anger. If I didn't fear causing trouble for Tian Xian Palace, would have acted long ago. Tianfeng City is indeed lively. Everyone, get out of my way. Don't block the road. Step aside. It's the carriage of Duanshan sect. All of you stand to the side, if you don't want to die, don't block the road. Who is this person to be so arrogant? Shoo, be a little quieter. No wonder they are so arrogant, this is the carriage of Duanshan sect, a force of considerable status in Tianfeng City. No way, the strength of Duanshan sect is even higher than Tion Ling sect, and they are one of the forces that will enter the Tianchen legend, holding 4 quotas as well. Duanshan sect. The carriage just now was made with spiritual energy they crafted themselves. If it's not an ultra-strong character, it basically can't damage this carriage. Do you want to take on the mission to defeat the arrogant disciple of the Maoyang gang, a disciple of the Duanshan sect? Completing the mission will reward you with 5,000 experience points, proficiency in crafting skills, 500 proficiency points, and 500 gold. A random mission, you say? Of course, I'll accept it. I didn't expect the system to have this capability, to automatically search for random missions. However, this mission seems different from the main quests, I can decide whether or not to complete it. The rewards are quite generous, and right now I also have a lucky ring, so wouldn't that mean I could potentially gain even more rewards? Young master, we've arrived at Tianfeng Pavilion. Qin Shui called out, young master, let's go inside. Tian Yun replied, Inside the pavilion, there was a girl struggling with a man. Lu Li, you said you would give 8 taels. I've heard from others about the price of jade grass already. She was teary-eyed and said, each plant is at least 10 taels, what gives you the right to only offer me 3? The man Lu Li laughed mischievously, grabbing the girl's hair and deceitfully responded, Tianfeng Pavilion is currently buying jade grass for only 4 taels. We only take a small amount of compensation. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for taking action. The girl was lifted up, her limbs struggling incessantly. Why did the price suddenly drop so low? You must have swallowed it all, right? Return it to me quickly. An Ling turned her head to call Tion Yun. This happens every day, young master, let's go inside. Tion Yun unexpectedly walked in the other direction, causing her to call out again, young master. Success. The mission has been accepted, to help the innocent girl Ling Jun. Rewards received, 1,000 experience points, Ling Jun's favor increases by 100 points, and 5 virtue points. The girl desperately bit Lu Li's hand. He felt a sharp pain, released his hand, held his own, and gritted his teeth. It hurts like hell. He got furious, raised his hand to slap down. Do you dare to bite me, you little brat? Get lost. The girl, scared, hugged her head to endure it when a loud slap echoed. She squinted to see, Tion Yun had grabbed Lu Li, making him unable to move. Dear friend, the price of the spiritual fruit is really sold for 10 taels of silver. He tilted his head, grimacing as he asked, are you bullying the weak with your strength? Lu Li angrily swung his fist, what does it have to do with you? The righteous Ling Jun jumped out to block Tion Yun, shouting, be careful. Lu Li punched forward, shouting, get out of my way. Tion Yun was even quicker, slapping him hard. The powerful slap caused Lu Li's mouth to bleed, knocking out several teeth. Lu Li, his face covered in wounds, looked back at Tion Yun, you bastard, do you know who I am? Tion Yun released his spiritual energy, glaring at him and threatening, I don't need to know who you are, but I advise you to spit out all the silver you've swallowed. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to give you a few more slaps. Lu Li's eyes widened as he suddenly realized he was facing a cultivator. He immediately knelt before Tion Yun, I'm sorry, please spare me, I promise I won't cause trouble again. Tion Yun coldly replied, get lost. Ding! Congratulations to player Tion Yun for completing the mission, receiving 1,000 experience points, gaining 100 favor points from Ling Jun, and 5 reputation points. Lu Li, spared from death, fled in a panic. Ling Jun's favor points reached 100. She took out a silver ingot and handed it to Tion Yun, benefactor, this is your reward. She bowed her head, feeling embarrassed. We cannot give too much to others, otherwise, my younger siblings will not have enough food to eat. Tion Yun returned the silver ingot to her, suggesting, I do not need the silver, I just want to know if you would like to join our Tianxian palace. Ling Jun clutched her clothes, hesitating. My talent is very low, and I basically have no way to join Tianxian palace. Tion Yun turned to ask An Ling and Qin Shui, senior sisters, can she join Tianxian palace? Is it possible for her to start as a cleaning disciple? An Ling let out a breath and replied to him, this should not be a problem. Moreover, junior brother, you are also a well-known figure in Tianxian palace, bringing one person in would not raise any objections from the elders. Hearing this, Tion Yun was delighted and asked Ling Jun again, if that's the case, would you like to come with us? Ling Jun really wanted to go but still faced a dilemma, but I cannot leave my younger siblings unattended, so I'm sorry, young master. Ding! Do you accept the mission to help Ling Jun? Completing the mission will reward you with 1,000 experience points, Ling Jun's affection will increase by 50, and your reputation value will increase by 5 points. Tion Yun was curious and thought, another task with an option. Earlier, I was really paying attention, what is the value of character? The system rang out. He had advanced to the second level of the spirit tempering stage. Skill, North Ming Divine Skill. Skills, Essence Absorption Great Technique, Application Claw Technique, Swordsmanship Lac Vu, Floating Cloud Technique. Weapon, Ice Frost Fist. Defensive item, Snow Battle Boots, Guardian Armor, Heavenly Angel Mad Style. The Lucky Halo increased the value of character luck. The higher the character value, the luckier one becomes, applicable anywhere. Tion Yun smiled with joy, it seems that doing good deeds can increase character value, but I don't know how many points of character value are effective for leveling up. He spoke, I accept. After a while, he called out to Ling Jun, then you can bring your little brother along. My Tian Xian palace can recruit a few more people. Ling Jun happily asked, really? Is that possible? Tian Yin turned and said, yes, but right now we need to go buy some things. Ling Jun said, then I'll wait for you outside. She lowered her head sadly, because being poor prevents me from going in. Tian Yin took her hand, leading her with a sense of pride. With me here, you are an honored guest, who dares to touch you? Ling Jun laughed and followed him. Suddenly, a large hand pressed down, shouting, hey. Then rudely, it pushed her to the ground. The waiter looked down at Ling Jun arrogantly, saying, sorry, but we don't welcome the poor here. Tian Yin shot him a cold glance and said, she is with me, it's no problem if I bring her in, right? The waiter recognized him as a cultivator, and his attitude changed immediately. He replied, no problem. He helped Ling Jun up, saying, oh no, why did this lady fall? It's my fault for not taking care. Please don't hold it against me, my lord, come in. He walked beside them into the establishment, cautioning, be careful of the stairs. Tian Yin was still fuming, saying, I'll spare your miserable life. Ling Jun excitedly looked around, we really can go inside now. She looked at the swords and jade, then at the pills. Ling Jun focused intently on one of them, and Tian Yin bent down to ask her, do you want this one? Ling Jun shyly replied, I want this pill. He asked again, what do you want this pill for? Ling Jun looked up at him and said, my younger brother has been poisoned. I heard that this detoxification pill can cure, so we want it. Tian Yin calmly suggested, if it's just this detoxification pill, then take me to meet your younger brother, and I will help him heal. Ling Jun joyfully asked, is that really possible? Tian Yin placed his hand on his chest, confidently stating, no problem, I will go right after I finish my work here. Ling Jun was extremely grateful, thank you very much. At this moment, Kong Great Master was counting his beads while asking, how did someone from the impoverished area get in here? He raised an eyebrow at Ling Jun disdainfully, is Tian Feng Pavilion in such a dire state? How unfortunate. Tian Yin, standing beside, inquired, so it's Kong Great Master. Kong Great Master paused and looked at him, is it you? You are here. Tian Yin arrogantly asked, is there a problem with me being here? Kong Great Master fell silent but pointed at Ling Jun, loudly stating, why even a person from the impoverished area is allowed in here? Where are the guards? He clasped his hands behind his back, fuming, how unfortunate, kick these people out for me. The waiter replied, understood. He approached, pointing and shouting, this is Tian Feng Pavilion. This place is not for poor people, please leave. Tian Yin's muscles tensed as he glared at Kong Great Master, thinking, Kong Great Master is a guest here, no wonder the guards are obeying him. He spoke up, what makes you think she is poor? The waiter replied indifferently, she must not be able to afford even the cheapest treasures. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Ling Jun lowered her head in embarrassment and said, let me go outside. Tian Yin, from behind, handed her 2 gold bars and said, how about this? The waiter looked confused and called out, Kong Great Master, this. Kong Great Master, angry, shouted loudly, throw them out. This place does not welcome people like you, just get out. Despicable is despicable, the stench of poverty is evident in your bones. Ling Jun, humiliated like this, lowered her head, trembling as she held the 2 gold bars, not rebutting. Yet Tian Yin boldly asked, is that so? But still, it's better than some people, even if they wear extravagant clothes, they're not even worth comparing to beasts. Kong Great Master arrogantly replied, I am the guest here, if I want you to leave, then leave. Get them out of here for me, Tian Yin said tearfully. Isn't it just a guest? Where is the steward? I have something to discuss with him. Kong the Great Master laughed derisively and said, do you think you can meet the Master Pavilion just based on yourself? At this moment, Liang the Master Pavilion entered and asked sternly, what's going on? Kong the Great Master turned to look at him and said, it's Liang the Master Pavilion. You came at just the right time. Earlier, he not only injured me but also brought people from the poor area in here, disturbing the other guests. Liang the Master Pavilion glanced at Tion Yun and thought, unless they are from Tianxian Palace. And Ling reprimanded Liang the Master Pavilion, don't you think your guest is too rude? We are from Tianxian Palace, so what if we brought people in here? Are we not guests? Liang the Master Pavilion smiled and replied gently, so that's how it is. No wonder your temperament is so extraordinary. Those who come are guests, especially being from Tianxian Palace. Why should we be angry? Anger only leads to loss of wealth. Kong the Great Master was not to be outdone. He turned around and pretended to be magnanimous, saying, Liang the Master Pavilion, I'll leave it at that. If they continue to stay here, then I will leave. Liang Master Pavilion said, with a dark face. It's not worth offending Great Master Kong for Tianxian Palace. He bowed to Tion Yun, straightforwardly sending off the guests, I'm truly sorry, but I must ask you to leave this place. And Ling was furious, grinding her teeth, you are really going too far in bullying people. As she was about to step forward to reason with him, Tion Yun held her back calmly, saying, no need to hurry, we can leave this place. His gaze sharpened as he emphasized each word, Liang Master Pavilion, remember your choice today. It's useless for a few to stay behind anyway. Great Master Kong pointed at himself arrogantly, humph, you want to fight me? Tian Feng Pavilion is my territory. Before Liang Master Pavilion could respond, Tion Yun's group had already left. Jiu Ling Jun was the last to leave, feeling guilty, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Tion Yun paused, then sat down to reassure her, I don't blame you, in fact, Great Master Kong has a grudge against us, and it has nothing to do with you. He stood up, placed a hand on her shoulder, and looked back at Tian Feng Pavilion, continuing, let's go somewhere else, I will make them regret their choice. He then headed towards Tian Wu Pavilion. This young master. Tion Yun asked again, do you purchase spiritual energy? He waved his hand, took out several swords, and said, I have come to sell spiritual energy. He thought seriously, if the Tian Feng Pavilion does not know how to behave, then I will use the Tian Wu Pavilion to suppress them. The waiter replied, dear guest, please wait inside for a moment, I will go call Master Pavilion Su over right away. Beep, successfully received the mission to help Tian Wu Pavilion suppress Tian Feng Pavilion. Completion reward is 5,000 experience points, an increase of 100 affection for Xia Yue, and an additional 500 gold, with a reputation value increase of 10 points. The waiter went inside to call the Master Pavilion, and Tion Yun looked ahead, thinking, Xia Yue. It's likely that this person is closely related to the Tian Wu Pavilion. It seems that missions are everywhere, there are too many random missions and I basically cannot stop. A girl descended from the stairs and said, thank you for your patience, esteemed guests. Xia Yue, Master Pavilion of Tian Wu Pavilion, I am Xia Yue, serving as the Master Pavilion here. She paused, thinking, these spiritual energies are all medium-grade spiritual energies. She squinted in surprise, at such a young age, being able to obtain so much medium-grade spiritual energy is not simple. If only I could cooperate with him. She was pleased and said, not bad, 10 medium-grade swords. Do you intend to sell them to us? Tion Yun made a proposal, as you can see, these 10 spiritual energy swords were crafted by me. I want to collaborate with Tian Wu Pavilion, you provide the materials, and I will refine the spiritual energy. He tilted his head and said, the division is up to you. You set the price, the only condition is that it must be lower than Tian Feng Pavilion. Xia Yue touched the spiritual energy and asked directly, does young master want us to rob other sources of Tian Feng Pavilion? Do you have a grudge against Tian Feng Pavilion? Tion Yun did not hide it and replied, something like that. So. Do you want to take this deal? Xia Yue touched her lips with her hand and turned, of course, I'm very pleased. Tion Yun said, sisters, I ask for your assistance. Please follow Miss Jiu and bring her younger brother here to detoxify him. I can't leave this place for now. Okay, we will go right now. Back at Tian Feng Pavilion, Master Kong sat comfortably in his chair and snorted, compete with me? I will make it impossible for you to sell anything here at Tianxian Palace. Master Liang Pavilion chuckled obsequiously and replied, "That's right. The Tion Ling Palace also does not have a guardian, offending him is truly unreasonable." At this moment, a person rushed in, stumbling and almost losing his shoes. Liang Master Pavilion, it's bad news. Liang Master Pavilion turned to ask, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you know it's disrespectful?" The subordinate clasped his hands and reported, "Liang Master Pavilion, Tian Wu Pavilion has started selling medium-grade spiritual energy at a low price of 10,000 taels." He and Kong Great Master were astonished and asked, "What?" Liang Master Pavilion squinted, suspicious, "Have they gone mad? 10,000 taels, that's practically the same as selling it at the price of low-grade spiritual energy." The other one hesitated, "This seems to be the idea of a former master. In a short while, they've drawn all our customers away." Liang Master Pavilion asked, "The idea of a former master? Who would be so generous as to agree to sell at such a low price?" The other one glanced aside and said, "It seems to be someone you expelled before." Kong Great Master asked in surprise, "What? How can it be him?" Liang Master Pavilion clasped his hands behind his back, worried, "Isn't he a person sent down by Tion Ling Palace? Why is he selling now? Tion Ling Palace doesn't have much spiritual energy, right? Or has he been forced into a corner by us?" Kong, the Great Master, gradually guessed, "This must be because we pushed too hard, let's see how many he can still sell." He stopped his hand movements and cursed under his breath, "How annoying. Tian Yun definitely knows how to refine qi." Master Liang of the pavilion pointed and loudly ordered, "Quickly go buy everything back right away." The other man hurriedly replied, "Understood." A while later, the man came back to report, "Master of the pavilion, the spiritual energy was quickly depleted, but a new batch will be released soon." Master Liang commanded, "Buy it." The man reported again, "Tian Wu Pavilion has released new spiritual energy, Master of the pavilion, they still have it." Master Liang slammed his hand down on the table in anger, "How can they still have it? Could it be that Tion Wu Pavilion is also selling their spiritual energy at a low price?" He gritted his teeth in rage, thinking, "Something feels off, this is not the behavior of a fool, there must be something wrong." At Tion Wu Pavilion, everyone was still bustling with weapon sales. The female waiter chuckled and said, "See, I Master of the pavilion, the headquarters will definitely recognize your position this time." Xia Yue held a pen and exclaimed, "This time, it's thanks to young master for helping me in my toughest moment." She said, "Although it is said that we borrow our strength to suppress the Tian Feng Pavilion, this is also what we need. An ordinary craftsman will at least have several failure rates. Young Master has never failed, this level really amazes others. Congratulations to player Tian Yun for being proficient in primary craftsman skills, leveling up to intermediate craftsman skills." Tian Yun chuckled, thinking, "Being proficient in intermediate craftsman skills means I can create top-grade spiritual energy, even supreme-grade spiritual energy." He raised his hand to the system, marveling, as expected of top-grade spiritual energy, the success rate has instantly reached 50%, while supreme-grade spiritual energy might only have a 10% chance. Inside the Tian Wu Pavilion, Ling Jun was teary-eyed, pleading, "Young Master he is my younger brother, please save him." Tian Yun held her hand, soothing, "Don't worry, let me check his condition first." He approached to examine the injury on his brother's leg. "Indeed, he has been poisoned, perhaps he was bitten by some kind of venomous snake." He thought seriously, now the toxin has flowed into the meridians, completely mixed with the blood. Ling Jun's brother held her hand tightly, weakly calling, "Sister, you are back. I think I dreamed of you and me going to the lake to play, then we went into the mountains to pick fruits together." Ling Jun couldn't hold back her tears, comforting him. "You will recover soon, and when that happens, we will go pick fruits together." Tian Yun calmly spoke, "There's no need to worry." Ling Jun glanced at him with a faint smile. Tian Yun used spiritual energy and said, "The detoxification pill can indeed save your younger brother, but there is a method that can eliminate this toxin faster." Ling Jun frowned, doubting, "Isn't this fire meant to refine qi? Is he really using that fire to eliminate the poison?" Tion Yun directed the flame to her brother's wound, the fire entering his veins, suppressing the poison. The venom has been forced out now. Ling Jun joyfully said, "Is he awake now?" Tion Yun smiled softly, looking at her brother, thinking, fortunately, the toxin is quite mild, otherwise, he would have been dead by now. Her brother soon regained consciousness. "Sister, I feel much better now." Ling Jun replied, "As long as you're better, that's good enough." She approached Tion Yun, intending to kneel and express her gratitude. "Thank you, young master. I am willing to be your servant for this lifetime." Serving the person. Tion Yun supported her before she knelt down, saying, "No need to thank me, I just want to help." Ding! Mission completed, reward distributed. Xiao Wei looked at him from behind, chuckling. She was intrigued, thinking, such techniques are usually known only to refined pill masters, unless he also knows how to refine pills. Tion Yun bowed to her, saying, "Ci Master Pavilion, please give us a guest room for the siblings to rest for a while." Xiao Wei replied, "Of course." She turned and called, "You all follow me." Ling Jun and his younger brother replied, "Thank you, Master Pavilion." Tion Yun looked at the system, thinking, the success rate has increased. Originally, the high-grade spiritual energy was at a 5% level, and in a moment, it has turned into 5.5%, rising by half in an instant. He laughed, exclaiming, "Isn't this character value affecting the success rate of refining chi? Plus, with the lucky aura, isn't the success rate 100% now?" In Xiao Wei's room, a subordinate reported, "Ci Master Pavilion, the price of the medium-grade spiritual energy they are selling is 10,000 lower than ours." Xiao Wei looked at him, calculating, "Right now, the medium-grade spiritual energy is already saturated. It seems we have no choice but to push it to this extent." Tion Yun's voice broke the silence, pulling her back to reality. "So what if the price of high-grade spiritual energy drops?" Xiao Wei lowered her head, frowning, and replied, "High-grade spiritual energy is not cheap in terms of cost, equivalent to 3 pieces of medium-grade spiritual energy. But if it's only slightly cheaper, then it wouldn't mean anything anymore." Tion Yun smiled mischievously and asked, "What if we sell it for less than 50,000 taels?" Xiao Wei paused, looking at him. "The success rate of high-grade spiritual energy is frighteningly low. If we keep failing, we will incur losses." Tion Yun said, "No problem, I can handle high-grade spiritual energy." He looked back and told Xiao Wei, in one breath, "I can attract all their customers over here, but whether we can retain them later, that depends on you." Xiao Wei also offered generous profits, replying, "As long as young Master Yi can maintain a certain success rate, we can provide 4 shares or even more than 5. Outside Tian Wu Pavilion, Tion Yun pressed the system button. Success rate is only 55%, consuming value, using luck ring, activating crazy mode. He read through it once and then pressed for a success rate of 100%. A powerful surge of energy flooded into him. He joyfully laughed and said, "It's a success." In the room, Tion Yun emitted a light that caught the attention of Xiao Wei and Ling Jun. Soon after, Tion Yun brought out a sword chi. It was an ordinary long sword with high-quality spiritual energy. Ling Jun and Qin Shui looked at the sword, wide-eyed. "Have we truly succeeded?" Xiao Wei chuckled softly, standing at a distance, thinking to himself, "A character of the great master level like this, I must take him under my wing in the future." On the side of Tian Feng Pavilion, Liang Master Pavilion was continuously calculating profits. "This time we have suppressed prices as well. The customer source has finally come to us, unless they continue to lower their prices." He was in distress, reproaching, "The emergence of this situation is partly due to the efforts of Kong Great Master." Kong Great Master pointed and expressed doubts. "Liang Master Pavilion, I suspect they want to investigate our situation, specifically the spies sent by Tian Wu Pavilion." Liang Master Pavilion gritted his teeth, irritably looking at him. "At this point, are you still talking nonsense?" At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, anxiously reporting, "It's not good. The Tian Wu Pavilion has started selling high-grade spiritual energy, at a price lower than ours, 50,000 taels. Master Kong was shocked and asked, "What?" Master Liang clenched his fist, trembling in his chair. He lowered his head, wanting to lower his blood pressure, thinking, this is essentially targeting us, especially by reducing the price so low. If we don't lower our prices this time, the reputation of Tion Wu Pavilion will be very dangerous. He was furious and said, has the master of Tion Wu Pavilion gone mad? Who actually manufactured the high-grade spiritual energy? The subordinate replied, according to reports from our spies, it is Tion Yun, the outer sect disciple of Tian Xian Palace. Master Liang was so angry he knocked over the computer, shouting, is it really him? Master Kong stood up and said, this is impossible. How old is he? Sweat poured from him as he gritted his teeth and panicked. At that moment, a subordinate ran in to report, Master Pavilion. They have already manufactured 4 pieces of high-grade spiritual energy and are continuing to produce more. It is said that they are making over 10 high-grade spiritual energies. The 3 of them stood there dumbfounded, frozen in shock. Master Liang was furious and called out by name, Kong Xingfeng, you really have skill, provoking a character like this for Tian Feng Pavilion. Kong Xingfeng trembled, unable to say anything more. Liang Master Pavilion, Liang Master Pavilion pointed out the door, straightforwardly dismissing the guest, no need to say more, a guest like you, we cannot afford, please leave. Kong Xingfeng left, feeling dejected, but inwardly cursing the name of Tian Yun. Liang Master Pavilion watched him go, unable to help but think, that Tian Yun specifically wants to target Kong Xingfeng. If he stays here, Tian Feng Pavilion will never be able to recover. It seems we have no choice but to invite the Duanshan sect for assistance. Veins bulged on his forehead as he thought, the outer disciple of Tian Xian Palace, Tian Yun, right? Wanting to teach me, Liang Tiancheng, how to be a person. You're still too inexperienced. Meanwhile, Kong Xingfeng was wandering the streets, looking ahead, and sighed in frustration, I originally wanted to act ruthlessly. He grit his teeth and warned, now don't blame me for being impolite. On the side of Tian Yun, he was practicing swordplay, raising his hand forward, with powerful spiritual energy trembling, causing Ciu Wei to worry. Tian Yun breathed heavily, feeling faint, the spiritual energy is insufficient now. Ciu Wei approached to support him, asking, young master, are you alright? Tian Yun was drenched in sweat, looking at her, replied, the spirit is a bit tired, it seems the chi refining has taken too long. Ding, congratulations to player Tian Yun for completing the quest to help Tian Wu Pavilion defeat Tian Feng Pavilion, earning 5,000 experience points, Ciu Wei's affection level is 100, and virtue value is 10 points, affection level 142. Ciu Wei's eyes widened and said, young master, it seems you need to rest a bit, I truly thank you so much these past few days. Congratulations, you have received 500 taels of gold. Congratulations to player Tian Yun for breaking through to the 4th stage of spirit tempering. Tian Yun smiled faintly, replied, each side gains benefit, there's no need to thank me. He happily thought, I've broken through, I didn't expect refining chi to level up faster than killing monsters. He said, I'll go back to my room to rest for a bit, then I'll continue crafting. That night, in Tian Yun's room, he had reached the 4th stage of spirit tempering. Skill, Biming Divine Skill. Skills, Eagle Claw Technique, Sword Mastery, Falling Feathers and Floating Clouds, Essence Absorbing Great Art. Weapon, Frozen Ice Fist. Equipment, Snow Wolf Battle Boots, Angelic Armor, Frenzied Skill, Lucky Ring. Tian Yun thought, leveling up, the experience has increased significantly, the difficulty has doubled in an instant, but it hasn't leveled up as well as before. A shadow of someone appeared outside the door, and the system immediately sounded a warning, danger detected. Tian Yun looked over and thought, there's an assassin. He activated the angelic armor, fully unleashing its effects. The assassin charged in, and Tian Yun stepped back, activating his powers in response. The assassin attacked, hitting him and sent flying away. Tian Yun watched him lying on the ground and couldn't help but think, fortunately I have the angelic armor, otherwise, I would really be dead. The assassin trembled to his feet and said, this power, the effect of the angelic armor makes the attacker suffer damage in close combat. The assassin leaned on his hands, coughing, and stared at Tian Yun in amazement. your strength is unexpectedly strong. Tion Yun looked down at him, questioning, who sent you here? The assassin remained silent, not responding, and pulled out a knife to slash sideways. Tion Yun jumped up, using ice power to freeze him. He thought, so fast, at least he's at the third layer of the spirit tempering stage. The assassin was stunned as he was frozen. Tion Yun clenched his teeth and said, you'd rather die than speak, right? Very well. He raised his hand high, opening it wildly, open the luck circle. He chuckled lightly and exclaimed, then let yourself turn into my experience. After saying that, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending the assassin crashing into the door. Successfully killed the assassin. Gained 8,000 experience points. Gained the stealth skill, a haunting cloak, 1,000 gold coins, a red dagger, 300 madness value points. Tion Yun laughed, saying, the stealth skill and the haunting cloak are both divine weapon level. The effect of the stealth skill completely conceals his figure, increasing speed by 2 levels and enhancing damage resistance by 2 levels. The effect of the haunting cloak makes him immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. The effect of the red dagger can restore personal stamina, coupled with the effect of poison, it's a one-hit kill. Tion Yun stroked his chin, sighing, but unfortunately, these weapons and skills cannot be upgraded, and their effects are fixed. It seems that so far, the weapons obtained by killing monsters cannot be leveled up either. He laughed and said, but the grade is not bad either. Can be used for a long time. He coldly turned and guessed, the assassins are sent to kill me, either Tian Feng Pavilion or Kong Great Master. He glanced over and saw a ring in the pile of ice stones. Tion Yun picked it up, looked at it, this is the only storage ring left. Inside there was lower-grade spiritual energy and pills. Tion Yun looked for a moment and said, it seems this ring has some items. There are no symbols on the spiritual energy, but based on this level, it was likely crafted by Kong Xingfeng. He then approached the window and said, I need to go to Tian Feng Pavilion to investigate who is really behind this. Activate stealth skill. Tion Yun flew out of the window. Kong Xingfeng below was nearly dying of anxiety, wondering, what are they doing up there? Making such a racket, aren't they afraid of being exposed? Tion Yun glanced down at him and then landed behind him on a tree. Kong Xingfeng gritted his teeth, anxious as hell, saying, is this still an assassin from the Alliance of Shadows? How can they be so incompetent? Tion Yun glared down at him, thinking, as expected, it was his doing. There really is no one else but him. Beep, do you want to accept the mission to eliminate the enemy Kong Xingfeng? Quest reward, 10,000 experience points, 300 skill proficiency points in forging, 300 gold coins, 300 madness points. Tion Yun controlled the red dagger in his hand and replied, accepted. He then flew in from behind Kong Xingfeng. He looked down at him with a sinister smile. Kong Xingfeng sensed something and turned around. He looked around in panic and asked, who? He stared at the spiritual energy and asked, is there no one? That feeling just now, we can't stay here long, we should leave. His name is Kong Xingfeng, cultivation level 2 spirit tempering stage, skill level unclear, overall strength unclear. Tion Yun appeared behind him with the dagger, smiled faintly, exhaled white smoke, and thought, I don't need to know any other information, just knowing that his cultivation is only at the 2nd level of spirit tempering stage is enough. Having thought that, he controlled the dagger to pierce through Kong Xingfeng's body from behind. He was caught by surprise and screamed in pain due to the injury. Tion Yun confidently appeared with the dagger, Kong Great Master, if you want to assassinate me, you still have a long way to go. Kong Xingfeng trembled as he looked at him, calling out, Tion. Just as he was about to add Yun, he collapsed to the ground, covered in a shroud. Congratulations to the player Tion Yun for defeating Kong Xingfeng, receiving 6,000 experience points, 200 madness points, and a divine weapon hammer. You have obtained a divine weapon hammer. Congratulations on completing the kill mission, earning 10,000 experience points, 500 madness points, 300 proficiency points in blacksmithing, and 300 gold coins. Tion Yun looked at his corpse and poured out the vial. As the liquid fell, Kong Xingfeng's body was obliterated. This is what I got from the assassin. Indeed, it's a divine weapon for eliminating corpses, leaving no trace behind, he sighed. Such people truly only bring disaster. I need to be more cautious in the future. Back in Tion Yun's room, Xiao Wei looked at the battlefield on the ground, bewildered. Young master, what exactly happened? Tion Yun knelt on the ground and replied, it's nothing, just killed an assassin. Xiao Wei had expected this outcome but did not anticipate everything would unfold so quickly. Indeed, it was an assassin. Could it be that Tian Feng Pavilion sent someone? Tion Yun frowned and said, I'm not sure about that. He thought, for now that the matter is settled, I need to return. Adding one matter is better than subtracting another. Xiao Wei sighed, feeling guilty, I am very sorry, but Tian Wu Pavilion could not protect you. To make amends, I am willing to give up a part, 6 for you, 4 for me. Tion Yun lowered his head and firmly said, there is no need for that. Unless on the 8th or 9th floor of the spirit tempering stage or someone strong who specializes in removing concealment techniques against assassins, it is fundamentally impossible to break in. This matter does not involve Tian Wu Pavilion. Xiao Wei replied insistently, but it is true that we could not protect you, so the percentage should still be calculated as before. This is the biggest compensation we can offer you. She thought to herself, in order for him to help me revive Tian Wu Pavilion, I can completely give up this little profit. I need to think of a way to keep him here. Tion Yun turned around and resolutely refused, Ci Master Pavilion, I appreciate your good intentions. We have purchased enough materials already, and we plan to leave here tomorrow. This small matter and the assassin are unrelated to you, so you can rest assured. Xiao Wei clasped her hands and replied, all right, if the young master has decided so, I will not say anything more. In the future, if young master needs anything from Tian Wu Pavilion, I will certainly assist. The next morning, Tion Yun also bid them farewell and left. Ci Master Pavilion, then I take my leave. Xiao Wei happily replied, welcome to come back again in the future, we will definitely offer young master a very favorable price. Outside, there was a shout, Ci Master Pavilion, Tian Feng Pavilion is holding an auction, preparing to sell a piece of top-quality spiritual energy. The man pointed ahead and said, moreover, there is no shortage of upper-grade spiritual energy. The key is that these things all come from the Duanshan sect. Many people are going there now, and they are even saying that in Tianfeng City, apart from the spiritual energy from the Duanshan sect, all other spiritual energy is fake. Tion Yun, Xiao Wei, and Ling, and Qin Shui were all stunned. Xiao Wei lowered her head, feeling heavy-hearted. From the Duanshan sect, without the Tianfeng Pavilion, how could we invite the Duanshan sect? She worriedly thought, in Tianfeng City, the evaluation of the spiritual energy grade by the formation masters is based on the decision from the Duanshan sect. Now saying that the Tian Wu Pavilion sells only fake spiritual energy means they are siding with the Tianfeng Pavilion, right? Tion Yun stroked his chin and said to himself, disciple of the Duanshan sect, Mal Yongbang. Xiao Wei looked at him and asked, do you know this Mal Yongbang? Tion Yun also looked at her and replied, no, I've just heard rumors. Qin Shui leaned in to say to him, junior brother, this Mal Yongbang is one of the disciples from Duanshan sect participating in the Tianqin contest. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant, denying all the spiritual energy that was refined by our disciples. Young master, let's go to Tianfeng Pavilion to confront him. Before they could leave, a group of people barged in, shouting, we want to return the goods. They brandished weapons and yelled loudly, the disciples of Duanshan sect have already said that your high-quality spiritual energy is all fake and is actually equivalent to medium-grade spiritual energy. They angrily exclaimed, that's right, no wonder it was so cheap, turns out it's fake. Hurry up and take it back. No wonder something felt off when I used it, it was all medium-grade spiritual energy. I can't believe the Tian Wu Pavilion sold us fakes. Xiao Wei was flustered and tried to persuade them, ladies and gentlemen, we assure you, this is definitely high-quality spiritual energy, its power is absolutely reliable. The buyers of the spiritual energy retorted angrily, but the people from Duanshan sect have said that this is all fake spiritual energy. The Duanshan sect is the most authoritative group of artisans here. We do not trust them, so why should we trust you? That's right, you are nothing but a bunch of frauds. Hurry up and let us return the goods. Tion Ling clenched his fists, trembling, and called out, "CI Master Pavilion, let them return the goods." Xia Yue looked at him, hesitated, and then said, "Okay, I understand." She raised her hand to soothe, "Please, don't be angry. Follow me inside to return the goods." Tion Ling looked ahead and said, "It seems that we won't be able to leave for now. After we return the goods, we will go to Tion Phone Pavilion." At the Tion Phone Pavilion, Liang Tianqing clasped his hands and said, "So it is CI Master Pavilion visiting. I wonder if there is any guidance." Xia Yue replied straightforwardly, "Liang Master Pavilion, you already know this but still ask. You said that aside from the spiritual energy from Tion Phone Pavilion, everything else is trash, counterfeit. You claim that the top-grade spiritual energy we sell is not truly top-grade spiritual energy. Do you intend to make it difficult for our business?" Behind her, a voice rose up, "I have seen the top-grade spiritual energy you manufactured." The disciple of Duanshan sect, Ma Yongbang, said bluntly, "It is fundamentally not top-grade spiritual energy. At most, it's just mid-grade spiritual energy. I am Ma Yongbang from the Duanshan sect." He raised his chin and scoffed, "High-grade spiritual energy is truly formidable. Yours is too weak." Tion Ling, standing behind Xia Yue, spoke up, "Then how about a little competition? Let's see whose high-grade spiritual energy is stronger." Ma Yongbang put his hands on his hips and asked, "Are you declaring a challenge against our Duanshan sect?" Tion Ling smirked and replied, "What if I am? I will show you what true high-grade spiritual energy really is." Ma Yongbang frowned, angry, "You're quite bold. State your name." Tion Ling proclaimed loudly in front of everyone, "I am Tion Ling. The high-grade spiritual energy you claim is merely something I refined myself." Ma Yongbang looked at him for a moment, then put his hand to his forehead and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, you must be that useless person without blood Qi from the Tianxian Palace." He raised his hand in mockery, "I can't believe it, you can even refine Qi. I suspect you got help refining Qi, then crafted a fake high-grade spiritual energy like that." Tion Ling crossed his arms, confidently responding, "Useless person without blood Qi. I wonder where you heard that useless information. Only a fool would believe that. If you claim that the spiritual energy is something I created, then how about we compete again to see whose spiritual energy can last longer?" Ma Yongbang asked irritably. "Are you calling me stupid? You want to fight, right? Just so you know, no asking for someone else to fight for you, you must participate yourself." Tion Ling tilted his head slightly, agreeing with him, "If the weapon I forged is being denied, then of course I will test it myself. Is your weapon fake, or is mine? Let's just check it out then." Ma Yongbang found it interesting and said, "All right, then let's have a match outside so everyone can witness who the real loser is." Outside Tion Phone Pavilion, Ling stood behind Tion Ling and asked, "Isn't Ma Yongbang's cultivation at least at the 4th level of spirit tempering stage? Are we really going to fight?" Qin Shui was also worried and said, "Junior brother, his cultivation is much higher than yours. If you get hurt, how will we explain it to the palace master?" Tion Ling held his sword and reassured, "Two senior sisters, don't worry. I'll go and come back right away, there's no need to be concerned. I will make him pay the price he deserves." Ma Yongbang stood opposite him on the platform, exclaiming, "I thought you only knew how to hide behind women, it seems you have a bit of spirit after all." Tion Ling retorted without any embarrassment, "Hiding behind women is still better than someone talking nonsense." Ma Yongbang raised his sword, unleashing spiritual energy, saying, "Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll find out soon. This high-grade sacrificial sword is my most cherished work." He opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Everyone here, witness this and see whose weapon is more powerful." Tion Ling also raised his sword, releasing equally powerful spiritual energy. "I will use this heavy sword to see just what your so-called high-grade spiritual energy is all about." Xia Yue stood behind, seriously reminding them, "This is just a regular spar, not a life-and-death duel. If you lay a hand on our guest, don't blame Tian Wu Pavilion for being ungracious." Ma Yongbang sneered in response, saying, "We will only spar a little." He isn't worth killing. He thought, with the sacrificial sword and the heavy sword, he could easily toy with a kid like him. The outsiders mocked Tion Yun, saying that this guest of Tian Wu Pavilion must be a fool. The swordsmanship and the heavy sword? Clearly, this is just asking for death, isn't it? How could the disciples of the Duanshan sect possibly lose? This time, the guest of the Tian Wu Pavilion is surely defeated. Perhaps being provoked to the point of madness, they are acting recklessly and fighting like this. Ma Liangbang could no longer wait and slashed his sword horizontally. Endless swords. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for touching the power of the Duanshan sect. Tianyun blocked his attack and then realized that this move was meant to kill him. He gritted his teeth and thought, this isn't a training ground, it's clearly meant to take my life. He exerted force to strike sideways, and Ma Liangbang jumped to evade. He couldn't help but be astonished, you can actually withstand one of my strikes. He landed and madly unleashed his attacks, let's see how long you can endure. Tianyun blocked the strikes with all his might, saying, is this all the strength you have? He smiled faintly and added, then you've disappointed me. With a surge of strength into his sword, he charged at Ma Liangbang with full force, the immense power causing the ground to sink, and his sword also cracked. Tianyun, in a frenzied manner, pressed down fiercely. Unable to withstand it, Ma Liangbang cried out, and Tianyun remarked further, unleashing a terrifying force. The strong oppression made the people outside unable to withstand it. Xie Wei silently gazed into the rising smoke. Ma Liangbang coughed and propped up his sword, then opened his eyes wide, my treasured sword. His sword was cracked and no longer intact. Tianyun stepped out and spoke, is this the power of your weapon? Didn't you say my spiritual energy was fake? He pointed his sword forward, mockingly stating, the truth has proven that your weapon is truly the real trash. How do you feel about that? The people outside began to doubt after seeing the outcome of the battle. Could it be that Tian Wu Pavilion really sells high-grade spiritual energy? No way. That's fake spiritual energy, this is Duanshan sect, could it be that Duanshan sect is defaming it? Ma Liangbang looked at Tianyun and said, you have hurt me again. He gritted his teeth and unleashed a powerful gust of wind attack. Tianyun smiled mysteriously, then released a strong sword chi, shouting, get lost. Ma Liangbang gritted his teeth and yelled, hoo, as he flew upwards. Tianyun forced his way up with him, causing him to become frightened and lose his senses. Tianyun raised his sword and shouted, come down. He struck down with force. But with a terrifying blow, Ma Liangbang fell with him to the ground, causing a tremendous shockwave. Debris flew everywhere, obscuring vision. Xie Wei was indeed looking at him with a different perspective. Tianyun is still young, but his cultivation is not low, and his forging skills are certainly impressive. He is undoubtedly a monstrous genius. The battle ended, and Ma Liangbang lay on the ground. Tianyun looked down at him and said, you've lost, your weapon is nothing special. Ma Liangbang, enraged, tightly held his sword and said, on what basis do you say my weapon is weaker than yours? He stomped on the ground, jumped up, and thrust his broken sword at Tianyun. However, Tianyun easily brushed it aside with his sword chi. Ma Liangbang fell to the ground as well. Tianyun, with a fierce expression, did not retract his sword and said, you won't admit defeat, yet you still try to sneak attack me. What a pity. He coldly looked at Ma Liangbang and continued, you are not worthy of that. Everyone watching was stunned into silence before erupting, oh my, the Duanshan sect disciple has been killed. The guest of Tian Wu Pavilion is indeed ruthless. Did you not see that disciple of the Duanshan sect? Wanting to kill him and retaliate is only natural. It's over. He has killed the disciple of the Duanshan sect. He's definitely dead. Beep. Congratulations to player Tianyun for killing Ma Liangbang, earning 10,000 experience points, 1,000 gold coins, obtaining the Tianyun set skill, the Wind Chaser Sword Formula skill, and 400 Madness value points. Beep. Congratulations on completing the mission, earning 5,000 proficiency points in forging skill and 500 gold coins. Tianyun exhaled, sighing, is that all Ma Liangbang has to offer? Liang Tianqing behind him spoke up, did you kill Ma Liangbang again? He was furious, pointing and ordering, capture him, bring him back to Duanshan sect. He narrowed his eyes, calculating, Ma Liangbang is a guest of Tion Feng Pavilion, now that he's killed, Tion Feng Pavilion can't escape involvement. If Tianyun gets away, it would definitely be troublesome. Tianyun drew his sword and asked, capture me? Several of Liang Tiancheng's subordinates paused. Tianyun turned his head and emphasized, let's see who dares to capture me. Liang Tiancheng sweated and shouted, do you still dare to resist? Do you know that you killed a disciple of the Duanshan sect? If you don't obediently surrender, be careful not to drag your Tianxian palace into this. Tianyun scoffed, amused, he can kill me, but I can't kill him. What kind of reasoning is that? Do you think just because you have a little bit of power you can be so domineering? Liang Tiancheng arrogantly said, so what? If today you don't obediently raise your hands and surrender, your Tianxian palace will be implicated. Wait for the Duanshan sect to personally come to your door and inquire. Qin Shui stepped in front of Tianyun and said, the words of Master Pavilion Liang are truly bold. Even a third-grade power wouldn't dare to speak so casually. Can you really represent the Duanshan sect now? The strength of Tianxian Palace may be weak, but it has many connections. Within the third-grade powers, there are many who wouldn't stand idly by if something happened to Tianxian Palace. Liang Tiancheng's face turned pale, but he continued to threaten, no matter what, you should still come back to the Duanshan sect with me. If not, don't blame me for being rude. Xie Yue silently looked at Tianyun. If he really went to the Duanshan sect with Liang Tiancheng, Tianyun would surely no longer be the same. Killing their disciples would come at a great cost. Her servant behind her reminded her. Master Pavilion, do not provoke him. He is not worth our actions. The Duanshan sect is not something we can mess with. Xie Yue looked at Liang Tiancheng and thought to herself, not to mention that I cannot bear the responsibility of protecting him, the Tianwu Pavilion behind me is an even greater force we cannot offend. She bit her lip and said, I'm sorry. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Tianyun stepped forward, not wanting to implicate anyone. I only represent myself. Xie Yue was stunned looking at him. Tianyun stood in front of everyone and announced, from now on, I am no longer an outside disciple of the Tianxian Palace. He frowned and said, let's see how you will be impolite to me. Qin Shui looked at him and advised, do not provoke him. Liang Tiancheng's veins bulged as he said, good, very bold. He clasped his hands behind his back and ordered, capture him for me, remember to take him alive. Tianyun observed them seriously, these people are dressed normally but are all at the 4th or 5th level of spirit tempering stage. They arrived just in time. Tianyun drew his knife and said, activate the Snow Wolf battle gear, initiate the frenzy mode. A group rushed forward, and Tianyun charged with momentum, regardless of their numerical advantage. The frenzied style of commerce, open. One strike from him slashed across the face of a man. Lucky halo, open. A man behind intended to seize Tianyun. He glanced at him and kicked, saying, get away from me. Tianyun leaped up with his sword raised, then struck down with tremendous force, sweeping through everything with unmatched power. Beep. Successfully killed the deacon of Tion Feng Pavilion, gained 8,000 experience points, acquired a 3rd-grade recovery pill, 400 points of wild value. The remaining deacons stood frozen, then frightened, turned to flee, shouting, no. Don't come here. Tianyun jumped up in a single motion, channeling powerful force from the wind ring, swiftly eliminating him. Beep, successfully killed the deacon of Tion Feng Pavilion, gained 10,000 experience points, 10 minutes, 500 points of wild value. Beep, congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breaking through to the 5th level of the spirit tempering stage. Tianyun stood amidst the corpses, coldly asking, is there anyone else? Liang Tiancheng stood frozen, unmoving, what is happening? The techniques he used were the same as those previously performed by the Ma Liang gang. He shouldn't be able to learn the techniques of the Duanshan sect. An Ling and Qin Shui were surprised and said, the young master has gotten stronger again. Liang Tianqing bit his finger, annoyed. I originally didn't want to reveal my strength, but you killed our deacon. He summoned his sword and exerted his strength, growling, our Tian Phone Pavilion will not let you go easily. Boss Liang Tianqing, with his immense power, declared, let's see just how powerful you are. Beep, do you want to accept the mission to kill Liang Tianqing? The mission reward is 30,000 experience points, 10,000 gold, a power belt, and a 5 times experience card for 1 hour. Tion Yin thought seriously, boss. He laughed, finding it interesting and said, 7th level of the spirit tempering stage, a boss level character. He excitedly rushed forward, laughing heartily, I didn't expect you to turn into a boss, I've been waiting for you. Liang Tianqing was furious, his eyes wide, grinding his teeth, don't get too arrogant. He forcefully slashed out a powerful, myriad swords transform into one. Tion Yin quickly countered with the move, Wind Slash. The two fierce forces collided and exploded spectacularly. Tion Yin retreated momentarily, planting his feet into the ground. He steadied himself, his body losing balance as he gritted his teeth and looked up. In less than 2 seconds, Liang Tianqing unleashed a powerful sword chi. Die for me. Tion Yin blocked it with his sword, causing another explosion from the clash of their powers. He gritted his teeth and cried out in pain. After that, he was knocked back, his sword flying away, his hands hanging limply, blood dripping down. Ling and Qin Shui anxiously called out, young master. Tion Yin held his hand tight and shouted, don't come over here. I am no longer a disciple of Tianxian Palace, I don't want to implicate Tianxian Palace. Therefore, don't get involved. He gritted his teeth so hard he trembled, saying, please. The two of them stopped, helplessly calling out, junior brother. Liang Tianqing stood opposite him, speaking, you still have some responsibility. He laughed arrogantly, pointing his sword at Tion Yin with overwhelming power, now you have no weapon, let's see what you will use to fight me. Tion Yin suddenly laughed, heh heh heh, which puzzled him. Tion Yin raised his head and calmly said, who said I have no weapon? He equipped the frost glove. Tion Yin put on the frost glove. Liang Tianqing let out a strange laugh, also with disdain, is this what you're using to fight me? He raised his sword high and deployed his sword chi, then good, I will fulfill your wish, so you can die unspeakably. He stomped the ground and launched himself toward Tion Yin with the move, 10,000 swords returned to one. But after less than 2 seconds of arrogance, Liang Tianqing was already gritting his teeth and bulging his eyes. Tion Yin had grabbed his sword bare-handed and frozen it instantly. With a tense body, Tion Yin activated the Great Star Absorption technique, smashed through the earth, and dragged Liang Tianqing high into the air. Gained 500 EXP, 460 EXP, 570 EXP, 630 EXP, 520 EXP, 660 EXP. Both Liang Tianqing's sword and his arm were frozen solid. Tion Yin exerted force and coldly said, it's time to end this. Then he hurled Liang Tianqing violently down to the ground. Boom! Liang Tianqing smashed into the earth, creating a deep crater. But it wasn't over. Tion Yin immediately dove down and stomped hard on his body. Liang Tianqing coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back. How is this possible? Tion Yin's eyes glowed with spiritual energy, his face icy cold as he said, nothing is impossible. You're simply too weak. He raised his hand and said, activate lucky draw. Spiritual power began condensing in his palm. Terrified, Liang Tianqing begged, spare me. I'll make sure the Duanshan sect no longer comes after you. But just as he finished speaking, Tion Yin's powerful palm strike descended, its pressure alone terrifyingly oppressive, making the bystanders outside freeze in place, not daring to breathe. Beep. Congratulations, you've killed Liang Tianqing. Gaining 80,000 experience points, 5,000 gold coins, obtaining the strength bracelet, the strength ring, the Van Keen Kui Tong martial arts, the Truck Fong Tri Nan spiritual energy, and 700 crazy value points. Congratulations on completing the mission to kill Liang Tianqing. The reward is 30,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, obtaining the strength belt, a 5-fold experience card, and 1 hour. Congratulations to the player Tion Yun for successfully breaking through to the 6th level of the spirit tempering stage. Tion Yun smiled, I've leveled up. The person behind him widened his eyes in disbelief. Master Liang Pavilion's cultivation is at least at the 7th level of the spirit tempering stage, how could he die like that? Xia Wei looked at him seriously, thinking silently, this young master is quite impressive. She hesitated, suddenly remembering something and said, not good. She shouted loudly, young master, hurry up and go. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Tian Feng Pavilion and Duanshan sect will not let you off. Tianyun looked at her silently, then handed the ring to Qin Shui, instructing, senior sisters, please take this back. This disaster was caused by me, and I will bear all the responsibility. He turned away, smiled lightly, and added, when you return, tell the palace master. Don't worry about me. Jiu Ling Jun, they entrusted everyone to take care of it, please. He turned away, his eyes serious, thinking, next, there will definitely be more strong ones appearing to hunt. When I return, no matter what, Auntie will protect me. That's the disaster of Tianxian Palace. He used Tian Yun's technique, leaping and flying away. Ling called out in confusion, junior brother. At that moment, a big guy appeared, little guy. Don't even think about running. She turned around. The boss, Fu Yusheng. Everyone recognized him and said, this is Fu Deacon of Duanshan sect. We're doomed. Provoking Duanshan sect, that little guy is definitely dead. Ling and Qin Shui covered their faces in front of the powerful force. This person is at the peak of spirit tempering stage. Junior brother, quickly run away. Tianyun flew like the wind, still lamenting, so strong, I didn't expect that after just killing one boss, another super boss would appear. If I can defeat him, the rewards will definitely be good. He sweated, looked back, and calculated a bit, with my current strength, it's probably not easy to defeat him. If I really take the risk, it might endanger my life. You only have one life. Fu Yusheng over here unleashed his spiritual energy, saying, don't even think about escaping. Spiritual energy emanated from his eyes, searching for Tianyun who was fleeing. He immediately flew in that direction, saying, no matter where you hide, it's useless. Once I lock onto you, you can't escape. Fu Yusheng halted, confused, as he lost his bearings and angrily cursed, damn it. Where are you? He smirked, thinking, that little guy has disappeared. Furious, he struck a house, causing it to explode, shouting, get out here. He stared seriously inside, where Tianyun was hiding silently. Fu Yusheng gritted his teeth, laughing maliciously, Tianxian Palace, right? If you don't come out, I will go capture your 2 girls, throw them to the other disciples to play with, and then crush them to death. Think about it, it's all your responsibility. Tianyun looked down at him, unable to hide his anxiety, thinking to himself, Ling, Qin Shui, if they are captured and humiliated because of me, I will never forgive myself. It's because you forced me, trash of the Duanshan sect. He raised his hand to take out a pill, using it violently. Tianyun bit down on the pill, unleashing a surge of wild power. The energy exploded outward, causing his muscles to swell. He fitted his strength-enhancing bracelet. Concentrate strength and tighten the strength belt, activating the attribute set, adding 50% effectiveness. Fu Yusheng sensed the evil energy and turned sharply. Tianyun unleashed a powerful strike, and he quickly jumped up to avoid it. Tianyun glanced over, and Fu Yusheng had taken hold of his sword. Finally, it has manifested. Tianyun observed his attire and noticed the armor underneath. The armor on Fu Deacon was not ordinary, at least it was a high-grade protective artifact. It remained unbroken even under the frenzied attack. Fu Yusheng jumped up and slashed out a powerful wind strike. The effect of the angelic armor activated. A sword chi exploded, but instead, the armor helped him avoid the attack, leaving Fu Yusheng astonished. Tianyun spat blood, thinking, without the angelic armor, this strike would have taken my life. Using a recovery pill, Tianyun immediately swallowed 3 pills, his power restored. His eyes shone brightly, exclaiming, no wonder it's called a third-grade recovery pill, especially under the effect of the frenzied state, it doubles the effect. Using stealth, Tion Yun suddenly disappeared. Fu Yuxing looked around in confusion, asking, where did he go? He carefully checked all around but still could not find him. Completely unable to sense his existence. He gritted his teeth in surprise. Getting hit by one of my strikes and not being harmed. How could this little guy have such disobedient to heaven martial arts? He was furious, raising his sword high, creating a fierce sword chi surrounding his body. Little guy, is hiding all you know how to do? He slashed wildly, exploding several spots, shouting with sword chi, get out here. Tion Yun charged from behind, thinking, a great opportunity. He swung his blade, but unexpectedly, Fu Yuxing dodged, saying, indeed, you are skilled at ambushes. He then struck Tion Yun's back with a palm. Tion Yun gritted his teeth, thinking, not good. He quickly used his heavenly cloud steps to escape before Fu Yuxing could unleash a powered-up strike to take his life. He looked up at Tion Yun, who looked down at Fu Yuxing with some trepidation. So fast, this is the difference in cultivation. The effect is not something 6 times stronger can compensate for. Fu Yuxing unleashed his power, grinning wickedly. Tion Yun desperately flew down, shouting, die, you evil one. Fu Yuxing also slashed out several paths of sword chi to block him. Tion Yun pursed his lips, thinking, only one chance. He slipped into stealth, rendering Fu Yuxing's attacks ineffective. He was annoyed, snorted coldly, another sneak attack, childish. Tion Yun suddenly appeared and slashed through his clothes with a knife. Fu Yuxing dodged, surprised, and said, what, while attacking. Tion Yun fled, making Fu Yuxing furious and shout, damn little guy. He raised his hand in front, concentrating his power, don't even think about being arrogant. Many hidden weapons flew at once. Tion Yun stood frozen, thinking, not good, it's hidden weapons. He opened his eyes wide and helplessly said, no time to dodge now. The hidden weapons pierced all over Tion Yun's face to his neck. Unexpectedly, it was just an illusion, which was pierced through and vanished. Fu Yuxing was gravely shocked, my assassin's technique is useless again. He hesitated, but Tion Yun had already struck, leaving him no chance to counter. Old thief, today is the day you die. Fu Yuxing coughed up blood. He showed signs of anger, looking up, you have pierced through my soft armor. Tion Yun appeared with freezing fists, coldly saying, getting pierced so many times, how could your tattered soft armor not be penetrated by me? He thought to himself, fortunately, I have the phantom cloak. The effect of the phantom cloak provides immunity to all attacks for 5 seconds. Fu Yuxing realized he couldn't win, so he turned and threatened, if you kill me, the Duanshan sect won't let you go. Tion Yun raised his hand, wielding ice power, and said, don't worry, I will kill as many of them as come. One day, when my cultivation is stronger, I will personally seek you out. Fu Yuxing's body was frozen, and he stammered, what is this? Tion Yun used all his strength to deliver a powerful punch, knocking him away, and declared, I will flatten your Duanshan sect. Beep. Successfully killed Fu Yuxing, gained 100,000 experience points, 5,000 gold, 1,000 madness points, hidden weapon violent dance flower needle, usable only once. Beep, congratulations on successfully surpassing the level, killing the boss, obtaining special rewards, leveling up once, chance to enter a lottery. Beep, congratulations player Tion Yun for successfully leveling up to the 7th level of spirit tempering stage. Beep, congratulations player Tion Yun for successfully leveling up to the 8th level of spirit tempering stage. Tion Yun laughed joyfully, leveling up twice in a row. The effect of the violent dance flower needle ensures that anyone in a 100-meter radius at the spirit tempering stage will definitely die. Tion Yun tightly gripped the violent dance flower needle, marveling. This item is a bit disobedient to heaven, unfortunately, it can only be used once. Therefore, a group of people can be eliminated, by then who would still dare to surround me? Just retreat first and then see. He said and jumped up onto the roof, flying away. He raised his hand, summoning the snow wolf. As soon as he called out, the snow wolf was already by his side. Tion Yun mounted the snow wolf and ran into the forest. At night, in a small cave, Tion Yun looked at the sleeping snow wolf beside him and said, "Finally safe now, let's see what the overall situation is." He had reached the 8th stage of spirit tempering. Skills: Northern Ming Divine Skill. Techniques: Essence Absorption Great Method, Eagle Claw Technique, Swordsmanship, Falling Feather, Floating Cloud Steps, Heavenly Cloud Steps, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. Weapons: Frostbite Fist, Crimson Dagger. Defensive Gear: Snow Wolf Battle Boots, Angelic Armor, Haunted Battle Cloak. Divine Skill, Mad Style. Strength Bracelets, Strength Rings, Strength Belts. Proficiencies: Beginner Divine Script Proficiency, Intermediate Formation Proficiency, Beginner Refined Pill Proficiency. All items: Level 5 Experience Cards, for Recovery Pills. 15 upgraded gift bags, a chance to win a raffle, and a violent dance of the flower needle. Tion Yun looked over at the gift bag. He smiled lightly and reached for it. I was chased too closely earlier and forgot that this gift bag was still unopened. Beep, congratulations on winning. Probing Eye, opens a special type of item, experience card multiplied by 10, upgraded gift bag to level 10. Tion Yun exclaimed in surprise. The effect of the probing eye can reveal the detailed data of any person. Check current total battle power. Tion Yun activated the probing eye and tested it on a snow wolf. Snow Wolf, Cultivation Level 8 Refined Body Stage, for equivalent to average quality mortal iron armor, claws with the strength of average quality mortal iron weapons, health points 1000, second tier potential, total battle power 1300 points. Tion Yun wondered, if the Snow Wolf has a battle power of 1300, then how much do I have? Total battle power, 18,570 points. He laughed and said, the benefits of this are enormous. If I encounter trouble, at least I can turn and run in time. That's the main point. Now let's draw, just in time for another raffle chance. Beep, congratulations, you have gained an additional 5,000 experience points in weaving. Tion Yun slammed his hand on the ground in anger. My luck is a bit poor, I only drew 5,000 experience points in weaving again. He slammed his hand down and suddenly remembered. I almost forgot, there's a lucky ring that, when used, can increase my luck 5 times. Why not use it on the lottery draw? He looked at the spinning wheel with suspicion. I wonder if it works. He pressed the lottery draw system. Consuming 100 madness value points, starting the lottery draw. Tion Yun clasped his hands and muttered silently, Divine Skill, Divine Skill, Divine Skill. The lucky will stop at an item. Tion Yun's face fell, and he reluctantly said, fine. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully obtained the shape-shifting mask. Tion Yun held the shape-shifting mask in a daze. What the hell is a shape-shifting mask? A hand slammed down on the table, cursing, damn it. The man in black angrily said, I never expected that the Maoyang gang would visit your Tian Feng Pavilion and end up like this. Not only did the Maoyang gang die, but even Fu the Deacon is dead too, the master of the Tian Feng Pavilion. Xiang Tianya spoke, Tian Feng Pavilion has also suffered losses with several deacons and Master Liang's pavilion. This time, we are the ones at a disadvantage. The master of Duanshan sect, Qin Yuncheng, calmed down to consider, this little guy from Tianxian Palace seems a bit unusual. I heard he's a useless person without blood qi, yet even Fu Deacon was killed by him. Is it possible that someone from Tianxian Palace is secretly helping him? Xiang Tianya thought similarly and said, that's right, I heard that Palace Master Shirlei Yun dotes on him, so it wouldn't be impossible for her to secretly assist him. Qin Yuncheng reiterated, but that little guy said he is no longer a disciple of Tianxian Palace. The events he caused have nothing to do with Tianxian Palace. Xiang Tianya asked in surprise, nothing to do. Doesn't that mean we are at a huge disadvantage? This time the honor of our Tian Feng Pavilion could suffer greatly, and we are being suppressed by Tian Wu Pavilion. Qin Yuncheng put on an inscrutable expression and said, don't worry, hunting down that little guy is definitely on the agenda. We will capture him and kill him in front of Tion Ling Palace. Soon, Tion Ling Palace will belong to us, including his secret treasure. Xiang Tianya laughed sinisterly and replied, exactly, Tion Ling Palace thinks there will be no consequences, he he. Qin Yuncheng, with an inscrutable gaze, thought to himself, according to the legend in Tion Ling Palace, there is a treasure that everyone desires. He covered half of his face with his hand and pondered, the internal affairs of Tion Ling Palace are not trivial, which is why no one dares to take action. It seems the timing is about to ripen. On the side of the Illusion Beast mountain range, Tianyun stood high above, looking down and questioning, is this the Illusion Beast mountain range? Not sensing any ominous aura from the outside, he smiled and said, my cultivation is still too low, the demon beasts around the mountain are not strong. It's the perfect time to hone my skills and break through to the core condensation stage. He mounted the snow wolf and called out, let's go. The snow wolf leaped down, attracting the attention of several others. A huge bear rushed in hastily, and Tianyun smiled faintly, you've come at just the right time. Pointing to command the snow wolf, he said, go. The snow wolf charged in, battling the bear. As they clashed, its claws turned the bear into countless pieces. Ding, successfully killed the large bear, gained 900 experience points, 1 bear hide, and 90 crazy value points. Tianyun looked at the system with satisfaction and praised, not bad. After activating the crazy experience mode, the experience gained is 1,800 points. Somewhere, a noise caught his attention, the sound of a fight. Tianyun rode on a snow wolf and said, let's hurry up, one more matter to deal with. Ding. Random mission, do you want to accept the mission to rescue the lady of the Yan family? Completion reward, 5,000 experience points. Yan Ling Shue's favorability was at 100, 10 points of reputation value. Tianyun asked, increase the reputation value by 10 points. He jumped off the snow wolf, eagerly responding, for the sake of reputation, I suppose I have to be a hero and rescue the beauty. In a mountain range, a group of people were scouting and said, there is nothing unusual ahead. The hired bodyguard, Tan Yongsheng, said, I hope the earlier fight didn't attract too many illusionary beasts. Beside him was another hired bodyguard, Tai Wen. Accompanying them was the manager of the Yan family, Old Man Zhang. Next to him was the lady of the Yan family. Tan Yongxing stared at Tianyun in front of him, oh, who is that over there? Tianyun spoke to reassure them, there is no need to be tense, I am just training here. He smiled with a different expression, thinking, the shape-shifting mask I just got is indeed a treasure. Wearing this mask, no matter what happens, they won't be able to find me for revenge. These people are merely at the first and second levels of the spirit tempering stage. Perhaps it was time to pick elixirs. The versatile mask can change any appearance at any age, but it cannot change gender. A strange wind blew through, and Tan Yongxing immediately alerted, this is not good. Tai Wen also stood guard on one side, shouting, everyone be alert, prepare to break out. 3 big bears charged towards them at the same time. Yan Ling Shui turned to look at Tianyun, young master, I'm really sorry to have dragged you into this. Tianyun tilted his head and chuckled softly, Yan Ling Shui does understand etiquette quite well, at least unlike those bodyguards, who wouldn't even say sorry. He smirked, then looked ahead to reassure Yan Ling Shui, no need to worry, if we encounter any difficulties on the road, draw your swords for help, and let me assist you all. Tan Yongxing glanced back suspiciously, so proactive, this kid doesn't want to take advantage of the chaos to rob us, does he? Suddenly, he turned his head again, raised his sword, and threatened Tianyun, little guy, keep your distance. Are you eyeing my lady's beauty with some ulterior motives? Yan Ling Shui hurriedly called out, Tan bodyguard, at this point, why are you still saying those things? The big bear charged at this moment. She panicked and shouted, Tan Ho Vi, be careful behind you. Tan Yongxing snorted coldly, turned around, and 3-sword chi killed it. Zhang the old man pointed and called out, lady, there's one on your side too. A bear rushed towards both of them. Yan Ling Shui only knew to cover her head and brace for impact, while Tianyun delivered a powerful punch, dislocating its jaw, sending it flying away. Successfully killed the big bear, gained 700 experience points, and 72 madness value points. Tan Yongxing gritted his teeth, horrified. What exactly is this guy's background? Tion Yun still had not withdrawn his hand and spiritual energy, causing Zhang the old man to also feel a thrill of fear. He truly has heavenly strength. Ling Shui looked at him and secretly praised, this strength is not bad, it really is impressive. Tan Yongxing gritted his teeth in anger, damn it, he's stealing the spotlight again. Taiwan also snorted coldly, uncomfortable but saying nothing. The two of them, having no outlet for their anger, worked together to kill the remaining bear. Stinking bear, take my sword. Tion Yun smiled bitterly, helplessly watching them, then also threw a punch, knocking down a large bear. Tan Yongxing touched his head, panting. In the end, they no longer dared to chase after them. Let's rest for a while. Mission accomplished, gained 5,000 experience points, 100 favor points from Ling Shui, 10 integrity points. Tion Yun smiled, thinking to himself, this mission was quite easy. Casually earned 10 integrity points. Ling Shui handed pills to Tan Yongxing and the others, you've worked hard, here are recovery pills, everyone use them to recover. She approached Tion Yun and also handed him one, young master, this is a recovery pill for you. Her current favor points were 103. She happily said, this time, I really thank you for drawing your sword to help. Tion Yun drooled, joyfully thinking, with an increase of 100 favor points, Ling Shui has become a good friend of mine. He accepted the pill from Ling Shui, thank you. Tan Yongxing sulked, complaining, what kind of skill is it just to scare away a bear? Taiwan pouted, speculating, maybe the ones that were missed behind were because this little guy didn't kill them, that's why they were able to counterattack. Ling Shui lowered her head, shyly introducing herself, no need to be polite, I am Ling Shui. I wonder what the grand name of the young master is. Tion Yun replied, I am Li Yun Tian, from a declining family, planning to train here a bit. He thought to himself, I wonder if there is a bounty from the Duanshan sect, but for safety, it's better to use a pseudonym. Ling Shui then spoke up, as a bold young lady, I invite Li young master to become my bodyguard, with generous remuneration. I wonder if the young master would agree to this job. Ding. Do you accept the mission to escort Ling Shui to gather elixirs? The reward for completing the mission is 10,000 experience points, 20 favor points from Ling Shui, and 50 reputation points. Tion Yun quickly agreed, accepted. He smiled lightly and replied, alright, just as I am also scouting around this area. Tan Yongxing still did not trust him and asked her, lady, are you sure you want to take in this little guy of unclear origins? Lady, are you relying on this little guy's manly strength? The two of us brothers are enough to fully protect you. Having a few others invited will only become a burden. Tion Yun awkwardly thought, Tan Yongxing is being a bit too nosy. Ling Shui gently said, Dan big brother. This one has its own limits. She tilted her head, deciding, adding one more person is a bit safer, let's go with that, let's move on. Tan Yongxing, having convinced Ling Shui, turned to Tion Yun and said, little guy, if you want to come with us, you must follow my orders. Otherwise, you will face the consequences yourself. Tion Yun stepped forward and resolutely said, no, I only listen to Lady Yan. She is the one who hired me, not you. He walked over to Ling Shui and called, Lady Yan, from now on I only follow your instructions. I wonder what kind of elixirs we're looking for this time. Ling Shui replied, I am looking for dragon tail grass elixirs, which are said to appear along the path of the illusion beast mountain range, but they are in very limited quantity. Tion Yun thought to himself, forming a V shape with his hand on his chin, dragon tail grass is not high grade but incredibly rare, mainly used for treating overdue injuries during cultivation. He looked down at Ling Shui and tentatively asked, does Lady Yan have someone at home who has experienced overdue? Old man Zhang was surprised, does young Master Li really understand the properties of these elixirs? Something flew past suddenly, and Tan Yongxing shouted, there are demon beasts. He turned and cried, Lady, leave it to me to handle it. He sneered at Tion Yun, thinking, little guy, I won't give you a chance to show off. He rushed forward, shouting, demon beasts, die. Tion Yun frowned, thinking, complete another mission. Tan Yongxing retorted, are we afraid? I'm just worried about Lady Yan. He provocatively pointed, if you say you found it, then lead the way, let me see if there's a way to find the dragon tail grass. Opening the lucky ring, Tion Yun chuckled, thinking, this is the perfect opportunity to test a bit, with the support of the lucky ring, can I find the dragon tail grass? Madness value -1. 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 Tion Yun sadly moved forward, thinking, every deduction makes my heart ache. I've opened the lucky ring, theoretically, I should be able to find something just by wandering around. Ling Shui paused and asked, huh? What is that? She happily ran over, exclaiming, dragon tail grass. Tan Yongxing exclaimed in surprise, did we really find it? Old man Zhang also excitedly looked at the dragon tail grass, no doubt, it's really dragon tail grass. Tion Yun turned his head, thinking, there's another one over there. He pulled up the dragon tail grass, got scratched, and exclaimed, then paused. He looked at the dragon tail grass and thought, strange, can this dragon tail grass actually hurt me? Ling Shui behind him called out, Li young master. She smiled, complimenting, I didn't expect you to find it so quickly, you're really impressive. Congratulations on completing the escort mission for Ling Shui to gather elixirs, earning 10,000 experience points, 20 affection points from Ling Shui, and 15 reputation points. Tion Yun laughed joyfully, thinking, alright, mission completed. He said, since we found it, let's go back. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down, gradually opening up. They were startled, huh? What is this? What is happening? Beep, time-limited mission, inheritance of the dragon god. The duration is 3 days. The reward for completion is the inheritance of the dragon god. Tion Yun asked in surprise, time-limited mission. Accepted. Mission accepted successfully. Failing to complete it within the time limit will result in being killed by the dragon god. Tion Yun's eyes widened in confusion, what the hell? Killed by the dragon god? What does that mean? He looked at the dragon tail grass and wondered, could it be that the dragon tail grass is up to something? If I think about it carefully, this dragon tail grass is somewhat strange. The dragon tail grass would normally never harm anyone. Ling Shui called out, Li young master, but he was lost in his own thoughts. The ground, after absorbing blood, can also emit rays of light, I didn't notice that at the time. Could it be the premise for opening the mission? He was frustrated and didn't want to admit he had been chosen by the dragon deity. My luck is indeed really good. Tion Yun suddenly halted, as the ray of light from earlier descended upon him, causing Ling Shui to exclaim, Li young master. Tan Yongxing also asked in surprise, what is going on here? Starting mission duration. Tion Yun smiled, looked ahead, and said, over there. He quickly moved forward with the snow wolf into the inheritance of the dragon deity. The light flared up again, and Tion Yun had already crossed inside. He momentarily froze, thinking, I've arrived, right before me is the dragon deity temple, majestic and resplendent. Tion Yun looked around and asked, is this truly the dragon deity temple? I can feel the oppressive aura inside the temple. He patted the snow wolf's head and said, step back. Tion Yun stepped up the stairs, standing before the temple door. He couldn't help but wonder, what secrets are held inside. He fumbled a bit and took out the dragon tail grass. This dragon tail grass is probably the key to opening the door. The dragon tail grass glowed and revealed several symbols. A surge of powerful energy appeared along with the symbols on the door. The door slowly opened, and Tion Yun did not hesitate to enter. The group of Tan Yongxing also rushed in, shouting, hurry, let's go. He flew over and shouted loudly, stop right there. Tion Yun was surrounded by them. He glanced around calmly and said, I had guessed it, indeed you all followed me. It's a bit disappointing not to escort Lady Yan home like this. Tan Yongxing held his sword and said, little guy, I didn't expect your luck to be this good, this dragon tail grass is indeed the key to opening the dragon god temple. He laughed, looking at the dragon tail grass in Tion Yun's hand, and ordered, "Hand it over, and we will spare your life." Tion Yun indifferently asked, "Spare my life?" The two of them gathered their strength and charged at the same time, saying, "At least this is much better than you not handing it over, hurry up and give it to us." Tion Yun gathered strength in both hands, then used the eagle claw technique and squeezed Tan Yongxing's face. With his other hand, he grabbed Taiwan, rendering them unable to resist. Beep, successfully defeated Tan Yongxing, gained 2,000 experience points. 200 points of madness value. Successfully defeated Taiwan, gained 800 experience points, 80 points of madness value. Tion Yun scratched his head, feeling bored. These two little monsters have no equipment at all. He walked while wondering, is it really that simple for whoever gets the dragon tail grass first to become the heir? I doubt it. Tion Yun stepped into a trap. He was startled and said, "Not good, it's a trap." He jumped to avoid the arrows shot at him. His hand touched the ground, using the cloud step technique to dodge all the arrows fired. He sighed as he looked back and said, "Is it just arrows? But this kind of attack is really too ordinary, there's no difficulty at all." Tion Yun reached the entrance, looking dazed. "Oh," he said. He looked ahead and said, "The stone statue of the Dragon Clan warrior." Tion Yun glanced over, scanning the statues. Perhaps this is the original important base of the Dragon Clan. It must have been fiercely expanded by the human clan practitioners and then pushed back to the ancestral land. The hand of the statue holding the spear suddenly trembled, then suddenly raised the spear to stab down. Tion Yun, to pass through here, you must first defeat me. It said, then stabbed down into the ground. Tion Yun jumped up, using the spear as leverage, and snorted coldly. He raised his hand, exerting powerful force to strike down on the statue's head. The head of the statue cracked, then could not withstand the force and shattered. Unexpectedly, at that moment, another spear lunged forward, "Whoever intrudes will die." Tion Yun widened his eyes and turned his head, this is indeed difficult to deal with. The spear from the statue came crashing down, but Tion Yun had already flown around, using stealth skills to completely conceal himself. His speed increased by 2 tiers. Tion Yun flew around to the back of the statue and opened his probing eye. He looked at it intently. The stone statue of the dragon man at the self-cultivation level is at the spirit tempering stage, level 5. Its blood volume is 5,000. Weapon, high-grade long iron saber. Defensive strength is high-grade mortal iron. Overall combat power is 4,700. Holding the saber, Tion Yun charged forward, shouting, "Die!" He activated his luck circle, employing the cloud stepping technique, flew alongside the statue, and struck its center. The statue broke into pieces, and several other foes were attacked by him and fell down. Tion Yun sat on the rubble, looked at the system, and said, "No way." He raised his hand in frustration, grumbling, "I opened the luck circle and didn't get anything. It's true that it's a crazy waste of value." The wall beside suddenly opened. Tion Yun looked through the opening door with a questioning expression. He stepped forward and asked, "What is this?" The stone statue was truly imposing. He examined the statue and deduced, "Is this the legendary dragon god?" He felt a bit anxious as he could not see through the probing eye at all. The dragon god's eye opened, and he called out, "My kin has finally arrived." Tion Yun stared blankly at the dragon god, confused, "What is going on here? When did I become your kin? Could it be that he misunderstood me to be from the dragon clan?" The dragon god pointed, causing the dragon tail grass within him to rise, swallow the dragon tail grass and accept the inheritance. Tion Yun looked at the dragon tail grass and frowned, "This thing is called the dragon god grass. It seems no different from ordinary dragon tail grass. Who would swallow this?" Suddenly, the dragon god grass flew directly into Tion Yun's mouth. He closed his eyes, letting out an agonizing scream from within. Immense power concealed within him emerged, and the blue dragon surged forth. "It feels like a giant dragon is crashing into the meridians in my body." He painfully tilted his neck, trying to endure. "Before, my blood chi was insufficient, and I couldn't cultivate. It has started to become faster. Success. You have devoured the divine dragon grass, gaining 8,000 experience points. 9,000 experience points. 12,000 experience points. 15,000 experience points. 18,000 experience points. Tion Yun stood there in a daze, his eyes half closed, asking, how could this be? Am I really a descendant of the dragon clan? Although he had never encountered them, it was said that the biological father of the original body was a super strong being, and it was very likely that the veins were inherited from him. With the support of the divine dragon grass, it began to activate. Another wave of power struck Tion Yun's spiritual eye. He soared up with a bright radiance reflecting all around the dragon hall. Beep! Congratulations player Tion Yun for completing the inheritance task of the divine dragon and obtaining the inheritance of the divine dragon, dragon god decision. Beep! Congratulations player Tion Yun for successfully acquiring the first grade divine dragon veins. Before he knew it, it was already evening. Many sounds mingled together, gradually entering the dragon hall. Do you see that golden light? I see great opportunities here. Even so, with so many people gathered here, there won't be enough points for any opportunities. You may be able to obtain talents and treasures. Just keep the door open. A group of ruffians entered the Long God Temple. They stopped in front of the door. That big door is open now. Quickly step back, we don't know what kind of monster might suddenly appear. The red-haired man warned. Could it be that the master here is coming out? We should quickly move away a bit. They hurriedly ran off to hide. Tion Yun stepped out and they exclaimed, someone is coming out. Tion Yun scrutinized the group, refined body stage, level 4, spirit tempering stage, level 8. He thought to himself, there are no strong core condensation stage cultivators among them. That makes sense, after all, this illusionary beast mountain is too low in rank. But being surrounded by so many people, it's not easy to get out unless I can fly. Tion Yun slowly descended the steps. The short-haired man spoke up, little guy, stop right there. No matter who you are, if you want to go outside, hand over whatever you have on you. Tion Yun calmly replied, then let's see if you have the ability to do that. The short-haired man smirked, stop pretending, how could you have come out from there? Tion Yun stepped aside and said, I just walked out with my feet. To enter through the door, rely on your own abilities. Now step aside, I'm in a hurry. A group behind him, the short-haired guy blocked his way with a weapon. Little guy, do you dare to mess with us? Quickly hand over the treasure you got inside, or don't blame us for being rude. Hand over the treasure now. Do you think you can escape from so many people? Tion Yun crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and repeated, even if I get the treasure, why should I give it to you? What have you contributed? I'll say it one last time, step aside, or don't blame me for being rude. The short-haired guy, angry, lunged at him to catch him. I want to see how you can be rude to us. He liked it, so Tion Yun obliged. He activated the frost punch and struck his hand. The short-haired guy was frozen, screaming in pain. Tion Yun forcefully waved his hand horizontally, and the short-haired guy fell down before he could attack. The others were cautious, no longer daring to act recklessly. Look at the spiritual energy in his hand, at least a high-quality level. The supreme-grade spiritual energy probably wouldn't be this effective. Little guy, still saying you can't get any treasures, what is this? Hand it over quickly, don't think you can escape. Tion Yun began to feel annoyed as he stared at them. Are these people crazy? Just now, I crippled one of their arms, yet it still didn't have any effect in intimidating them. With so many of them rushing in, this won't be easy to handle. He raised his hand forward, with a fierce expression, and said, I warn you one last time, either die or get lost. Equipped with a floral spear. Hearing this, those guys became even more excited, fighting to catch him. This is really funny, catch him, search to see if there are any treasures. A style of frenzied experience, open. The floral spear shot out, causing several of them to be hit and fall back. Successfully killed Lu Yun, gained 3,800 experience points, 1 recovery pill, 80 madness value. Successfully killed Long Tian Yang, gained 15,000 experience points, 1 double experience pill, 600 madness value. Successfully killed Wang Tian Qing, gained 8,700 experience points, 1 wind cutting sword, 200 madness value. Successfully killed. The surviving ones ran away in fear, saying, "It's the demon, so terrifying." Congratulations to player Tion Yun for successfully breaking through to the 3rd level of the core condensation stage. Tion Yun boldly took out the violet flower needle and smiled faintly. The speed of harvesting with the violet flower needle is truly too fast, it's a pity there's only one. He tossed aside the box containing the needles and said, "The speed of leveling up is really too fast, it's truly amazing." The box fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the distance, a group of people was arguing, 10,000 gold. If it really doesn't work, then let's take the risk, how about it? If you want to go, go alone. I've heard that Tion Yun kills without blinking, I don't want to seek death. That's right, I've heard he even killed everyone at Tian Feng Pavilion, where blood flowed like rivers, and he looted all the treasures. If we capture him, won't all the treasures belong to us? Treasures? Without cultivation at the core condensation stage, how can we possibly catch him? Tion Yun approached, wearing a hat to conceal his face, blending into the crowd. I need to quickly return to Tianxian Palace to check the situation. The time until the opening of the Tianqian ancient relic is not far off. He brushed past 2 people, who were Ling Shui and Zhang the old man. He lowered his head, intending to pretend not to know. Ling Shui recognized him and turned to call out, "Li young master." Tion Yun took off his hat and replied, "Yen lady, what a coincidence. Did the dragon tail grass help at all last time?" Ling Shui lowered her eyes, slightly disappointed, and answered, "Unfortunately, it could only temporarily suppress it. To completely eliminate it, another type of spiritual herb is needed." Tion Yun asked in surprise, "Using dragon tail grass doesn't solve anything? What elixirs are still needed to eradicate it completely?" Old man Zhang stroked his beard and said, "It's the soul-reviving grass." He looked up and explained, "The medicinal properties of dragon tail grass are for impotence. The soul-reviving grass is needed to achieve the utmost yang. Only by combining the two can you achieve the most perfect effect." Tion Yun touched his chin, deep in thought, soul-reviving grass. It can indeed enhance the effect of dragon tail grass, but the effect is too excessive, it may cause permanent damage to the soul, which could be harmful instead. Old man Zhang was taken aback by this. Tion Yun suddenly remembered and looked at him, asking, "Who used the medicine? Have they completely lost their mind?" Ling Shui replied, "It was my father, he has recently overtrained, causing an overdose. Right now, he is in a comatose state, only waking up occasionally." Through her account, Tion Yun was able to recognize the condition of Master Yen. In this situation, using dragon tail grass will suffice. If you're not careful with the soul recovery grass, there is a possibility of falling into a coma forever, Zhang, the old man, said with a darkened face, veins bulging as he spoke loudly. "Are you implying that my deduction is incorrect? I am Pill Master 3rd Grade Kong Liang, I don't know which sect you come from." Tion Yun replied emotionlessly, "What does it matter if you say my deduction is wrong?" Kong Liang pointed at him, muscles tensed, "Of course, it matters. What right does a brat like you have to doubt the deduction of a Pill Master 3rd grade? Tion Yun crossed his arms, still confident in his words. As long as the condition of the Yen family master is as Lady Yen has described, then it absolutely cannot be the soul recovery grass. Kong Liang was furious, saying, "Ridiculous. Are you the Pill Master now or am I?" Tion Yun did not bother to argue with him and turned to Ling Shui, saying, "Lady Yen, I am also an alchemist, please take me to see. If your esteemed father is as you have said, then we only need dragon tail grass and no soul recovery grass at all." Ling Shui hesitated for a moment before deciding to trust him. "Alright, I'll trouble Li young master to accompany me on a trip." Ding, mission accepted successfully, treat Yen family master who has been injured due to overtraining. Completion reward is 10,000 experience points. Yen family master's favorability increases by 100 times. Yan Ling Shue's favorability increases by 30. Reputation value increases by 20. Kong Liang disagreed and spoke up, he absolutely won't be able to cure him. He decided, I will take a trip to your residence, I want to see how this little guy treats him. He furrowed his brows tightly and set a condition, I'll say some unpleasant words first, if this little guy fails, and if you want me to cure him, you must pay double the fee. Tion Ling smiled faintly and said, don't worry, if it really fails, I'll pay this double fee. At the Yan family residence, Tion Ling took one look at Yan family master and diagnosed, indeed, it's a result of overtraining, but it's not a problem. All that's needed is dragon tail grass. This is a soul injury caused by overdoing it, the soul is the most fundamentally injured part, and once it happens, it becomes helpless. How did you all handle it before? Kong Liang was rough and dismissive, you don't understand this but dare to call yourself a pill master. You must be using dragon tail grass to refine pills, is there any other way? Of course there are other methods, such as adding poison ivy, or rather, resurrection grass, Tion Ling mocked in return, echoing his words. No wonder you can't treat it at the root. You don't even know how to use dragon tail grass, how can you possibly treat it? Old man Zhang was furious, gritting his teeth, you. Tion Ling said, Lady Yan, please excuse my rudeness. Yan Ling Shui replied with a soft, Tion Ling used a needle to prick the finger of the Yan family master, to treat it at the root, first you must draw your own blood, along with refining the dragon tail grass. This situation is rare, which is why many refined pill masters don't understand it. Tion Ling let the blood of the Yan family master drip onto the dragon tail grass. But the scariest part is, not understanding and pretending to understand, Kong Liang's blood rushed to his head upon hearing this. What are you talking about? Tion Ling leaned back, denying it, did I say that about you? Then why are you getting so worked up? Don't interrupt me while I refine the pill, if an accident happens, can you bear the responsibility? A ray of spiritual energy emanated from outside the mansion, and a wave of spiritual energy also appeared. Kong Liang looked at Tion Ling crafting pills so professionally and couldn't help but be amazed. You don't need any pill furnace and can still refine pills. Could it be that he has a strange fire? Tion Ling raised his hand, using the strange fire to refine the pill. Successfully refined a second-grade pill, dragon tail grass, earning 1,000 experience points. Proficiency increased by 50 points. Tion Ling called out, Yan lady, take this pill for the Yan family master to use. Yan Ling Shui raised her hand to receive it, replying, okay. Tion Ling crossed his arms and arrogantly asked, how is it? Kong Liang, feeling embarrassed, said, let's see the situation first, you're not awake yet. Yan Ling Shui placed the pill into the mouth of the Yan family master, and he swallowed it, immediately waking up. Yan Ling Shui joyfully called out, Father, you're awake. The Yan family master replied, I feel much better now. The pill crafted by Kong Liang the pharmacist is quite good. Yan Ling Shui sat down beside him, her gaze directed at Tion Ling, and said, Father, the pill was crafted by this Li young master. The Yan family master also responded with an, saying, thank you very much, Li young master. It is truly rare for someone as young as you to have such skill in pill refining. Tion Ling bowed respectfully and replied confidently. The pill we are refining can cure the Yan family master, that would be great. The Yan family master looked at him for a while, thinking to himself, a young pharmacist like this, I thought he was a student brought by Kong Liang. Kong Liang turned to leave, saying, if the Yan family master is awake, I will take my leave now. Tion Ling smiled faintly as he watched him go, forget it. As long as these minor characters don't provoke me, there's no need to pursue the matter too much. Congratulations on completing the mission, you have gained 10,000 experience points. The favorability of the family master has increased by 100. The favorability of Yan Ling Shui has increased by 30. Reputation value, 20. The Yan family master held up a refining pill tool and said to Tion Ling, this is the refining pill tool, brotherly, you must accept it. It will definitely be of help to you. Tion Ling politely declined, no need for this, it's just a small matter. This refining tool is at least a soul artifact level, and it's hard to buy even with money. The Yan family master chuckled lightly and replied, "That's right, this is indeed a refining pill tool of low-grade soul artifact. We don't have anything good to give here. Our Yan family doesn't have a refined pill master, and this divine refining tool has just been sitting here, so it's best to give it to you, brother." Tion Ling still hesitated. This is the soul artifact, a bit precious now. The Yan family master is also determined to entrust it to you. To be honest, the alchemy furnace has been kept here for so long, it's quite a miracle. If someone else discovers it, it will definitely cause deadly disasters. Tion Ling looked at the divine furnace of purple fire, and the Yan family master continued. "So I feel that Brother Li is very suitable for it. Just protect it well in the future." Tion Ling clasped his hands together and did not refuse anymore. "Then it's settled, I will accept this refined pill furnace. But this item is very precious, I can't simply accept it like that. I will stay here for a while, you all go buy the materials, and I will help you refine some pills. That's all I can do to help you." A few days later, Yan Ling Shui happily said, "So many pills. Congratulations to player Tion Ling for successfully breaking through to the 4th level of the core condensation stage." Tion Ling thought, "Not bad, leveled up again." A maid rushed in and shouted, "Lady! It's not good, Li young master. You should go to the front hall and see." In the hall, there were 2 old men who seemed unfriendly, saying, "A few days ago, we heard that the Yan family master had some issues with his cultivation. Now that your complexion has improved, we have come to offer our congratulations. This is our congratulatory gift, please accept it." The Yan family master replied, "Thank you for the kind intentions of the Wang family master and the Zheng family master. I, Yan, will accept this. I am already very grateful that you two have come to visit me." One of the family masters said, "This small gesture is nothing at all. However, we have come here for another matter that we would like the Yan family master to assist with." Yan Ling Shui and Tion Ling stepped forward. The Yan family master said, "What is it? Please speak. If I can help, I will certainly do so." The Wang family master replied, "Actually, it's nothing much. I heard that the Yan family master has a refining pill furnace that is a soul artifact. I wonder if I could borrow it for a while." Yan Ling Shui, standing beside the Yan family master, was surprised and thought, "I wonder how the news leaked out." The Yan family master calmly denied it. "Wang family master, you must be joking. How could my Yan family possess such a thing? Having a few pieces of high-grade spiritual energy is already quite good." The Wang family master slammed the table and stood up, saying directly, "Stop pretending. We have already heard the news long ago." Next to him was the Zheng family master. The Wang family master narrowed his eyes and turned to threaten. "Recently, news has reached from Qing Xian Mansion. Your elder brother died during training outside. Now, what does the Yan family have left to rely on?" He raised his hand, threatening with spiritual energy. The master of the Yan family should be reasonable and hand over the soul artifact refining pill. He smashed a large wooden barrel with a palm, revealing a coffin inside, and continued, "Marry your daughter to my son. If not, from now on, there will be no Yan family in Tianfeng City." He gritted his teeth and aggressively laid down the condition, "This coffin is prepared for you. Whether you live or die, you can choose for yourselves." Yan Ling Shui then understood and looked at her father reproachfully, "Father, risking everything to break through to the core condensation stage. Once the Yan family has no expert in the core condensation stage, the Yan family will definitely be in dire straits." She called out, "Father." The master of the Yan family stood up, opened his arms, and said, "Let them leave, this matter does not concern them." The master of the Zheng family frowned and asked, "Want to leave? Do you think that's possible?" The master of the Wang family raised his hand, coercively pressing, "Hand over the soul artifact refining pill, and we might consider sparing your life. Isn't surviving a good thing?" The master of the Yan family gritted his teeth and retorted, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Hand over the pill furnace, and you won't spare my Yan family either." The Zheng family master laughed and said directly, "If you already know, then there's nothing more to discuss. Your Yan family only has a path to death left. Hand over the pill furnace so that your whole family can die more comfortably." At this moment, Tion Ling raised the soul fire furnace and spoke, "Do you want to refine pills with this furnace? Both of them looked over and said, soul artifact. The Wang family master asked fiercely, who are you? Tion Ling replied, I am just a guest of the Yan family. The Yan family master raised his hand and called out, Li young master, this matter does not concern you. Tion Ling slightly turned his head and responded, if the Yan family is in trouble, then fleeing would go against righteousness. The Wang family master grinned and asked, are you giving the pill furnace to this little guy, intending for him to escape with Yan lady? It seems you know how to entrust others too. The Zheng family master darkened his face and said harshly, little guy, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the refined pill furnace to me. You are not a member of the Yan family, and we will give you a way out. Tion Ling shrugged, smiled faintly, and said directly, do you think I would trust two beast-faced men like you? Now get out of here, and I can spare your lives. The Wang family master was filled with rage and gritted his teeth, saying, you. He exerted his immense strength and shouted, little guy, you've shown disrespect. I originally wanted to keep your body intact, but it seems that's no longer necessary. The Yan family master gathered spiritual energy with one hand while raising the other to advise, Li brother, you should quickly take Yan heir away, I may not be able to hold him off for long. Tion Ling continued to smile softly, saying, Yan family master, leave this to me. The Wang family master swung his fist with powerful force, saying, stop being so arrogant here, let me show you the might of this family master. Tion Ling used the Tion Yin technique to evade all of his punches, elegantly appearing beside the royal family, startling him. Tion Yin delivered a powerful punch to his neck, sending him flying. Following that, the Zheng family master also swung down with his sword. Tion Yin looked up at the powerful slash he unleashed. Yan Ling Shui's heart raced as she called out, Li young master. The Yan family master was also alarmed, shouting, Li brother. Unexpectedly, Tion Yin used a small dagger to strike horizontally, breaking the Zheng family master's sword. He widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, what? Tion Yin did not withdraw his dagger but sneered, then used a frost punch, striking with all his might into the Zheng family master's stomach. His body froze and fell down. The Yan family master looked at him in shock, I never expected this brother Li's cultivation to be so strong. Using the great absorption technique. Gained 4,000 experience points. Gained 4,300 experience points. Gained 4,500 experience points. Gained 4,200 experience points. Gained 4,400 experience points. The Wang family master was drawn in and trembled as he asked, what kind of evil skill is this? Who are you really? Which sect do you belong to? Tion Yin raised his hand in front, absorbing, and said, does that matter? Blame yourselves for being ignorant. The Zheng family master and the Wang family master fell down. He looked up at Tion Yin with a puzzled expression, thinking, this little guy is young, yet his cultivation is stronger than mine. What kind of monster is he? He was so scared he stuttered, wait a moment, I still have my ultimate move, I haven't used it yet, you can't. Tion Yin raised a finger, using eternal fire, and shouted, use it in your next life. The Wang family master widened his eyes and screamed, no. Ding, successfully killed the Zheng family master. Gained 40,000 experience points. Acquired the martial art, soul-seizing life-taking technique, high-grade human level. 1,000 points of madness value. The success killed the Wang family master. Gained 40,000 experience points. Acquired the martial art, Ba Yun Ju, a top-grade human-level skill. 1,000 points of crazy value. Tion Yin has reached the 4th level of the core condensation stage. Skills, Bak Min Divine Skill, Long Shen Ju. Techniques, Hap Tin Dai Fap, Thien Van Bo, Van Kim Kui Tong. Weapons, Guin Bang Swang, Gam Tin Hong, Truck Fong Nan, Thien Fong Nan. Defensive equipment, Ong Chien Dao Soi Tuet, Ho Jiap Thien Nan, Dao Bong Am On. Divine techniques, Kio Dien Quang, Vong Sang Mei Man. Accessories, Chui Then Ren, Vong Te Suc Man, Nan Suc Man, That Lung Suc Man. All items. Experience card 5 times. 20 recovery pills. Level 31 gift bag. Tion Yun raised his head, feeling frustrated, thinking, still not leveled up, I need quite a bit of experience now. The Yen family master behind him called out, Li young master. He regained his composure and, confused, glanced back, asking, what's wrong? Do you have other enemies? Yen Ling Shui stared at him blankly, Li young master, that's it. The Yen family master raised his hand to explain, our Yen family has never had any enemies. They are just eyeing our family's refined pill, taking advantage of the fact that I was overdosed. Tion Yun said, so that's how it is. At this moment, a group of people entered. The old man at the front spoke, this young brother here is quite young, yet he has already killed 2 family masters. Such cultivation is truly astonishing. The Yen family master asked, who are you? I am Yuan Ping, the deputy leader of Tian Feng Shangming. Tion Yun looked behind him and saw Kong Liang. He feigned surprise, Tian Feng Shangming, so it is the force of Tian Feng Pavilion. He thought to himself, it seems this Kong Liang went to seek reinforcements just now. Good, let's see what kind of people have come. He opened his probing eye, deputy leader of Tian Feng Shangming, Yuan Ping, core condensation stage level 4. Tian Feng Pavilion, Lu Deacon, core condensation stage level 3. Kong Liang, spirit tempering stage level 7. One of his subordinates, spirit tempering stage level 3. The other subordinate, spirit tempering stage level 4. Yuan Ping spoke first, asking Tion Yun, may I ask which sect this young brother belongs to? Can we befriend each other? Tion Yun had an expressionless face and said, you all go to the back courtyard, I will handle this place. The Yen family master replied with a He stared at them, speculating, these people are probably the reinforcements sent by those 2 family masters. From their appearance, they likely don't come with good intentions. Tion Yun bluntly said, no need to make acquaintances, I have no interest. Yuan Ping remained patient and said, how can this young brother speak so heartlessly? Refining a pill of the soul artifact level, that's a good thing. You can take such an item, but there is one condition, you must join our Tian Feng Pavilion. Tion Yun snorted coldly, going back and forth, aren't you just after this soul artifact? Yuan Ping stroked his mustache and replied, that's right. Either join us or die. It's a very good choice, isn't it? Tion Yun clenched his fist, releasing spiritual energy, angrily stating, your Tian Feng Pavilion is indeed despicable. You only know how to rely on humiliation and oppression to kill and seize treasures. Yuan Ping arrogantly asked, little guy, do you want to die? He brandished his sword with both hands, taking a stance. After the command, charge together, they rushed towards Tion Yun. He donned frost armor, his eyes radiating spiritual energy, and said, a group of greedy ants. A frenzy of experience, opening up. Use 2 double experience pills. Tion Yun shouted loudly, raising his hand, unleashing powerful spiritual energy, and then striking the ground. The mysterious ice instantly froze the ground, the immense force preventing the 3 from advancing even a step. The group was trapped in the mysterious ice. Tion Yun retracted his power, breathing heavily. Yuan Ping looked at him in awe, wah, you really are a monster. Tion Yun calmly replied, too much praise. He raised his hand and used the Great Absorption technique, gained 10,000 experience points. Gained 10,400 experience points. Gained 10,800 experience points. Gained 9,800 experience points. Gained 9,900 experience points. Gained 10,100 experience points. Gained. The Henchman 1, Henchman 2, Kong Liang, and Lu the Deacon were trapped in the mysterious ice and soon perished inside. The ice then shattered. Ding, successfully killed Lu the Deacon, gained 15,000 experience points, double experience active, 800 points of crazy value. Ding, successfully killed Kong Liang, gained 10,000 experience points, 500 points of crazy value. Ding, successfully killed all henchmen. With 2 hands and feet, I gained 13,000 experience points and 800 madness value points. Yuan Ping looked up at Tion Yun with a bewildered expression, you are so powerful, who exactly are you? Tion Yin decisively kicked him in the face and said, what does it matter who I am to someone like you who's about to die? Do you still want to kill me? Yuan Ping grimaced in pain, threatening, if you kill me, you will face the hunt of Tian Feng Pavilion. The Pavilion Master will take revenge for me. No matter what, Tian Feng Pavilion will come after you. Tian Yin took off the Bakbian mask and asked, is that so? Then I look forward to it a bit. Seeing his true face, Yuan Ping's eyes widen in shock. You are the Tian Yun from Tian Xian Palace that we are hunting? Tian Yun coldly stomped down again, sending him to his final resting place. Ding, successfully killed Yuan Ping, gained 60,000 experience points, double experience in effect, 1,400 madness value points. Congratulations to player Tian Yun for successfully breaking through to the 5th level of core condensation stage. The next day, Tian Yun stood facing Yan family master and Yen Ling Shui, saying, I'm afraid you won't be here much longer. Tian Feng Pavilion and the powerful forces of the two families will soon come looking for him. The Yen family master replied, no problem. Li brother must also be a little careful, don't let the people from Tian Feng Pavilion catch you. Tian Yun clasped his hands to bid farewell, then I will take my leave here. Yen Ling Shui looked at him with a sad expression, thinking to herself, he must have a strong sect background, I'm afraid I don't have the right to keep him here. Tian Yun glanced at her, before leaving, intentionally smiled and called out, Miss Yan, if fate allows, we will meet again. Returning to Tian Xian Palace, Shaol Yan and 2 other elders were in a meeting. The second elder asked the palace master, the Tian Chen legend is about to begin, I wonder when you will decide on the list. Shaol Yan exhaled and replied, wait for Tian Yun to return first. The second elder opposed, saying, Duanshan sect and Tian Feng Pavilion have already declared, if we accept Tian Yun, it would be equivalent to becoming their enemy. Giving him this quota is just asking for trouble, isn't it? Shaol Yun seriously clarified, second elder, it is not Tian Yun who brings trouble to our Tian Xian Palace, but rather they are the despicable ones who have been dealt with by Tian Yun. The second elder frowned and retorted. But small sects like us must understand the way of patience. Even this, they do not understand. At that moment, a female disciple rushed in to report, Palace Master, it's not good. People from Duanshan sect and Tion Ling sect have arrived. Shaol Yun was taken aback in surprise. She had a serious expression, feeling somewhat worried, and thought, their arrival at this time must mean they have no good intentions. If something happens to Tian Yun, I will bury the entire Duanshan sect. She spoke up, ordering, go outside to deal with them. Outside Tian Xian Palace, Shaol Yun took the lead and asked them, Masters, what brings you here? If I'm not mistaken, there's still more than a week until the Tian Chen legend opens. The master of Duanshan sect, Qin Yun Cheng, replied, Sure Palace Master, we have come this time for that quota. The outside sect disciple Tian Yun of Tian Xian Palace killed one of our disciples and even killed the master pavilion of Tian Feng Pavilion. This debt must be settled clearly. Next to him was the leader of Tion Ling sect, Jia Zhiyun. The second elder raised his hand to refute, previously, Tian Yun stated that he was no longer our disciple. Moreover, he is an outside sect disciple, not an official disciple. What he has done has nothing to do with us. Qin Yun Cheng stroked his chin, ridiculous, if you don't acknowledge him as a member of Tian Xian Palace, then you have nothing to do with this. The second elder said, but... Before he could finish, Lei Yun raised his hand to stop him. As far as I know, this was caused by your disciples repeatedly provoking, being arrogant, and insulting the weapons crafted by Tian Yun as fakes. During the competition, they even attacked from behind, one can only say they died without innocence. Qin Yun Cheng's face darkened as he asked, is there anyone to testify? He questioned in a deep voice, aren't our people trying to ask? But they were killed instead. I never expected your Tian Xian Palace to be so unreasonable. Shaol Yun gathered his energy, exerted force, and said, stop talking nonsense, don't even think about quotas. I invite you to leave here. A few eager disciples wanted to rush forward but were stopped by Qin Yun Cheng raising his hand. Sure, Palace Master, it seems you are not showing any respect, then don't blame us for being impolite. Shaol Yan refused to back down and retorted, Qing Master, what are you trying to do? Our Tian Xian Palace may indeed be inferior, but we also have the spirit to fight to the death. Qin Yunqing laughed disdainfully, do you have any more trump cards? Marrying the disciple of Qing Xian Mansion. Is it to have her help summon the forces? Or is it for your immortal elder to come out of seclusion? Shaol Yan said angrily, emphasizing each word, you. Xiang Tianya spoke up from behind, Qing Xian Mansion has previously told us that they would not interfere in this matter. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth in anger, the master of the Tian Feng Pavilion, did not Tian Feng Pavilion say they would not interfere in the affairs of any sect? Xiang Tianya retorted, usually they do not interfere, but your disciples killed our people, that is an exception. Today, you must clarify this with Tian Xian Palace. Qin Yunqing arrogantly laid down his conditions, I am giving you an opportunity now, agree to my 2 conditions. Listen carefully. He tilted his head and stated the first condition, hand over all quotas. The second is that Sure Palace Master must marry me. If not, today Tian Xian Palace will definitely be destroyed. Shaol Yan shouted angrily, shameless. At this moment, another voice came from behind them, don't you see what you look like? Do you think you deserve this? The second elder looked at him and asked, at such a critical moment, aren't you seeking death? Xiang Tianya chuckled lightly and sighed, we have searched for so long, yet I didn't expect you to come right to our doorstep like this. Qin Yunqing turned around and mocked, are you saying you have courage or are you just calling yourself foolish? Tianyan coldly asked, foolish? There is indeed a fool here, one who wants to marry our palace master despite his foolish face. Dreaming delusions. Qin Yunqing clenched his fist and arrogantly questioned, delusions, you say? Do you believe I could crush you with just one finger? He suddenly paused, looking back as he sensed the evil energy. Shaol Yan exerted a powerful force, emphasizing each word, do you dare to make a move? Go ahead and try. Qin Yunqing raised his hand and arrogantly declared, Sure Palace Master, your cultivation is not weak, but how do you think you will fare against us? Can you possibly fight against the 3 of us? He could no longer wait and ordered, capture that little guy. Shaol Yan gathered her strength and flew forward, saying, do you dare? Jia Zhiyun unleashed spiritual energy along with his sword, while Qin Yunqing also tightened his grip, both exuding powerful pressure. The 2 of them advanced together to block Shaol Yan. She unleashed a terrifying force, sending both of them flying. The Grand Elder anxiously called out, Palace Master. Qin Yunqing and Jia Zhiyun were unable to advance under the oppressive force. A few female disciples caught her and asked, are you okay, Palace Master? Shaol Yan raised her hand and replied, I'm fine, go help Tian Yun. A group of disciples surrounded Tian Yun with swords, but he calmly observed their every move. Shaol Yan raised her hand, worriedly thinking, Tian Yun is surrounded, I must save him, even if it means risking my life. Qin Yunqing threatened, Sure Palace Master, if you continue to interfere, let's see if I dare not. I guarantee they will do something to him. His gaze was icy, reminding her, I'll give you one last chance, present all your quotas. And you must marry me. However, this time you must also include the secret treasure of your Tian Xian Palace. Of course, if we kill all of you, we can take it ourselves. The Grand Elder drew his sword, preparing for a fight. Good, you truly have always wanted the secret treasure. Tian Yun is merely an excuse, what you really need is the actual secret treasure of Tian Xian Palace. Qin Yunqing laughed, not denying it, so what if it's true? You have no other choices left. If you do not hand it over, not only will he die, but Tian Xian Palace will also be completely erased from existence. Shaol Yan gripped her sword tightly, trembling. Then, he had no choice but to put down his sword and negotiate with him, all right, I will give it to you, as long as you spare Tian Yun. Qin Yunqing tilted his head and sighed, that little guy is really fortunate, the Sure Palace Master is wholeheartedly devoted to him. To save him, even taking out that secret treasure is truly admirable. Tian Yun thought seriously, even though I don't know what the secret treasure is, having 3 powerful forces take action must mean it's not an ordinary item. My aunt actually did this for me. The experience card activates crazily, the 10x experience card activates, the double crazy card activates, the taming degree card activates, consuming 5 double experience pills, the lucky light card activates. Tion Ling summoned his sword, striking out several times, causing several disciples to fall. In the powerful sword chi, no one could withstand even half a move. Those standing on the edge were soon left in shock. No, it can't be. This little guy is already as strong as the elders. Tion Ling unleashed a sword chi, forcefully emphasizing, I want to see who dares to bully my aunt, who dares to bully the Tion Xian Palace. Don't say it's a treasure, not even a blade of grass will you take away from here. The female disciple from Tion Xian Palace was stunned and asked, is this really Tion Ling? How can he be so powerful? Has he encountered some opportunities? With this speed, this strength, and that weapon, he's even more formidable than the elders. Using martial arts, the myriad swords returned to their source. Tion Ling raised his sword to absorb, and with a wave of his hand, unleashed the myriad swords along with the phrase, myriad swords return to their source. All the swords surged forward simultaneously, killing the disciples. Ding, successfully killed elder of Tion Ling's sect, gained 120,000 experience. Ding, successfully killed elder of Tion Ling's sect, gained 120,000 experience, 2,000 mad value points. Ding, successfully killed elder of Duanshan sect, gained 130,000 experience, 500 points in taming proficiency, 2,000 mad value points. Successfully killed. Qin Yunqing fell back in shock at Tion Ling's power, thinking, this little guy is showcasing his cultivation. He is clearly not at the spirit tempering stage 78, but at the core condensation stage 34. How can this be? He anxiously shouted, quick! Quick, stop him! A group of disciples was pushed back, successfully killing the elder of Tian Feng Pavilion, gained 120,000 experience points and 2,000 frenzy value points. Xiang Tianya, furious, raised one hand forward and shouted, little guy, you're too arrogant. Ding! Congratulations to player Tion Ling for successfully breaking through to the 6th level of the core condensation stage. Xiang Tianya unleashed a palm strike with all his strength like a raging storm, rocks and dirt flying everywhere, spiraling towards Tion Ling with immense force. He jumped and landed on a stone roof, determined, what about the master of the pavilion? You Tian Feng Pavilion members are all the same. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and completely wipe you out. The frenzy pity method activated, using the assassination function. Tion Ling instantly vanished, and before Xiang Tianya could react, he executed a killer move from behind, killing him. Successfully killed Xiang Tianya, gained 400,000 experience points, obtained the ultimate martial arts skill, gained 1,000 points in refined pill mastery, and 2,000 frenzy value points. At this moment, suddenly many hidden weapons flew towards him, and Tion Ling and Shaol Yan quickly shielded him. Use a sword chi to knock away the hidden weapon. Tion Ling, be careful. Qin Yunqing let out an annoyed snort. Shaol Yan, angry, said, what a waste that you are the leader of a sect, yet you resort to hidden weapons for a sneak attack. It's truly shameless. Tion Ling tilted his head in confusion, silently calling, Aunt, no matter the time, you will always choose to stand by my side, never leaving me. Shaol Yan also looked at him and said, finally, you have returned. Tion Ling seriously looked ahead and said, if my presence brings danger to the Tion Xian Palace, then have I not become a sinner? Shaol Yan fell silent and then sadly blamed herself, not taking good care of you, I am the true sinner. I've said it before, we must face everything together. Qin Yunqing was so angry he gritted his teeth, growling, I don't believe that just the two of you can support the entire Tion Xian Palace. He waved his hand, ordering, kill for me. Kill everyone here, leaving no armor behind. I don't believe that just the two of you can support the entire Tion Xian Palace. Kill. 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 Leave not a single person from the Tion Xian Palace alive. His disciples and the disciples of the Tion Xian Palace charged into a life-and-death battle. Shaol Yan shouted loudly, you dare. She flew ahead, emphasizing each word, Qin Yunqing, accept your death. Jia Zhiyan flew in from somewhere, attacking Shaol Yan with a sword strike. She paused, blocking the blow with her sword. Jia Zhiyun pressed down harder, saying, "If you want to get through, you must first pass my test. I will show you the bloody state of Tian Xian Palace after we cleanse it." Shaol Yan gritted her teeth, holding her sword tightly, saying, "Tion Ling sect, you will pay for this." At this moment, Tion Yun raised his hand, wielding powerful ice energy, equipped with the ice frost fist. He waved his hand, unleashing all his strength to strike forward with the ice fist. The ice force froze Jia Zhiyun and the disciples, causing everyone to pause and look at him. Tion Yun's expression was cold as he said, "I want to see, with me here, who dares to touch Tian Xian Palace." All the disciples of the three sects were encased in blocks of ice, unable to move. The female disciples of Tian Xian Palace were dumbfounded, surprised. Shaol Yan turned around abruptly, unable to hide her shock, looking at Tion Yun. "What is going on here? This is the work of Tion Yun, but it seems a bit too sinister." The ice block around Jia Zhiyun then cracked, startling her. As the ice shattered, an announcement rang out. Tit successfully killed Master Tion Ling sect Jia Zhiyun, earning 400,000 experience points, a spirit condensing pill, and 3,000 madness value points. Tion Yun rushed to break the ice block, calling out, "Aunt, I'm here. No one can touch Tian Xian Palace. No one can harm you either." Shaol Yan turned and called out, "Tion Yun." At that moment, the ice of Qin Yun Cheng made a noise. Her expression became serious as she thought, "It's not yet time to let my guard down." The ice of Qin Yun Cheng cracked, and Shaol Yan quickly flew over, preparing for battle. "Let me handle Qin Yun Cheng." As Qin Yun Cheng broke the ice, Shaol Yan lunged forward with a sword, shouting, "Die!" Suddenly, a large hand appeared from above, carrying immense pressure that bore down. "Don't be reckless." A tremendous force struck Shaol Yan, leaving her unable to counterattack and taking the hit. Tion Yun shouted in panic, "Aunt!" He rushed over anxiously, supporting Shaol Yan, bringing the pill to her mouth, saying, "Aunt, quickly. This is a recovery pill." Shaol Yan struggled to say, "Tion Yun, I'm fine." Tion Yun looked toward the gate, sensing, the aura is too strong. His gaze was cold as he wondered, who is this person? Tion Yun activated the probing ring. Two bosses, Qin Tian Long, cultivation at the core condensation stage, level 9. Armor made of spiritual energy, top grade. Martial arts at the earth level, heavenly skill master. Overall combat power, 80,000. Tion Yun smiled faintly, pleased. Finally, a super elite has appeared. I wonder what rewards will explode if I kill him. Ding, you have accepted the mission to protect Tian Xian Palace against external threats. The reward upon completion is 200,000 experience points, 1 million gold, a one-time draw, and an increase of 100 points in overall favorability. Tion Yun excitedly replied, affirming, accept. Qin Yun Cheng rushed over to him, calling, old ancestor. He was sweating and nervously recounted, that little guy is from an evil sect. I don't know what martial arts he used, but he froze us, we couldn't move at all. Please, old ancestor, take revenge for us. Qin Tian Long fumed, questioning, you're all a bunch of useless people. You can't even handle a small Tian Xian palace. I can't believe I have to step in after all. Qin Yunqing trembled and replied, Junior is incompetent, your teachings are indeed correct, old ancestor. His eyes turned red, shining with thought. He originally wanted to wait for the master of Tian Xian Palace to come out before launching a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, this junior forced me out here. Qin Tian Long spread his legs, releasing powerful spiritual energy. I want to see how many evil sects there are. His spiritual energy swept over the disciples trapped in ice, causing their eyes to shine fiercely. They quickly regained their strength and broke free. Shaol Yan gritted his teeth, gesturing with his hand, the evil energy is too strong, this Qin Tian old ancestor is indeed not simple. It is said that he slaughtered countless cultivators to refine the blood-fierce flag in his hand. Be careful, don't let this evil energy affect you. Qin Tian Long raised his hand to perform some technique and then laughed wickedly. Tion Yun replied seriously, no problem, leave it to me. Qin Tian Long scoffed and commanded, kill for me. The disciples were filled with enthusiasm, shouting, "Kill! Kill!" The Grand Elder and the female disciples were also prepared. "Palace Master, we will fight back." Both charged forward after the shout of "Kill." Meanwhile, Tion Yun stood opposite Tion Long, calling out, "Tion old ancestor." He arrogantly shouted, "Come on, show me your skills." Tion Yun raised his hand, condensing powerful strength, and charged forward. One hand struck towards Tion Long with icy fury. He was surprised and gripped his hand back. Before he could retaliate, Tion Yun unleashed all his strength violently against the ice block. Tion Long was finally trapped inside. Tion Yun placed his hand on the ice block, breathing heavily. He closed his eyes lightly, sensing the situation before thinking. The previous strike was the limit of the frost mist fist. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, looking serious. Tion Long was still able to exert his power in astonishment. No effect. In an instant, he shattered the ice fist with overwhelming force. Tion Yun was thus pressured and pushed back. Indeed, there is a bit of evil sect, but kid, for me, it has no effect at all. The evil energy he emitted grew increasingly intense, affecting the female disciples of Tianxian Palace, causing them to lose their reason. Even the three elders had been controlled. Tion Yun shielded himself from the evil energy, unable to hide his surprise. The evil energy is too strong, even the elders have been infected. He exerted force around his body to protect himself. I expended too much earlier, resisting this evil energy is a bit difficult. Behind him, a voice called out, "Tion Yun." A stream of pure power surrounded him, protecting him from the evil energy. Shaol Yan formed a seal beside him, saying, "Tion Yun, leave him to me. You go help the elders." She looked ahead, continuing her words. "His cultivation is very strong, and it can't be easily dealt with like that. Let me handle it." Tion Yun did not show any emotions but voiced his opposition. "I am no longer the Tion Yun I used to be, always relying on your protection. This time, I will protect you and the Tianxian Palace." He looked at Shaol Yan and called, "Auntie, do you trust me?" Shaol Yan was silent for a moment, then looked at him, smiled, and replied, "All right, I entrust you with the protection of me and the Tianxian Palace." Tion Long exuded his power and asked, "Little guy, do you still want to continue?" Qing Yunqing behind could no longer wait and urged, "Old ancestor, hurry up and kill him. Little guy, in front of our old ancestor, what are you even worth?" Tion Long also expressed some admiration for Tion Yun. "At such a young age, you've already killed so many of my elders. You are much stronger than those useless people in my sect. Become my disciple. You don't have to be buried with the Tianxian Palace." Tion Yun was resolute and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Joining you is not worth dying for." A seal appeared on his forehead, and he also released his power. "Let me show you what you need to understand." Tion Yun unleashed the power of the divine dragon outward. The divine dragon escaped from his body and soared high. The power surrounding him seemed to have increased significantly. Shaol Yan turned her head in surprise, saying, This is the power of Tion Yun." Her eyes sparkled with joy as she remarked, "Tion Yun, he is truly no longer the boy who needed my protection." Tion Long couldn't hide his astonishment, asking, "You are from the dragon clan?" Tion Yun glanced down, feeling the powerful energy, then clenched his fist, gathering his might, preparing to strike at Tion Long. "Get out of Tianxian Palace." Tion Long also unleashed his power, excitedly saying, "I didn't expect you to be the hidden trump card in Tianxian Palace." He swung his saber with a soul-stirring move, sending several heads of disciples towards Tion Yun. He gritted his teeth and executed the Dragon God decision, first form. Then he unleashed the divine dragon's hand with force. The fierce and brilliant power made Tion Long feel alarmed, saying, "This is not good." He waved his hand, trying to block the mighty divine dragon's hand. As a result, he was still pushed back, but fortunately, he was not captured. Tion Long was somewhat hesitant, saying, "Divine dragon of power? Such might, and yet it destroyed my blood-fierce flag." Tion Yun jumped up, tightening his grip with one hand, preparing to unleash the move. "Here it comes." He concentrated his powerful energy, along with the second form of the dragon soul thunderstrike. He used all his strength to unleash the technique towards Tion Long. That hand swept through the air with oppressive force, and just by looking at it, he was terrified, shouting loudly. A second later, he laughed again, saying, "Underestimating me." Tion Long raised his hand behind him, wielding his sword, releasing a terrifying evil energy. He struck out with force, slicing through the dragon soul lightning. The soul from within the sword surged out in a rush. "Take this move." The dragon soul lightning vanished, and the tormented soul rushed towards Tion Yun, leaving him stunned. Here, he gritted his teeth, looking up and thinking, how could there be such powerful spiritual energy? Tion Long laughed sinisterly, "Haha, die." Tion Yun gritted his teeth and snorted. He raised his hand, using the great absorption technique. He lifted both hands, straining to push his strength to the maximum, absorbing Tion Long's power. He looked at the sword, momentarily bewildered. What? He raised the sword, unleashing powerful waves of sound energy that reverberated everywhere. What is the background of this little guy? Blood demon divine power, supreme spiritual energy, absorbing the blood of countless people to forge tenfold evil energy. Those with low cultivation are easily affected. From that, the mind was lost. Combat power, 10,000. Tion Yun used a probing ring to observe and sighed, the sword is too strong, the combat power is so high. He gathered his strength to pierce the ground, then rushed like a gust of wind. Tion Long raised his sword, unleashing a powerful aura, asking, "Still coming?" "It's useless." Tion Yun raised his hand to gather energy, loudly declaring, "Then let's see." Tion Long arrogantly slashed down, saying, "Seeking death." Unexpectedly, before being cut in half, Tion Yun managed to bend down and evade the blow in just a few seconds. Tion Long, having missed his strike, paused in confusion. Meanwhile, Tion Yun charged towards Qin Yun Cheng. He released spiritual energy throughout his body and concentrated it in one hand raised forward, saying, "Your target is me." Qin Yun Cheng, frightened, called out, "Old ancestor, save me." Tion Yun unleashed a massive blow, causing him to scream in pain. Before covering him up, he turned his head in resentment, growling, "You." Ding, successfully killed Qin Yun Cheng, earning 430,000 experience points, 1,000 proficiency points, and 3,600 madness points. Congratulations to player Tion Yun for successfully breaking through to the 7th layer of the core condensation stage. Tion Yun bowed his head, joyfully thinking, "I've leveled up. Perhaps my strength can finally match him." Tion Long, filled with rage, swung his sword and shouted, "Damn it. You bastard, die for me." His powerful sword energy surged towards Tion Yun. Yet, he remained eerily calm, turning his head to snort. Then, he raised a hand, executing a technique to block Tion Long's attack. Following that, he counterattacked fiercely, swiftly appearing before Tion Long. The latter, filled with fear, thought, his speed is too fast. Tion Yun poured all his strength into a punch, striking Tion Long and knocking him to the ground. He quickly stood up, wary of Tion Yun. Facing him, Tion Long gritted his teeth, "I can clearly sense that his speed and strength are significantly stronger than before. Is it an illusion? Or is this little guy intentionally suppressing his cultivation?" He bit down on his 2 fingers, deciding, this little guy cannot be left alive. Tion Long smeared blood on his sword, the blood chi making the blade glow, emanating a sinister power. Tion Long gripped the sword tightly, unleashing a terrifying power and pressure. Total combat power, 95,000. Total combat power, 100,000. Total combat power, 110,000. Tion Yun, using his observation ring, couldn't help but be surprised. In just a moment, an additional 20,000 combat power is added, which is equivalent to taking a strength-enhancing pill. Shaol Yan turned his head and said, "The evil energy is too terrifying, this is the true power of the Qin Tian old ancestor." The Grand Elder frowned and called the Palace Master, "I can hardly withstand the evil energy anymore. Tion Long's eyes emitted spiritual energy, and with an angry face, he shouted, "It's over." Just one shout from him caused the ground to crack. "I want to stain the Tianxian palace with blood." Tion Long stood opposite Tion Yun, emphasizing, "From now on, there will be no Tianxian palace in this world." The system announced. Tion Yun has reached the 7th level of the core condensation stage. Tion Yun looked at the system, calculating, madness value, 200,000. What I need to do now is to use up this madness value, the form of mad leveling up. Tion Yun's eyes emitted fiery energy, and his dragon veins also leveled up. He spread his arms wide, unleashing maximum power outward, the madness value fully activated. Tion Long hesitated, thinking, such powerful dragon energy. Tion Yun shouted and charged forward with a desperate expression. Tion Long did not hold back but slashed with a knife, snorting coldly. Beside him was a protective circle. The strength of Tion Yun was like a fierce spinning strike. He raised his hand to gather energy and, with a full-force punch, shattered the protective circle of Tion Long. That punch did not stop. It powerfully struck his face, sending him flying with immense force, mixed with thunder and lightning. Tion Yun did not retract his hand, saying, "Who is ending whom now?" The disciples stared blankly, asking, "We." The evil energy that had caused the female disciples to lose their sanity gradually dissipated. As the evil energy faded, a large hole appeared in the ground, with Tion Long lying in it, spitting blood. Tion Yun stood not far away, calling out, "Tion old ancestor." He asked him sternly, "Do you want to die here, or will you lead your disciples to leave Tianxian Palace?" Tion Long gritted his teeth, growling, Why has your cultivation suddenly skyrocketed? What evil skill are you using?" He thought, this little guy's cultivation has approached the peak of core condensation, yet as a Dragon Clan member, he still possesses an evil skill. Tion Yun clenched his fist, releasing spiritual energy. "I will count to 3, you make your choice." 1, 2. Tion Long pressed his hands on the ground, trembling. He knelt on the ground, greedily thinking, if I can obtain the evil skill from him, then I will have no rivals. He gritted his teeth and decided on a thought, going straight down to the underworld. Even if it consumes my original spirit, I must eliminate this little guy. Tion Long raised his sword, unleashing his power along with his true body. Tion Yun looked at his powerful true body without flinching and asked, "Is this your choice?" After the question, Tion Yun also roared, and a mighty dragon god pressure appeared. The dragon god, carrying immense strength, flew in and pierced through Tion Long's true body. Below, Tion Yun rushed towards him, saying, "You will die." He added, "For me." He delivered a powerful punch to Tion Long's stomach. The force of the blow shattered the ground and rocks, and as he took the hit, he screamed and flew up high. Tion Yun below crouched and jumped up high. "I will let your disciples see." He soared higher than Tion Long and kicked him in the face, continuing, the result of provoking the Tianxian Palace. After such a powerful strike, Tion Long fell back down to the ground. Shaol Yan, seeing this, was delighted and sneered, "Tion Yun has become so strong, perhaps I won't need to protect him anymore." The smoke gradually dispersed, and Tion Yun hovered in the air, looking down at Tion Long. He coughed up blood, unable to sit up anymore, yet still arrogantly said, "Do you think killing me will save the Tianxian Palace? Our ally will follow suit and come." Tion Yun cracked his knuckles and said, "Be quiet. Tian Feng Pavilion, Tion Ling sect, whoever dares to touch Tianxian Palace, I will eliminate them all." He said this and gathered his strength, delivering a decisive punch to the ground. Ding! Successfully killed Tion Long. Gained 500,000 experience points. Martial Arts, Blood Fierce Trung Thien. Weapon, Blood Fierce Than Thuong, low-grade soul artifact. Gained Equipment, Blood Fierce Thursday Hone, low-grade soul artifact. Domestication level reached 1,000 points, 4,000 points of madness value. Completed the overlevel kill of the target, gained 10 draws, 10,000 points of madness value. Ding! Successfully completed the mission, protected Tianxian Palace against foreign enemies. The completion reward is 100,000 experience points, 1,000,000 gold, 1 draw, overall favorability increased by 100 points. Tion Yun withdrew his strength, surprised, yet 2 soul artifacts were triggered. Although they are low grade, they are still soul artifacts at least. Suddenly, Shaol Yan tapped his head. She sternly said, "Don't act like you are so impressive. Don't think that I will forgive you for what you did before just because of this." Tion Yun patted her head and asked, "Auntie, are you trying to settle scores now?" "I saved Tian Xian Palace." Shaol Yan's eyes welled up with tears as she looked down, feeling wronged. "So what if you saved it? Each matter stands on its own. Who told you to go silent for so long, making me think something unfortunate happened to you?" Tion Yun stared at her in surprise, thinking, "Auntie, she's actually crying." It was still the first time he had seen this, and he raised his hand to wipe away Shaol Yan's tears, comforting her. "Aren't I impressive? I will definitely protect you in the future." Not showing any pity, Shaol Yan snorted coldly and turned away. "You flatter yourself after just a couple of compliments." She felt a bit embarrassed and said, "However, this feeling isn't too bad." Tion Yun once again looked at Shaol Yan in a daze, silently calling, "Auntie." In the main hall of Tian Xian Palace, Shaol Yan asked all the elders, "That's how it is, I propose that Tion Yun become an elder. Does anyone have any objections?" The second elder and the grand elder replied together, "No objections." Tion Yun stood up and said again, "I have an objection." He raised an eyebrow and directly refused, "Palace Master, I feel it would be better for me to remain an outside sect disciple. The rule is irrevocable, moreover, my specialty is not managing the palace." Deep down, he also thought, the position of elder is not suitable for doing the necessary work, especially a lot of it. I do not want to get involved in such matters. Shaol was still explaining to Tion Yun, "You don't need to manage anything, we just need you to represent Tian Xian Palace." She was frustrated and said, "Do you think I don't know your abilities? If you were in charge, Tian Xian Palace would go bankrupt soon." Tion Yun happily agreed, "Oh, is that so? Then that's fine." Shaol Yun seriously discussed the plan. "This time, we will eliminate the masters of the 3 major sections. Those old men will definitely have tricks up their sleeves if they don't die. Therefore, we need to prepare for battle. They have always used excuses to attack us, ultimately, they just want to seize our palace's treasures." Tion Yun confusedly thought, "Palace treasures? What are those?" Shaol Yun suggested, "The palace treasures, I intend to let Tion Yun use them. I wonder if you all have any objections." Tion Yun stared blankly at her, "Wait a minute, why are you suddenly giving them to me to use?" The Grand Elder frowned and voiced his opposition, "Palace Master, this is absolutely not acceptable. The treasure of the palace has long been an item that only the Palace Master can use. Handing it over to someone else is clearly against the rules." Shaol Yun said seriously, still firm in his intention, "Tion Yun's cultivation has surpassed mine. If the 3 major sects attack again, it will definitely have miraculous effects." Tion Yun listened from beginning to end but still did not understand what everyone was talking about. "Wait, what exactly is this treasure of the palace?" "The Frost Soul Gem. Effect, calming the soul, stabilizing the mind, increasing the cultivation speed. When used, it forms a freezing area, sealing everything around it. Its grade is a mid-grade soul artifact." Tion Yun looked at the item and assessed, "This toy is not simple, the temperature in the room has already dropped." Shaol Yun also looked at it and introduced, "This is the Frost Soul Gem. It not only aids your cultivation but can also cast a freezing effect. Previously, the technique you used was an ice-type move, if you combine it with this, it will definitely have miraculous effects." Tion Yun exclaimed in surprise, "Mid-grade soul artifact, no wonder it's called the treasure of the palace." He raised his hand to touch it but then stopped the motion. He looked at Shaol Yun and refused once again. "Palace Master, I don't need it. To be honest, it's useless to me. Why don't you take it back?" Shaol Yun was determined and pushed it back to him, saying, "Take it." Tion Yun was equally resolute, pushing it back, "I won't take it." She was silent for a moment, then yielded to his wishes, "All right then, I'll help you keep it." She said to everyone, this time, we killed the people from the 2 major sects and obtained 7 tokens. Now we need to reselect 8 disciples for the Tianqin trial. Tion Ling looked at her and asked, reselect? The other female disciples all turned their gazes to Shaol Yan. She seriously explained, most of the Tianqin trial is for cultivation at the spirit tempering stage. You are already at the core condensation stage. Tion Ling lowered his head, thinking, if I can't enter, how can I complete the main quest? Shaol Yan also clarified to Tion Ling, with your current cultivation, it wouldn't mean anything to go in, you won't achieve the objectives of the trial. Tion Ling, feeling disappointed, replied, alright. He let out a sigh and left the main hall. This is the only current mission in the main quest. If I can't complete the mission, how can I continue later? He closed his eyes and said, no more overthinking, let's draw the rewards first and then talk. The spinning wheel appeared before Tion Ling, and a fortune cat also appeared. The lucky light circle began. He glanced at it, then nodded and said, let the draw begin. He won 10,000 experience points. Tion Ling clenched his fists, angry, 10,000 experience points. That's a huge disappointment. Again, he won 50,000 experience points. Tion Ling still shouted, again, he won a life. Tion Ling rolled up his sleeves, panting, again. Then suddenly stopped, gasped, and asked, what? 1 life? A life? At the moment of death, it automatically activated, reviving him in an instant. Tion Ling said, good stuff, then pressed the screen. His eyes lit up, rubbing his hands together, grinning, good stuff. It seems that consuming items isn't entirely useless. I'm so sorry, I misjudged you. This toy should come to me soon, a bit more. Tion Ling drew a sword chi. Again. 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 Tion Ling sat cross-legged, taking each pill and putting it in his mouth. What a disappointment, these pills are very mediocre, they don't increase much. Luckily, I drew a recovery weapon, just right for enhancement. Rank, 27, Core Condensation Stage Level 7. Madness points, 43,728. Virtue points, 70 points. Skills, North Yen Divine Skill, Heavenly Cloud Steps, Blood Fierce Reincarnation. Weapons, Ice Mist Staff, Refined Crimson Dagger, Wind Blade Dagger, Blood Fierce Divine Spear, Snow Wolf Battle Gear. Talents, Armor, Phantom Flying, Divine Technique of Madness, Lucky Light Ring. Veins, Long God Veins. Jewelry items, Divine Dagger Forging, Strength Bracelet, Strength Ring, Strength Belt, Blood Fierce Bracelet. All items, 18 recovery pills, 5 double experience pills, 30 level 1 fruit packs, life request X1, divine pill of misfortune. Tion Ling frowned and clicked his tongue, it seems that we can only wait for the Tianqin fairy tale to begin, and then think of a way to get inside. The next morning, Ling Jun nervously called out, Big Brother I'm a bit anxious. Tion Ling reassured her, don't worry, I will be by your side when the time comes, just do your best. Believe in yourself. He looked at Ling Jun and thought, the competition for the official disciples shouldn't be this rushed, but now Tianxian Palace wants to quickly strengthen its power, so the competition is moved up. I wonder if this is a bit too hasty for Ling Jun. 2 female disciples whispered about Ling Jun from a distance, look, Elder is bringing that girl along. I wonder how she managed that, she must have connections with Elder She has neither beauty nor talent. She seems like a commoner. Exactly, and she's bringing that burden with her. It takes us quite a bit of effort to get in, but she seems to have it easy, just with her connections, she can enter. Ling Jun lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Tion Ling placed a hand on her shoulder and said, relax. Ling Jun looked at him and called, Elder Brother He smiled gently, comforting her, this useless person you see here, I used to hear such words often too. Don't pay attention to them, prove yourself with your strength. Encouraged by him, Ling Jun regained her confidence. Step forward. Elder Brother is right, I must prove myself with my strength. A female disciple in front of her showed obvious disdain. Riding on Elder's coattails to the competition, it seems like just a formality. What is Ge thinking, to have his eyes on her? The girl next to her also chimed in with harsh criticism. Usually, she's poor to the bone, every piece of clothing is old and tattered. With this level, she still wants to join Tion Ling Palace. Ling Jun seriously rebutted, you can talk about me, but you cannot speak ill of Ge. I will prove to you all, with my strength, that I can pass the competition fairly and squarely. The two girls laughed dismissively and asked, fairly and squarely competing? Just based on you, I fear you won't even last through the first round. A stern voice echoed from within a small cave, silence. The outside sect disciple of Tion Ling Palace, Judge Liang, frowned and emphasized each word, the competition is about to begin. He turned to perform a bow and called, Elder. Tion Yun instructed Liang, do it your way, be strict if necessary. Liang clasped his hands and began to set up the formation. This formation is called the Soul Shock Formation, which continuously unleashes mental attacks. The longer you endure, the stronger the mental force becomes. He explained, the standard to become an official disciple. You only need to persist through 9 rounds of impact. But if you want to become an inner disciple, you need to endure 11 rounds of impact. Several female disciples discussed, is it only 9 this time? I thought we needed to endure 14 rounds of impact. 13 rounds of impact. Don't be silly. If you can make it to the 10th round, that's already quite rare. That's right, the mental training requires more strength than physical training. I remember a long time ago, someone in this Tion Ling Palace persisted through 13 or 14 rounds. Ling Jun showed no emotion but promised herself, in order to repay Brother Yi, I must persist and become an official disciple. The other female disciples chimed in with skepticism, to become an official disciple, you must at least endure through the 9th round. Can she do it? I doubt she can last more than 1 or 2 rounds before falling. The two girls looked over at Ling Jun with arrogance, anyway, we can just watch. Regardless of the outcome, she can still join Tion Ling Palace and become an official disciple. It's fine, that's good, Deacon Liang reminded sternly, those who are taking the first challenge are ready. The others were silent. He clasped his hands and began again. Ling Jun joined her hands, along with several other female disciples, and stepped forward. Start. First round, second round, third round, fourth round, fifth round. The other girls had already knelt down, struggling. But Ling Jun continued to emit spiritual energy like a circle around her body, standing tall. Sixth round, seventh round. The female disciples outside were astonished, saying, no way. Eighth round. The girl with black hair gritted her teeth, shocked and serious, isn't she from the impoverished area? How can she be this strong? The brown-haired girl frowned and guessed, she definitely can't last past the 9th round. But the 9th round passed, and Ling Jun remained steadfast and unyielding. Only that little girl is still holding on. Young Deacon counted to the 10th round and thought to himself, this little girl is not simple. In the 11th round, Ling Jun's legs began to tremble. In the 12th round, she shouted loudly, breaking through the protection. The other female disciples, who had previously looked down on her, now swallowed their words, incredible. She actually made it to the 12th round. Who was it that said she only got in because of connections? They looked at Ling Jun with admiration. Impossible, how could a commoner have such skills? She is much stronger than me. Tion Yun, standing on the other side, praised her, well done. Tears welled up in Ling Jun's eyes. She ran towards him, Brother Yi, I did it. I really did it. She hugged Tion Yun tightly. He looked at her and replied, I knew you would do very well. He smiled warmly, ruffling her hair, congratulations, this time you have officially joined the Tion Ling Palace. From now on, you are a formal member of the Tion Ling Palace. Ling Jun replied, if it weren't for Brother Yi, Ding, congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Initial stage of cultivating the holy girl. Earned 500,000 experience points. Ling Jun's favorability increased by 50. Reputation value 30 points. Tion Yun paused, bewildered, initial stage of cultivating the holy girl. What is this situation? Could it be that Jiu Ling Jun? He asked Ling Jun, are you the holy girl? Jiu Ling Jun looked at him with wide eyes, confused, huh? Holy girl? What are you talking about? Tion Yun didn't say anything further and replied, no, it's nothing. Ah, then what kind of people were your parents? Jiu Ling Jun lifted her face and replied, I've had no parents since I was little. I grew up together with my younger brother in the slums. He's not my real brother, I picked him up. Big brother, why are you suddenly asking about this? Tion Yun lowered his gaze, a bit saddened. I was just casually asking, don't mind it. He speculated silently, so, could it be that she was abandoned by some sect and left in the slums? Interesting. If I continue to nurture Jiu Ling Jun, perhaps she could become a holy girl. Then the system reward would be even more powerful. He spoke up, commenting, from your innate talent, you're clearly quite extraordinary. But your cultivation is still too low, otherwise, I'd have let you enter the Tian Chen mythic realm already. Jiu Ling Jun didn't ask for much, and simply replied, just being able to join Tian Xian Palace already makes me really happy. Half a month later, Shaol Yan summoned Tion Yun and instructed, this time, you'll be leading the team. The Grand Elder will assist you. I won't be going, I'll stay behind at Tian Xian Palace. Tion Yun nodded, if anything happens, notify me immediately. Shaol Yan gave a soft smile and said, all right. Do you think our Tian Xian Palace is something that can be shaped by others? It's getting late, prepare to depart. The convoy set off. After a while, they arrived at a bridge. Tion Yun stepped out of the vehicle and looked around, is this really the legendary Tian Chen? He peered inside, wondering, I wonder how I can get in. This is also the task of the main route. He looked around and thought, basically, the forces here are all second grade, first grade forces like our Tian Xian Palace are practically non-existent. From behind him, a voice called out, asking, isn't this the young master of Tian Xian Palace? Isn't your palace master coming this time? Tion Yun turned in confusion, oh, it's Hua Jun, the master of Tian D sect. I almost didn't recognize you in this disguise. Master Hua Jun replied, when I go out, I always keep a low profile. Tion Yun responded, sure palace master has some matters to attend to, so he won't be coming here for now. I'm in charge here. Master Hua Jun winked and said, I see. I've heard that the three major forces attacked Tian Xian Palace, but in the end, they were destroyed instead. Your ancestors truly are profound and unfathomable. The Grand Elder placed a hand on Tion Yun's shoulder and continued the conversation. Although Tian Xian Palace is classified as first grade, its internal conditions have not been bad for many years. The Tian Chen fairy tale was now stirring, catching everyone's attention. They rejoiced, saying, the fairy tale has opened. Tion Yun looked at the large door of the Tian Chen fairy tale as it opened. Everyone was excited, saying, the large door is open. They joyfully jumped, saying, we can go in now. Then they all rushed inside. Tion Yun thought seriously, at this point, I need to give it a try. He turned to the Grand Elder and asked, can you give me the token? I want to see if I can enter. The Grand Elder agreed and handed him the token, saying, it seems you haven't given up, so I'll let you try to enter. Tion Yun reached out to take the token, replying, thank you very much. He looked at the token and thought to himself, is this really the token to enter the fairy tale? It doesn't seem special at all. He smiled faintly and looked into the Tian Chen fairy tale, saying, all right, let's go take a look. As Tion Yun stepped inside, he was surprised, there is no reaction to block me at all. The Grand Elder was also taken aback to see him able to enter. She exhaled and said, strange, the fairy tale should restrict those at the spirit tempering stage and above. She touched the restriction, even more confused. Strangely, the restriction is still there. Tion Yun looked back and couldn't help but think, indeed, the Grand Elder cannot enter, but I can. Perhaps it's a system issue, or maybe it's due to the mission. No matter if that's the case or not, the bottom line is that he can enter, and that's enough. Tion Yin clapped his hands and looked ahead. He was stunned, surprised, so this is what fairy tales are like. Feeling a bit discouraged, he thought, this fairy tale of Tian Chen has been excavated 7,749 times already, all the treasures have been dug up. Therefore, our purpose in coming here is not to search for treasures. Qin Shui asked the elder in surprise, how could you get in? Tion Yin replied, I'm not sure, I just tried casually and managed to get in. At this moment, someone spoke up, you are Tion Yin, the disciple of Tian Xian Palace. Liang Feng introduced himself, I am Liang Feng from Tian Di sect. Tion Yin looked at him seriously, do you need something from me? Liang Feng's expression turned sinister as he sighed, you really are Tion Yin. I always felt you were very familiar. Your wanted poster is quite popular. Tion Yin asked him, so what do you want? Liang Feng jumped down and laughed, saying, I've heard you're quite formidable. At Tian Feng Pavilion, you caused quite a ruckus, killing Liang Tian Chang and creating a lot of trouble. Sometimes, you need to rely on your own strength. He clasped his hands behind his back, stepped forward, and mocked. Instead of hiding behind a bunch of women, what nonsense are you talking about? Elder, Qin Shui said angrily, defending Tion Yin. He didn't rely on women to get this far. Don't speak recklessly. Liang Feng chuckled lightly and asked, you need women to speak for you? Can't you say a few words yourself? Tion Yin didn't argue with him but turned around. Qin Shui, let's go. Liang Feng grinned, still sneering. Weren't you supposed to be very formidable before? I've heard you took down a lone opponent, now you're just cowardly. Qin Shui clenched her fists, unable to hold back her retort. It's all because Tian Feng Pavilion is playing tricks. If you don't know, then don't speak. The female disciple beside her also said, that's right. You're the coward here. Liang Feng's anger flared, and his eyes turned red. Shut up, all of you. I'm not asking you, I'm asking him. He grinned wickedly and suggested, if you have the guts, fight me in a duel, regardless of life or death. Everything has nothing to do with the sections. Tion Yin coldly refused, no matter who you are from the Liang family, tell me, I am not interested. He thought, this guy is just making excuses to stir up trouble, truly making people feel very uncomfortable. Liang Feng provocatively said, I see you are merely relying on the strength of the Tian Xian Palace. You are just a coward hiding behind a group of women. Tion Yin looked at him with an angry expression and said, all right, you have successfully angered me. He narrowed his eyes and asked, don't you want to fight to the death? Can we start now? Liang Feng excitedly drew his sword, no problem, let's begin right now. He swung his sword and shouted, kill. Tion Yin dodged his sword and sneered dismissively, is that all? He waved his hand, using sword chi to counterattack, causing Liang Feng to spit blood. Before long, Tion Yin kicked him again, sending him spinning and crashing into the rock wall. Ding, successfully killed Liang Feng. Earned 9,000 experience points. Obtained a low-grade spiritual energy celestial sword. Gained a crazy value of 900 points. Several disciples rushed over, calling, Liang Feng senior brother. A disciple turned pale, stammering, dead already. Liang Feng, senior brother, he is dead. He turned around, emphasizing each word, you actually killed Liang Feng, senior brother. Our master will not let you off easily. Tion Yin remained unfazed, reminding him, he himself said he wanted nothing to do with the sect and challenged me to a life-and-death duel. Is he having second thoughts? He stood tall, speaking loudly, everyone here, if anyone wants to challenge me or insult Tian Xian Palace, I am ready to engage in a life-and-death duel with you. If you are not convinced, step forward. No one dared to approach, and he turned to leave. Let's go, we've wasted enough time here. Qin Shui asked, Elder, where do you plan to go? Tion Yin replied, just wandering around, to see if there are any rare treasures. Qin Shui hesitated, well, there's nothing left to find in the Tian Chen ruins anymore. She pointed ahead and said, except for that stone tablet for the trial, everything else is gone. Tion Yin said, so the stone tablet is here. He looked ahead and suggested, since we are here, we should still take you in to have a look. A few female disciples followed him inside. Tion Yin thought, perhaps the task that needs to be completed is here. He entered and looked at the person meditating inside. This is the stone tablet for trials. By meditating in front of this stone tablet, depending on the level of understanding of the person, one can comprehend martial arts of different ranks. Up to this point, the highest rank of martial arts that can be comprehended is the earth rank, while the lowest is the human rank. A bearded man opened his eyes wide and looked up at the scroll. He raised his hand to take it and wondered, what secrets does this place hold? He sighed in frustration and left. Tion Yin approached the stone tablet, also questioning just like the previous man, what secrets does this place hold? He sat down cross-legged and said, I will also comprehend a bit. Tion Yin closed his eyes, and his divine soul gradually emerged and moved forward. His divine soul entered, following the stream of light that had gone inside. After a while, Tion Yin found himself amidst ruins. He looked around and said, on this stone tablet, there are only names of martial arts, there are no ranks or effects. In this case, to choose a martial art, one can only judge based on its name. He touched the stone tablet, searching for clues. Once a certain type of earth rank martial art is taken, it will completely disappear. Remembering the name of the martial art has no meaning. However, I have no interest in this place, I just want to complete the mission assigned to me. He snapped his fingers, and the white cat appeared. Fortunately, there is a luminous circle, let's get started. Tion Yin slowly moved inside following the guidance of the luminous circle. He stopped at a stone tablet and said, strange, this tablet has no name. Could it be that my luck is not enough, resulting in an incorrect outcome? He turned around and felt something was off. No, from the beginning, I've just been going in circles. No matter how I go, I end up back in this area, basically unable to get out. If there is a maze here. As Tion Yin spoke, he touched the stone tablet. A slight electric shock ran through his hand. Tion Yin exclaimed and pulled his hand back, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Could this stone tablet be the eye of the maze? He stared at the stone, and a thought struck him. If this is the eye of the maze, then doesn't that mean I shouldn't touch it, but rather destroy it? He clenched his fist until it trembled, lamenting, what a waste of my insane value. Tion Yin threw a punch and shouted, break. He smashed the stone tablet to pieces. He stood dazed for a moment before standing upright. The stones around gradually disappeared. Tion Yin smiled and said, it worked, indeed, breaking it apart allows entry. He walked along the shore and said, if the outer maze isn't broken, then entering this place is impossible. I don't understand, I can only choose martial arts from the outside. Tion Yin paused, looked in one direction, and asked blankly, is there a way? He looked down and discovered a small house beneath. Tion Yin immediately approached the house to investigate. Originally, the mystical toy was enough to be casually erected, it could be as extravagant as one wanted. But this place is quite ordinary. He became serious and thought to himself, but the more ordinary it is, the more problematic it could be. Strong things really are that simple, they rely on simplicity as their foundation, not on being particularly extravagant. Tion Yin approached and knocked on the door, a voice from inside called out, come in. He pushed the door open and looked inside, thinking, I can't believe there's actually someone here. He spoke, greetings, senior. The manager of the Tianqin fairy tale, Old Man Xian, waved his hand and replied, no need for formalities. I'm just the manager here, you can call me Old Man Xian. He stood up and said, you are a person of fate, please follow me. The Old Man Xian led Tion Yin into a room and called out, Master, there is a fated person here. Tion Yin looked ahead in surprise. The spirit tablet, so it is the spirit king. The spirit king is close to the saint king, in fact, it is the power of the spirit. Commonly referred to as the spirit king, this existence in the mainland is already at its peak. No wonder he could create such a colossal legend. With this level of strength, it's really not difficult. He asked, Old Man Xian Tian Spirit King, he has. The Old Man Xian looked a bit sad and replied, yes, no matter how much of a spirit king he is, he still cannot escape the fate of death. Tion Yin stepped forward to light incense for the Xian Tian Spirit King. Junior wishes to light a stick of incense for the senior, to express my respect. He held the incense up to his forehead, thinking, what a pity, a lifetime as a spirit king, and in the end, he must depart. The old man Xian nodded in satisfaction. Your character and qualities are very upright. Good, you are qualified to become the heir disciple of the master. Tion Yun looked at the old man in confusion. I only lit a stick of incense for him, and already you say I am qualified to become the heir disciple. The old man Xian replied, you don't need to be surprised, I only said you are qualified. At the very least, you are better than those rude ones. They only think about the inheritance, and once they get it, they disappear without a trace. Tion Yun asked the old man, has anyone been here before? The old man's eyes suddenly turned red as he replied, yes, and they were punished by me. Those who are not sincere do not deserve to receive the inheritance. A second later, he waved his hand to calm Tion Yun, don't worry, your nature is very good, and my master is extremely hospitable and values propriety. Hearing this, Tion Yun couldn't help but sigh, fortunately, my attitude is proper, otherwise, I would be punished immediately. Even if I don't die, I would become foolish. He lowered his head and asked the old man, what kind of challenges will you test me with? The old man replied, to become my master's heir, you must defeat him. Xian Tian Spirit King appeared, and the house gradually disappeared. Tion Yun looked around and found himself lost in a place filled with fog. His eyes stopped in a direction, and he asked, is this? Tion Yun was standing on a large arena. The spirit of Xian Tian Spirit King appeared. The old man explained, this is the spirit that my master left behind. As long as you defeat this spirit, you can become the heir. If you lose, I will help you forget everything that happened here. Tion Yun smiled and replied, no problem. The old man Xian said, the image of the master will be created based on your age, so that the age of the divine thought matches yours. But at this age, you will have to experience for yourself how high the master's cultivation is. In the end, he encouraged him, come on, as long as you defeat the master, you will smoothly become the heir. Tion Yun thought seriously, defeating the Xian Tian Spirit King, who is of the same teenage age as me, is not an easy task. He activated his probing eyes, 46,000 total combat power points. 49,000 total combat power points. 51,000. Looking at the total combat power points, Tion Yun's expression became serious, surprised. The total combat power of the Xian Tian Spirit King in his youth has already reached over 50,000. He glanced back and asked the old man Xian, does your master not use weapons? The old man Xian replied, the master does not need any weapons, he fights barehanded. The old man added, but you can choose a weapon you brought along to use as well. Tion Yun gathered his strength, took a stance, and said, fighting barehanded? To show my respect for him, I will not use a weapon either. The old man Xian said, that's fine, just do as you wish. The old man reminded him, if you fail, you won't have another chance to challenge again. Tion Yun agreed, alright, I don't think my fists will lose to anyone. He took his stance and shouted, let's begin. Xian Tian Spirit King unleashed his power, creating a fierce force that soared high. Tion Yun paused, watching. With a violent strength, Xian Tian Spirit King descended upon him. Tion Yun prepared to counter and said, is that how strong you come at the start of the match? Xian Tian Spirit King unleashed a shocking blow, causing the ground to seem shattered, and the pressure radiated significantly. Xian Tian Spirit King punched down, then stopped, as Tion Yun had caught his punch from the ground, saying, got you. Using the absorbing spirit technique, gained 1,000 experience points, gained 1,300 experience points, gained 1,200 experience points. Tion Yun jumped off the ground, thinking, great, I didn't expect to absorb experience points here just like usual. He laughed arrogantly and exclaimed, even if you are a spirit king, you still have to become my experience points. Gained 1,500 experience points. Gained 1,100 experience points. Gained 1,300 experience points. Gained 1,700 experience points. Tion Yun looked at Xian Tian Spirit King's hand and thought to himself. The Spirit King, at my age, already has such strong combat power, the others who come here surely won't gain anything. He raised his hand and said, luckily I have the system. Xian Tian Spirit King kicked. Tion Yin quickly regained his composure and flipped in the air, then grabbed Xian Tian Spirit King's hand and locked it tightly behind him, trying to escape. Tion Yin kicked him in the back and forcefully pressed him down to the ground. It won't be that easy. His face had a somewhat sinister expression as he praised, "Your strength is quite decent, but if I suppress you, that little bit of strength won't mean anything at all." Tion Yin looked at the system, happily thinking, "I thought that in the soul state, I wouldn't gain experience points, which is why I didn't take the experience pill." He grinned and said, "But if I can gain points like usual, then I can't waste it." Using the experience pill 3 times. Gained 5,700 experience points. Gained 5,900 experience points. Gained 1,000 experience points. Gained 5,200 experience points. Gained 5,400 experience points. Gained 5,700 experience points. Xian old man over here couldn't help but tremble, sweating, and said, "That's too much praise. Usually, people of the same age as the master can't compete with him. This is bad. The master's spiritual consciousness has almost absorbed all the spiritual energy already." The evil Tion Yin said, "I really want to see how much longer you can hold on." The old man Xian panicked and shouted, "Stop, quickly stop." The statues began to shatter. A surge of power, carried by the wind, threatened to destroy this place, causing the old man Xian to panic even more as he blocked Tion Yin, saying, "What kind of martial arts is this? If you continue to absorb endlessly, this place will soon be demolished by you." Tion Yin looked at the old man and said, "This place is not going to collapse so easily. Moreover, I have not yet defeated the Xian Tian Spirit King. Does this count as passing the trial?" The old man Xian's face darkened, feeling a bit awkward. "This does not count as defeating the master, so I cannot intervene." "You should release the master and then defeat him, isn't that enough?" Tion Yin gathered his strength and asked, "How about this?" Ding! Congratulations to player Tion Yin for successfully breaking through to the 8th level of core condensation stage. The old man Xian grew increasingly anxious and asked, "Little friend, is the absorption enough? What's wrong? Is it still not enough?" Tion Yin shot him a sideways glance, thinking, "Forget it, what if I drain the Spirit King completely? Wouldn't I miss out on the inheritance?" His mouth stretched into a grin as he said, all right. He gathered his strength and sensed. Taking a breath, "This time I absorbed approximately over 50,000 experience points. Originally, I wanted to absorb a bit more to reach the peak of the core condensation stage." He looked at the Xian Tian Spirit King and said, "But looking at the situation, if we continue to absorb more, this entire fairy tale Tian Chen will collapse." The Xian Tian Spirit King suddenly opened his eyes, then turned around and punched through the ground. Tion Yin jumped up high to avoid it, clenched his fist to gather energy, and said, "It should end now." Tion Yin used all his strength to throw a punch at the Xian Tian Spirit King, shouting. After that, he focused his energy and jumped up, raising both hands to approach the Xian Tian Spirit King and struck down on him, yelling, "Down below." The Xian Tian Spirit King was knocked down by a powerful blow, breaking through the ground. But soon, he sat up as if nothing had happened. Tion Yin frantically delivered another punch, channeling spiritual energy through the Xian Tian Spirit King's body, saying, "Break for me." Ding! Successfully defeated the Xian Tian Spirit King in his youth, gaining 100,000 experience points. Earned 3,400 points of madness value. Tion Yin landed and withdrew his energy, saying, "It's over now." He turned to call the Xian old man, "Have I completed the test?" The Xian old man trembled and replied, "It's completed. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Compared to the master in his youth, he is much stronger." The old man sighed and said, "Congratulations on completing the test, you can obtain the master's inheritance." Tion Yin beamed and asked, "Does it include the control over the Tianchen relic?" The old man replied, "Of course." He raised his hand and said, "As long as you obtain the master's inheritance, then the control over the Tianchen relic will naturally belong to you." Tion Yin turned around, and the figures of both blurred and were then transported away. Outside the stone tablet, a light flashed, and both appeared. Tion Yin looked up at the stone tablet and read, Xian Tian Divine Decision. He thought seriously, here, the master is called the Xian Tian Spirit King, meaning that based on this divine decision, one can cultivate to the level of Spirit King. The old man also looked up and said, this is the divine decision that the master has modified countless times. Unfortunately, due to the impending disaster, this martial art has not yet been modified to reach the high-level heaven-grade martial arts. Tion Yun chuckled and praised, to be able to create a martial art and cultivate it to the Spirit King level is already very impressive. He thought, after all, only those with 4th grade physical strength can have heaven-level martial arts, and they are extremely rare. The old man raised his hand and called, then let's begin now. You have begun to comprehend this Xian Tian divine technique. What needs to be tested is your understanding. If it doesn't match, I can only say I'm very sorry. Of course, you only need to practice the 1st and 2nd levels in front of you. Tion Yun looked up with a determined gaze. A week later, several fellow practitioners had gradually left. They looked at Tion Yun, who was still practicing, with confusion. I just came out of seclusion, why hasn't he comprehended anything yet? Is he just sitting there choosing martial arts, hesitating and unable to decide? If this continues, when the main door closes later, he will become a fool and unable to get out. Qin Shui, upon hearing this, looked at him. The disciple who was leaving said, there is still a possibility, but this basically has no benefit. At this moment, Deacon Liang also announced, the fairy tale must be closed now, everyone inside come out. The girl with her hair tied up asked worriedly, Senior sister, we are all about to go out, why hasn't Elder woken up yet? Is something wrong? Qin Shui also felt uneasy and said, I don't know. She looked at Tion Yun and said, he might have other opportunities, or he might be stuck inside. We won't be able to break this radiance. She sadly thought, right now, the only option is to go outside and talk to the Grand Elders, staying in here is not a solution. She spoke up, let's go outside first. Qin Shui and the other disciples left. Before leaving, she felt guilty and thought, I'm sorry, Elder, these people are all elite disciples of Tianxian Palace, I can't let them be trapped here. She and all the disciples left the Tianqian fairy tale. A few disciples rushed over, calling out, Master, it's not good. He panicked and said, Liang Feng has been killed by someone from Tianxian Palace. Hua Jun Master turned around, surprised, and asked, What? What happened? The disciple stammered, it was all Tion Yun. Not long after, Hua Jun Master led people to the Grand Elder's location. People from Tianxian Palace, please stop. The Grand Elder looked at them with a serious expression and thought, indeed, Tion Yun has caused trouble again. Qin Shui bowed and explained, Hua Jun Master, it was the disciples of your master who insisted on a life-and-death duel with Junior brother. She raised her hand and said, many disciples from other sects witnessed this. Since it is a life-and-death duel, then life and death are not related to the sect. Hua Jun Master had a grim face and asked the disciple, is that so? The disciple sweated and replied, yes, yes. Master Hua Jun did not hesitate, giving him a slap and scolding, useless person. If it's a life-and-death duel, and Liang Feng is dead, then it's because he lacked skill. He sternly ordered, hurry up and apologize to the Grand Elder of Tianxian Palace. The disciple stuttered, kneeling down, I'm sorry, it's all the fault of our senior brother, this has nothing to do with us disciples. Master Hua Jun also spoke politely, I apologize to Grand Elder Mo Wu, it seems our sect's disciple was at fault first. He regretted a bit, thinking, Liang Feng is a key disciple being cultivated, to say he's dead is indeed a waste of the sect's resources. Elder Mo Wu lightly closed her eyes and replied, it's fine. She watched him and the disciples leave, thinking to herself, this Master Hua Jun just doesn't want to anger Tianxian Palace. If it weren't for Tianxian Palace recently suppressing the 3 major forces, Master Hua Jun definitely wouldn't have such a pleasant attitude. She looked back and asked, where is Elder Yi? Qin Shui pointed to the training stone tablet Tian Chen and replied, Elder Yi is still comprehending at that training stone tablet, if this continues, the main gate will soon close. Elder Mo Wu was also a bit worried, saying, there's still less than a day left. If this keeps up, the grand gate will close. The next opening won't be for another 3 years. Inside the stone monument, Tion Yun looked at the powerful energy radiating from the lotus flower in front of him and thought with delight, I didn't expect the eye of insight to have such an effect. He smiled and said, any martial art technique can be imprinted directly into my mind. As long as it's imprinted from start to finish, it's equivalent to having learned it. It's just that the speed is a bit slow, probably because the level is too. At that moment, the lotus flower released a surge of energy and bloomed, along with a token appearing before him. Ding! Successfully cultivated the incomplete version of the Xian Tian divine art. Tion Yun clenched his fists joyfully. Success! Even though it's an incomplete version, I can slowly study it later. He spoke aloud. It's done. The old man Xian turned around in surprise. You succeeded? So quickly, Tion Yun replied. That's right, this junior has already mastered the second layer. Old man Xian tilted his head, looking at him blankly. You've already grasped the second layer this quickly. Tion Yun grinned confidently and held up 2 fingers. That's right. The old man looked skeptical and said, then let me see you perform it. Tion Yun closed his eyes, focused his spiritual energy, then clasped his hands together and released that power outward. He exclaimed, incredible, there is a kind of release that feels like no one is injuring oneself. The old man Xian said, the profound heaven divine decision is not limited to defense. In this first layer of armor, attacking will significantly increase your strength. You have indeed comprehended the second layer, and it only took you a week to complete it. Tion Yun humbly replied, I just put in a little effort. The old man Xian said, don't be modest. If there are no further questions, then the profound heaven divine decision is yours. He raised a finger with the inheritance above, continuing, now you are the inheritor of the Tian Chen legend, the next master of the legacy. The inheritance light flew into Tion Yun's third eye. Ding! Successfully completed the mission to seize the Tian Chen legacy. Reward obtained, control over the Tian Chen legacy. You can freely open the main gate of the Tian Chen legacy. An endless sword, a low-grade soul artifact, triples critical damage. I pay my respects to the young master. The old man Xian clasped his hands before Tion Yun, I pay my respects to the young master. Experience value, 100,000 points. Frenzy value, 100,000 points. Tion Yun looked at the system and thought with relief. It turns out that I've completed this main quest, almost didn't manage to finish it. He coughed a few times and then asked Old Man Xian, is there anything we can still do now? Old Man Xian respectfully replied, yes. The greatest wish of the former master was to return to the sect to assess the situation, but his body is no longer able, so he can only pass away here. He hopes that the successor can return to the sect to take a look, if possible, to join the Tianji Mansion sect and become a disciple of the former master. Tion Yun's eyes widened as he asked, Tianji Mansion. He looked up and thought to himself, to be able to cultivate a spirit king, I trust in my own power, it must not be bad. Tianji Mansion happens to be a third-grade power, gathering the strongest of the mid-tier. Ding! The next main quest, enhance the Grand Tian Xian Palace. Upgrade Tian Xian Palace to Tian Xian Sect, a second-grade power. Completion reward, 1 million experience points, enhance the lottery wheel, 1 enhancement reward, enhance the wheel, a crazy value of 100,000 points. Tion Yun raised his hand to touch his chin, calculating a bit, there are still fewer than 10 disciples in the spirit stage of Tian Xian Palace, and we still lack 40 to reach 50. It takes a long time, and considerable resources are needed. He pointed his finger and asked the old man Xian, that's right, what kind of martial arts is this? Does it belong to me as well? The old man Xian turned around and walked away, replying, indeed, everything here already belongs to the young master, including those martial arts. Please follow me. The door of the fairy tale Tian Chen gradually closed. Qin Shui anxiously called out to the Grand Elder, what should we do now? As the great door was closing, Elder wouldn't be able to come out later. Elder Mo Wu took off the ring from his hand and decided, the restriction of the great door cannot be broken, it seems we can only do this. The food inside the storage ring isn't much, but there are some pills, as long as we save a little, it can last for a while. She threw the storage ring into the great door before it closed. We can only think of a way to save Tion Ling during this time. The great door finally closed completely. Master Hua Jun behind her sighed, Elder Mo Wu, what a pity. He raised his hand, pretending to comfort. I originally wanted to wait for Tion Ling to personally apologize to him, but in the end, he still hasn't come out, so we must bear the grief. Grand Elder Mak Vu turned around and replied, it's fine, we can endure this little bit. We still have things to do, let's move ahead. Hua Master took his leave. Hua Jun Master responded, Mo Elder, farewell. Qin Shui followed behind, anxiously asking, Grand Elder, can Elder make it back alive? Qin Shui clasped her hands behind her back and said, I don't know. The Tianqian fairy tale has never been opened from the outside before. She lowered her head, helplessly saying, we can only go back and discuss with the palace master. Tion Ling, you must hold on. A few days later, inside the Tianqian fairy tale, Tion Ling saw a storage ring on the ground and paused. He picked it up to examine it and said, isn't this the ring of the Grand Elder? They all think they are trapped here, which is why they threw the storage ring inside. He raised his hand, using the Tianqian fairy tale key, it's time to go back. He spread his arms and called out, open. The great door flew open with a mist and revealed itself. Tion Ling stepped out, then stopped, his cold face looking in one direction, who's there? Come out. From the bushes in front, Hua Jun Master stepped out and said, it seems my premonition was not wrong, I specifically returned to guard here for a few days. I didn't expect you could open this grand gate and freely enter and exit the Tianqian mythic realm. Tion Ling was surprised and called out, Hua Jun Master. He gave a faint smile and asked, what's wrong? Seeing me here is unexpected. Watching you come out of that place was even more surprising to me. His expression was somewhat unreadable as he continued, but more than anything, I feel pleasantly surprised. Hua Jun Master stepped toward him, clearly confident in his assumptions. Others thought you'd be trapped and dead inside, but I didn't believe it. You were able to kill Yang Feng, your cultivation must be at the peak of the spirit tempering stage. There's no way you'd be imprisoned over a single martial art technique. And now reality proves I was right. It wasn't in vain that I waited here for so long. He let out a sinister laugh, revealing his true nature. Now, I'll give you a choice. Hand over control of the Tianqian mythic realm, and I'll leave you a complete corpse. Tion Ling forced a smile and asked in return. Hand over the control of the Tianqian mythic realm, and all I get in return is an intact corpse. Hua Jun Master, it seems you don't understand how business works. He activated his eye of insight. Cultivation, core condensation stage, level 6. Armor, high-grade spiritual energy armor. Combat power, above average. Martial arts, dragon heaven palm, Vo-Lac divine technique. Weakness, mainly attacking the shoulder can disrupt the battle. Items dropped, long Tian palm, Vo-Lac divine technique, 6 experience pills, 100,000 experience pills, 10,000 to 50,000 gold. Hua Jun Master raised his hand, acting as if he had no choice. It seems you are still stubborn and unaware. If that's the case, then don't blame me. Tion Ling cracked his knuckles, unafraid of anyone, and accepted, then let's see. Hua Jun Master gathered his energy, exerting his strength, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. He waved his hand, unleashing a sword intent that shattered the stone slab nearby. Hua Jun Master raised his hand, controlling the stones to fly around him with force. Tion Ling was even more urgent, having already flown forward. Hua Jun Master pointed a finger, chuckled, and praised, humph, not bad for a presence. Before he could launch an attack, Tion Ling rushed in and slapped his arrogant face. Hua Jun Master fell to the ground, his liver not crushed but his lungs were. His expression could not hide the confusion as he looked at Tion Ling. Tion Ling stepped on his face, then pressed down hard enough to crack the ground, saying, now, who needs a whole body? Hua Jun Master was astonished, thinking, with the strength and speed just now, could it be that he has surpassed me? He raised his hand and shouted, get lost. Tion Ling jumped back to avoid an attack. Master Hua Jun was then able to stand up properly, and he jumped high again, controlling the stone. Furious, you have angered me. He unleashed a powerful strike with all his strength. Tion Ling calmly snorted and praised, not bad for momentum. He gathered his energy, flew into the attack, and approached Master Hua Jun, catching him off guard as he kicked out, shouting, "Die!" Master Hua Jun twisted his jaw and yelled. Having been struck by Tion Ling's full force with another powerful punch, he cried out, "Get down!" Master Hua Jun was sent flying down, crashing into the ground. He lay there, unable to move. Tion Ling stood before him, exhaling white smoke, and asked, "Why aren't you arrogant anymore?" He coldly said, "Do you still want the control over the Tianqian fairy tale?" Master Hua Jun, frightened, retreated, stammering, "No, it's impossible. How can your cultivation be so high? You're lying to me." Tion Ling clenched his fist, gathered his energy, and shouted, "Then go report to the authorities." Master Hua Jun exclaimed, suddenly remembering something, and then unleashed a move, cursing, "Damn it. You go die." Tion Ling was momentarily stunned by the surprise attack. Shortly after, he jumped up to evade it. "It's a bomb, too despicable." He punched, knocking the bomb back towards Master Hua Jun. The bomb cracked open and then exploded with a terrifying force. As the smoke and flames gradually cleared, Master Hua Jun was left in a state of destruction. He was so scared that tears streamed down his face as he looked at Tion Ling, pleading, "Please spare me, I won't tell anyone about this. It was all my fault before. As long as you spare me, the Tion sect will obey your commands." Tion Ling unleashed his firepower, coldly saying, "Change that to me begging for my life, would you spare me? If you want to have some dignity, I can still give you a quick end. Right now." He said and then shot out a burst of firepower, incinerating Master Hua Jun in agony. Ding! Successfully killed. Master Hua Jun earned 58,000 experience points. Obtained Dragon Thunder Palm, an Earth-level martial art. Earned 100,000 experience pills. Crazy value, 3,200 points. Tion Ling looked at the martial arts in the system and thought, although it's an Earth-level martial art, I fear it can't be kept for Tianqian Palace. If I cultivate it, wouldn't it reveal something? It can only be sold off. He looked back at the pit and sighed, fortunately, there is only one Hua Jun master. If someone runs off to tell others, that would be troublesome. He raised his hand, controlling the fire to burn all the evidence to ashes. Burn everything without leaving a trace, so that the long night won't be filled with dreams. He stomped the ground and flew up, thinking, I should go back and give them a surprise. After a while, at Tianqian Palace, Shaol Yan looked down at the road gradually filling with people and said, "The Avengers have arrived." She snorted coldly and said, "These people are no longer hiding at all." A female disciple saluted and reported to the palace master, "There are strong forces behind the mountain, basically preventing us from passing through." Mo Wu anxiously asked the palace master, "What should we do now? If it weren't for me bringing Elder this time." Shaol Yan said seriously, "It has nothing to do with you. That little guy definitely has some opportunities, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in there without coming out. We should still pay attention to those old immortals now." A crowd of old ancestors gathered densely. The old man in red looked at Tianqian Palace and said, "Everyone is out to welcome them now." Duanshan sects. When Tian old ancestor angrily added, "You little brats. It seems that I haven't appeared for a long time, leading you to believe that the world belongs to you now." Tion Ling sect. The old ancestor Tion Feng also bared his teeth and claws, grumbling, "You have killed so many of our people, it seems this debt must be settled clearly." At Tion Feng Pavilion, the old ancestor Feng Yun continued, "That's right, do you think we are all dead? When we were calling forth storms here, you weren't even born yet." At Tianqian Palace, the old ancestor Bing Xian retorted, "Three old immortals have come together, are you bullying the people of Tianqian Palace? Although Tianqian Palace is a first-grade force, it does not mean we are weaker than you." The old ancestor Wen Tian asked the old ancestor Bing Xian, "So you haven't died after all? In that case, I'll give you some face, make a decision, either surrender to us and unite with our 9 sects, forming Dao partners with the other disciples." He emphasized fiercely, or let blood wash Tion Ling Palace. The old ancestor Bing Xian angrily flatly refused. You want us to be your slaves? Don't even dream about it. We would rather fight to the last soldier than let you have your way. The old ancestor when Tion's gaze was cold as he asked, is that so? Then that is the price you are willing to pay. He laughed and commanded, attack. His men among the group of female disciples began to slaughter. The cries of despair startled Shaol Yan, who looked over. She turned her head and realized that there were traitors among the disciples. She shouted loudly, stop. You traitorous scum. Suddenly, she paused and glanced back. Unexpectedly, when Tion the old ancestor struck out with a palm, she quickly blocked it and retreated. Elder Mo Wu anxiously called out, Palace Master. Shaol Yan raised her hand and said, I'm fine. Protect the old ancestor well. Elder Mo Wu looked at their group and cursed, damn it. These elite disciples turned out to be traitors. This result is really hard to accept. Shaol Yan gritted her teeth, falling into a passive position. On Tion Yun's side, he rushed out from the forest on the other side, thinking, strange, why do I have such a bad feeling? He accelerated, flying towards Tion Ling Palace, saying, I must return quickly. When Tion the old ancestor crossed his arms, laughing loudly, looking down on them. Without that little guy, you still can't withstand a single blow. It's a pity such a monstrous talent is trapped in the Tion Ling fairy tale. By the time he comes out in 3 years, Tion Ling Palace will no longer exist. He smiled wickedly, I'll give you a chance. Choice. Surrender, and we will treat you well. If you resist, then there is only the path of death. Shaol Yan remained silent as if in thought, then lowered his head, not feeling compelled to speak. Anyone who agrees to surrender can go ahead and do so. I will not hold it against you. Mo Wu called out in surprise, Palace Master. Several female disciples were swayed and moved towards when Tion old ancestor. Their gazes were somewhat sad, but they had no other choice. Bing Xian old ancestor clicked her tongue in helplessness. Ling Jun stepped out from inside and asked loudly, what are you all doing? She seriously emphasized each sentence, do you not trust the Palace Master? How has the Palace Master treated you all usually? How can you be so ungrateful? When Tion old ancestor exclaimed, asking, Tion Ling Palace female disciple, who is this? The girl stammered, she is. When Tion old ancestor smirked arrogantly and said, so she is the one that little guy brought back. No wonder she agreed to help Tion Ling Palace. Continuing, little girl, your lives are all over. What does it mean for you to stand up now? Ling Jun retorted fiercely, I want to protect the dignity of Tion Ling Palace, to guard the Tion Ling Palace that young master wishes to protect. Even if I die, I will never surrender. The remaining female disciples were also stirred by a sense of dignity and said, that's right. The Tion Ling Palace has not treated us poorly. We would rather die in battle than fail to protect the Tion Ling Palace. I have been without parents since I was young, it was the Tion Ling Palace that raised me. I swear to protect the Tion Ling Palace with my life. I swear to protect the Tion Ling Palace with my life. When Tion, the old ancestor, burst out laughing, disdainful of the so-called dignity, a bunch of fools. Soon, I will show you what true hell is. Swearing to protect with your life is all trash. He coldly and ruthlessly ordered, go. Capture all of them for me. Especially that little girl, bring her to me. I want to see just how fearless she is of death. Disciples from both factions rushed in to fight. One of them approached Ling Jun with a sword and said, little girl, you were quite tough just now. Once I catch you, I'll see if you can still act so tough. Ling Jun trembled as she held the sword, trying to calm herself, and said, I am not afraid of you. The disciple jumped up and slashed down with his sword. I'll cripple one of your arms first. Ling Jun could not fight back at all and closed her eyes to brace for the impact. Unexpectedly, a powerful force surged and knocked them away before they could strike. Ling Jun opened her eyes and looked in one direction. To her surprise, the one who saved her was the snow wolf. Shaol Yan turned her head in astonishment and asked, could it be, the snow wolf of Tion Yun. The snow wolf charged in, starting to fight with its sharp claws, sending several disciples flying several meters away. While Shaol Yan was still in shock, Tion Ling, the old ancestor, flew in and struck with a palm, shouting, "Go die." Shaol Yan turned her head, but before she could do anything, the snow wolf rushed in to block that palm for her. Tion Ling, the old ancestor, was very surprised and replied, "I didn't expect you to even raise demon beasts." He sinisterly said, "But even with the snow wolf's help, it won't change the outcome of today." At that moment, Tion Yun's voice rose, asking, "Is that so?" Tion Ling, the old ancestor, was stunned and turned around abruptly. A beam of light appeared in the sky along with the voice, "I feel that outcome is meant for you instead, don't you think?" Tion Yun descended, exuding a terrifying power, equally strong, forcing Tion Ling, the old ancestor, to retreat. He clenched his fist, looking at him with arrogance. Shaol Yan joyfully called out, "Tion Yun." Tion Ling, the old ancestor, widened his eyes in shock, "You are that little brat?"